12. Definitely not one of our speeders, Cal. Look, I know why you think I don't need to know what your boys are getting up to. But someone's going to notice you blew up their people. And so is CSE. What do you want me to tell them? Captain Jailer Obrim, to Cal Skirata. Operational House, Kiba's Hut, 1,600 hours, 380 days after Geonosis. You're sure nobody followed you? Skirata said quietly. The strike team minus Ordo was assembled in the main room, sitting where they could. For a moment Skirata was distracted by the way Darman and Etane were positioned. It told him something, but he had more pressing issues right now. He'd calmed down too. Red Watch was back safely. Juzik, predictably, was taking his roasting like a man. I'm sure, Cal. I felt it. Don't go mystic on me. Did you go through the procedures? Give me tangibles. I didn't return via a direct route. I looped back on myself several times. Nothing. There was no point yelling at them. Skirata knew he probably would have done the same. It was all very well to talk about painstaking surveillance and meticulous planning before resolving a threat, but when a truly ripe target walked in front of your scope, no, he would have done the same. And he was simply relieved that they made it back in one piece. Okay, surveillance is off for the day. We change vehicles again, and we'll start defense watches, just in case the Force has deceived Bard. IK, and we've got a load of bad guys on our case now. Inaka is identifying a second location we can pull back to if this place is compromised. Juzik looked crushed. I'm sorry, Cal. You weren't in command. I should have made sure you were ready for this. Skirata turned to Phi and Sev. Phi looked crestfallen. Sev was complete blank insolence. And what have you two got to say for yourselves? It won't happen again, Cal. Phi looked at Juzik. And it was me and Sev who decided to go for it. If Bardan hadn't done some clever flying, we'd all be dead now and the op would be over. And you, Sev? Sev turned his head with slow deliberation. What he said? Son, I know you think you're a hard case because you survived Wall Vav, and you probably are. But anti-terrorist ops are more about this. Skirata walked over to him and rapped his head so hard with his knuckles that the thunk of bone was audible. Sev blinked but didn't move a muscle. If you'd thought about it for 2 minutes, you could have relayed that identification back here and we could have planned some intelligent surveillance. But now we've got another prisoner plus a bunch of dead guys, and we have to explain why a GR employee isn't going back to the office anytime soon. Because if she wasn't working alone, then some D-cut is going to notice she's absent. Have I missed anything? Niner, arms folded, looked up. Yes, who's helping Vav now? He must have his hands full. Inaka. Wookiees are good at looking like a crowd. Boss had been remarkably quiet for the last 10 days. He'd worked his watches without complaint and had shown none of the swaggering confidence that the Delta boys were known for. Now he was pacing up and down the length of the window, slow and deliberate, and glancing occasionally at Niner. Skirata wondered if it was the displacement from the sergeant role that was getting to him. Might as well lance the boil. You want to say something, boss? With respect, Cal, we have different approaches, don't we? Spit it out. Delta does rapid neutralization. Omega does the more considered stuff. Why not split our tasking that way? Yeah, you blow up everything without checking and we think first. I certainly agree with your analysis, Niviodi. And we have the unbroken track record of successful missions. Like we don't. You said it. Skirata wasn't quite fast enough crossing the room, and Niner had slammed Boss hard against the wall without a moment's warning. If Skirata hadn't yelled, "Check!" Niner would have smashed his drawn-back fist into Boss's face. The two men stood almost nose to nose, locked in a frozen standoff. "This stops right now," Skirata barked. "You hear me? Stand down." He'd never seen Niner react like that. Soldiers got into scraps all the time. It was an inevitable part of being encouraged to fight. Sometimes they took a swing at each other, but it was rarely serious, no more than a bit of bravado. But not his boys, and certainly not Niner. There was a switch in all men somewhere, no matter how deeply buried, that could be thrown. "You have never lost, brothers." Niner took one grudging step back from Boss. "Never. You have no idea." "Ever wondered why?" said Boss. "Enough." Skirata put an arm between them. "Next one to open his mouth gets a thump from me, okay?" This was the brief moment where the fight would erupt or vanish, and Skirata was secretly uncertain if he had what it took to separate two bigger, younger, fitter men. But Niner muttered, "Yes, Sarge," and sat down in a chair on the far side of the room, face white with anger. Boss paused, then followed him to hold out a placatory hand. "Apologies, Navod." Niner just looked up at him, unblinking. Then he took Boss's hand and shook it, but his mind was clearly elsewhere, and Skirata knew exactly where. Some things didn't go away with time. Niner had lost another Sev, plus DD and 04, at Geonosis, and during training he'd lost 2-8. Republic commandos never forgot the brothers they grew up with in that tight pod from the time they were decanted. But Delta still had their pod intact. The world was different for them. They thought they were invincible. Death only happened to others. "I think we need to take a step back," Skirata said, bleeding for Niner. He thought the squad was as close as a true pod, but they still nursed their loss. "Delta, you break off and get a meal downstairs and report back at 1900. Omega, you break when they get back. Maybe we'll all feel better on a full stomach." There was no point turning this into a contest between the squads. But mixing them hadn't helped that much. Skirata watched Delta troop out toward the turbolift. It was going to take more than food to distract them, although it usually did the trick. "Are we all okay?" Auden looked up from a datapad he was cannibalizing. Dismantling things seemed to keep him happy. "We're okay, Sarge." "Sorry. I just don't feel happy calling you Cal except in public, of course." "That's okay, son." Skirata made a point of sitting down where he could see Darman and make a discreet assessment. There was something about the way he was turned slightly toward Attain in his seat, and she made a lot more eye contact with him than she had earlier. Skirata wondered why he hadn't spotted it earlier, and also when it had happened. If he was right. It was bad for discipline to let an officer and an enlisted man have a relationship. But Attain wasn't an officer, and Darman had never chosen to enlist. The risk lay more in how Darman would handle it, and how left behind his brothers might feel now that they were out in a world where everyone who wasn't wearing armor was free to love. Skirata stood up and limped across to Attain. "Come and explain some Jedi stuff to me," he said quietly. "I'd asked Dardike, but he's still in disgrace at the moment." He winked at Juzik to indicate he was joking. The kid took his ribbing far too seriously sometimes. "Outside." It wasn't subtle, but Darman obviously didn't think anyone else had noticed what was going on between them. He probably thought Skirata wanted to discuss the unsavory side of interrogation with her. Skirata sat down next to Attain on the rickety bench against the landing platform wall. It was late afternoon, and the air smelled of hot speeder drives and the powdery sweet scent of a solitary mela vine that had taken root in a crack in the permacrete. Attain folded her hands in the lap of her pale blue tunic. Without the dull brown robe, she didn't look like a Jedi at all. "You and Darman," Skirata said carefully. She closed her eyes for a second. "He told you then?" "I suppose he tells you everything." "Not a word. But I'm not stupid. It was amazing how easily people told you things when you didn't even ask a question." Perhaps she actually wanted people to know. But it seemed Darman didn't, and he had a right to keep what little privacy he had. "I heard the squad's comments after Kalura." "Are you telling me to stop?" "No, I'm asking where this is heading." "Are you going to tell him to stop?" "Not if you make him happy." Skirata tried carefully, but he knew where he drew the line and whose interests he would put first, war or not. "See, I know that much about Jedi." "You can love. We're not supposed to. But we sometimes do." "I do." "You're serious about him, then?" "I never stopped thinking about him after Kalura." "Have you really worked this out? That I'll outlive him?" "Women outlive their men all the time." "That I might be thrown out of the Jedi Order?" "As prices go, that's worth paying." "Attain, he's more vulnerable than you think." "He's a grown man and he's a killing machine, but he's a kid, too. Crying over girlfriends can be dangerously distracting for him and the whole squad." "I know that. I'd hate to see him used." "If you're going to carry on with this, you'd better mean it." He paused to make sure she understood what he was saying. "You know I'll protect him come what may, don't you?" Attain's lips parted slightly and her cheeks looked suddenly pink. Her gaze flickered slightly. "I want him to be happy, Cal. I'd never use him." "I'm glad we agree," he said. Threatening a Jedi general was probably a court-martial offense. Skirata didn't care. Darman and his last remaining sons came before everything, before the needs of a likable young Jedi, before even his own life and certainly before the interests of the Republic's politics. It was a matter of honor and love. But Attain would give Darman a little comfort and tenderness in his life that would tide him through the dark and inevitable days ahead, days that for him and his brothers were already destined to be limited. Skirata would just have to keep an eye on the situation. "Make him happy then, Adik," he said. "Just make him happy." Kiba's Hut, 2100. The sign above the freshers read, "Patrons please observe the NO. Weapons rule." But although it was written in 5 languages as well as Basic, most of the patrons appeared not to understand it. Ordo slipped among the motley assortment of drinkers and gamblers, now diluted considerably by a sea of dark red GR fatigues, and hoped none of the species here were scent followers. That was the trouble with some explosives. They had a distinctive smell. He'd scrubbed himself as thoroughly as he could and changed into the ubiquitous red fatigues as well. Lasema, the Twi'lek female who had fled from the kitchens when he found her cowering behind a table, smiled nervously at him across the bar. By the time he reached it, she had his favorite mujja juice waiting for him without the prompt of his distinctive armor. "How do you know I'm me?" he said, puzzled. "I could be any clone." "The way you hold yourself." She had a very soft voice, and he had to strain to hear her in the noisy bar. "You stand as if you're still wearing that skirt." "Comma," he said patiently. "Belt spat. It's based on a traditional Mandalorian hunting comma. It was designed to protect your legs." Yes, the pauldron and comma did tend to make him stand more upright out of habit, his back a little arched. He'd have to watch that if he wanted to pass for an ordinary clone trooper. But it's just for show now. Ah, she said. It's certainly very showy. Ordo was getting used to the attention of Twi'lek females, and he rather liked it. Is Kibba treating you properly? Yes. Thank you. Lasima sounded as if she really was grateful. She leaned forward a little. He was still taken aback by the vivid blue of her skin, but he was willing to get used to it. She had a little scar on the point of her chin that was turquoise and more decorative than disfiguring. Is your friend a captain? She glanced sideways and Ordo followed her gaze to Omega Squad and Skirata, who were eating something unidentifiable and occasionally lifting a lump of it on a fork to inspect it communally with worried frowns. The one with the scar. He's nice. That's Aten, Ordo said, crushed. Oh. He's not a captain. He's a private. The vast majority of the army was made up of privates. It wasn't restricted information. Aten glanced up with that unerring soldier's sense of knowing when someone was targeting you. He managed a shy smile. Yes, he's very reliable. He's got a lot of scars. Has he been in many battles? Oh, she really had been studying Aten carefully. Apart from the thin diagonal scar across his face, the rest were harder to spot, just a couple on his hands and one telltale line that was visible above the neckline of his red tunic. Yes, Ordo said. They've all been in quite a few battles. Poor Aten, she said, looking smitten. I'll bring your meal over in a moment. He forced a smile as Calbert had taught him, picked up his glass, and went to join Omega's table. What you reckon this is, Ordo? Darman said. He held his fork so that Ordo could inspect the object skewered on it. A tube of some sort. That's what we were afraid of. It's all protein. Ordo stared at Aten. Lasima has taken a fancy to you, Niviodi. There was no jeering or barracking as Ordo had seen ordinary males do at the mention of females. The squad simply sat in silence for a moment, and then resumed their debate on the anatomical content of Kibba's dish of the day. Skirata got up and moved along the bench to sit next to him. Successful shopping trip? I have everything on the list now. Sorry for the delay. And I have a few extras. How extra? Surprising extras. Very noisy, too. Lasima glided up to the table and placed a dish in front of Ordo. She smiled at Aten before making her way back to the bar. Ordo picked up his fork to eat, and the squad studied his plate intently. But that's all vegetables, Niner said accusingly. Of course it is, Ordo said. My intelligence score is at least 35% higher than yours. It happened to be true. Skirata laughed. Ordo cleared his plate as fast as he could and then indicated the turbolift. Skirata followed him up to their rooms, where Delta Squad sat cleaning their DC-17s. Just dusting, Fixer said, subtle as a banda. Dust away, Skirata said. They'll see action soon enough. So, Ordo, what did you get? 800 kilos of thermoplastoid plus 5,000 detonators. Even Scorch looked up from his dismantled rifle at the mention of that. That's a lot of ordnance to make disappear without anyone noticing, let alone store it. I liberated it in stages from different sources. Skirata tapped him on the arm. Now explain the extra surprise. The delay was because I enriched it all minus a pack or two. How? A little chemical refinement that'll make it unstable if anyone attempts to use it in devices. How unstable, exactly? Skirata asked. If they don't work a stabilizer compound into the plastoid, It'll blow their workshop into orbit as soon as they attach a debt to it. Scorch sniggered appreciatively. Just a precaution, Ordo said. If we end up using it for a sting operation and by some chance it goes wrong, then we'll at least remove a few Huron in the process. And half of Galactic City. Sev grunted to himself and peered through his scope to calibrate it against the view from the window. You spook boys overdo it sometimes. Skirata patted Ordo's arm. Nice job, son. Now tell me where you've stored it. Half at the safe house and half under Fixer's bed. Scorch guffawed. Boss smacked his ear, but it didn't stop him from laughing. I'm sharing Fixer's room, D-cut. Well, you won't even wake up if that blows. Ordo accepted it was a risk, but risks were relative. And Skirata hadn't expressed interest at his advanced ordnance skills, so he could still keep Muriel's return as a surprise. He was going to be pleased with Muriel's news on Coast Psi too. So all we have to do now is work out how we get them to take the bait, said Skirata. Maybe Vav is getting somewhere with our GR colleague. Boss looked up. You more interested in using the stuff to kill them, track them, or make them think everything's going fine on the terror front? I'll take all three. Does it usually take this long to get anywhere? Skirata laughed. Long? Son, it normally takes years to shut down a network. This is lightning speed. It might still take years, and it's just a fraction of the trouble out there. Makes you wonder why we bother. Because we can't not bother, Skirata said. And because it's for us. He sat back in the chair in the corner and put his boots up on the low table, shutting his eyes and folding his arms on his chest. Vav's calling in shortly. If I don't hear the comm link, somebody wake me up. Ordo had rarely known Skirata to sleep before his men did. And he had seldom seen him use a bed. He always slept in a chair if he had the choice, and while it might have been a mercenary's need to be ready to wake and fight immediately, Ordo suspected it had a lot to do with that first night on Commando. His normal life had ceased, and would remain suspended until that elusive normality had been achieved for his troops. He always seemed to be waiting for the Kaminoans to come through the door. His breathing changed to the shallow, slow rhythm of a man asleep. Scorch started whistling, distracted by his task. Ordo walked up behind him and clamped his hand hard over his mouth. Quiet. Quiet for Calbear. Scorch took the hint. Ordo waited, memorizing Muriel's download from his datapad with a single glance at each screen. Then Skirata's wrist comm link chirped. He opened his eyes and lifted his hand nearer his mouth. Wallen. Try jailer, a weary voice said. Skirata sat bolt upright. Delta Squad froze. Where are you? Said Skirata. Sweeping up a pile of dead guys with colleagues from the organized crime unit. Sorry? I think your boys just kicked off a gang war. Can I borrow a Jedi, please? 13. 10 members of a criminal gang have been killed in what's thought to be a gang feud in the lower levels. Sources close Coruscant security force suggest the crime lords' battle broke out in a row over gun-running territories. HNE Late Bulletin. Forensics Unit Morgue, CSF Divisional HQ, Quadrant A89, 2345. Hours, 380 days after Geonosis. There's your lizard, Obram said, pulling back the sheet. Paxaz Izik. Phi and Skirata looked at the elegant green-scaled face, or at least the half that was still intact. Blaster fire was cleaner than ballistic damage, but it still did nothing for your looks. Not very attractive to the ladies now, is he? Said Phi. The morgue was cool and quiet. Phi had never seen one before, and he was both fascinated and disturbed, not because it was full of dead things but because he now wondered what would happen to his own body. Left on a battlefield. Does it matter? Mandalorians don't care about remains. We have our soul. My brothers can retrieve some of my armor, and that'll be enough. The pale green room with its polished durasteel doors also had an antiseptic smell that reminded him of Commando. He wasn't comfortable here. You okay? Obram said. Just interested. Phi stared. Yes, that's him. You can match him with the images Sev grabbed, too. Is he important? Not on our files, but Feline don't visit Coruscant to get nice jobs in the clerical service. Best guess is Black Sun or an offshoot. So, Scarata said. Purely hypothetically, if we picked up a woman friend of his who had access to GR weapons shipments. Purely hypothetically, because you don't exist. Imagine she's diverting a few weapons for his business, but you snatch her, and so he refuses to complete the deal because he thinks you're the customer trying to intimidate him. Phi listened, riveted. Obram's mental gymnastics were hard to follow. But the real customer thinks the Feline just made an excuse to run out on their agreement. So they come after you, thinking you're his foot soldiers. And you waste them. So their buddies come back to settle a few scores with young scale-faced colleagues. Obram took one final look at the Feline's face and covered it up again. And if they were all waiting on a shipment of explosives anyway, the one you intercepted, then you have a very jumpy assortment of bad guys around town. You're going to have to spell out why this is good news, Scarata said. Well, we're minus some criminal scum, and we've found more we didn't even know about. Plus we now have some good forensics. The Soko team has been all over his apartment like a rash. And solid gold for the organized crime unit. Whoopee for them, but was he or was he not handling explosives? Scarata was getting agitated, chewing that rook root again. I'm not interested in gangsters stealing Republic weapons for their own purposes. Is his gang supplying explosives to anyone? Yes, we found traces everywhere. Your Jedi colleagues seem to be finding the disturbance in the Force useful, whatever that means. Does this mean that your organized crime unit is going to be getting in our way now? Share operational details with me and they won't. You know the rules of this game. Cal, your boys are coming awfully close to being targeted by CSF. Themselves. It could easily have been you and them in a shooting match. I don't want any friendly fire incidents if we can avoid them. Phi watched Cal's jaw muscles working as he chewed. This wasn't warfare. It had crossed over into armed politics. Scarata and Obram seemed to be conducting a private war by their own rules, and Phi didn't envy them. You know that we're not taking prisoners, Scarata said. And I can't see your people turning a blind eye to that once they know what we're up to. But I've got something you need, Obram said. Scarata switched instantly from lovable rogue to a creature of pure ice. Don't ever try to bargain with me about this. Are we on the same side or not? Scarata was ashen. We'll go it alone then. Phi had rarely seen him truly angry. But when he had been pushed too far, he went white and quiet and dangerous. Come on, son. We've got work to do. He took Phi's elbow and steered him to the doors. It didn't bode well. Phi looked back over his shoulder at Obram, a man equally white, equally tense, and the captain shook his head. Okay, Cal, I'll give it to you anyway, but may the Force save your sorry backside if this goes wrong. Scarata turned. He seemed genuinely surprised, he hadn't been bluffing. He really had been storming off and cutting Obram out of the loop. What happens if it does go wrong, jailer? You get into trouble with your bosses. But my boys die. Yeah, and so might mine if they get in the way by accident. Then don't get in the way. Okay, what time did your people grab the woman? Obram asked. Mid-afternoon. Well, there was someone trying to get hold of our irresistible friend here via a government comm link shortly before CSF went to his home an hour ago. You mean there's someone else in the GR working with him? Yes, and if we could pin down the transmission source, I'd have given it to you. Scarata's shoulders sagged. Thank you, my friend. Don't mention it. Just try to give me a warning before you start another war here, okay? That was a nice smokescreen line to the media, by the way. Gang war indeed. It's very nearly true. But thank your oily friend Maurigian for that. You'll owe him one, I'm sure. Scarata rolled his eyes. Vi continued to be surprised by the machinations of political life in Coruscant. He was grateful, and not for the first time, that all he had to do was shoot or be shot. There was no time to worry or plan. Either you did a better, faster job than the enemy at that particular moment, or you died. Rigian wants good news, Scarata said. Let's see if we can find some for him. Obram smiled ruefully at Vi and made a gesture of tipping back a glass of ale. Don't forget that drink, will you? They left Obram in the morgue and took the service turbolift to disappear into the late-night crowds around the CSF complex and emerge at a taxi platform to wait for Juzik to collect them. Scarata simply glanced at 3 innocent Coruscanti citizens waiting there, too, and they decided they had urgent business elsewhere. Calber could look anything but paternal when he felt like it. Vi pulled his collar up, still feeling horribly exposed without his armor. Scarata rummaged in his pocket, took out a bar of candied fruit, and broke it in 2. He handed Vi the bigger piece. What now? Vi said. It's the only solid lead we've got, Scarata said. And it's a mess, but I'm reluctant to let it go and start over. I bet the Seps are looking for another source of supply for their explosives now. If this were Kalura or any other mining planet, they could do it easily. On an urban world like this. Maybe this is where we use Ordo's little cache of stuff that goes bang. Scarata stopped chewing. I'm never sure if we have the same ideas because they're common sense, or because I trained you and now you're as crazy as I am, son. Well, they know their original consignment didn't arrive, so now you might as well use the stuff as bait. And there's Kibu. Now, that's dangerous. No, that's when huts come in useful. They're like one big scumwad at service. Seeing as he thinks we're doing a bit of private business without the Guard's consent anyway, why disappoint him? He can put the word out that Cal has something to sell. But then we've pinpointed our operational base for them. You think Kibba will want to advertise that we're in his precious hotel, with the possibility of unpleasantness and lots of damage following him home, too? He won't discuss locations. He likes being alive. But you're going to tell Obram, right? Only the location when we have a delivery set up with our new customers, Scarata said. And then only to warn off CSF. He lapsed into silence. Around them, keeping a sensible distance, because Scarata looked remarkably gangsterish himself right then, ordinary citizens and tourists from dozens of species were making their way in and out of brightly lit clubs, restaurants, and shops. They were dressed in exotic, colorful clothes, chattering and enjoying themselves. They were arm in arm with friends, or holding hands with lovers, or accompanied by gaping children who had never seen a city planet like this at night. Fi knew how those kids felt. It was still as much a spectacle of miraculous delight to him as it had been when he first saw it from the crew bay of a police cruiser. But it was also now something alien to him, something he had no stake in and could never fully understand. The civilians around him could have no idea of what was happening right in the middle of their safe daily lives. A few meters from them, a mercenary and a soldier who had no official orders were planning to unload enough explosives on the black market to destroy whole quadrants. But it was a fair trade. Because Fi had no idea of what their lives were about, either. We live in parallel worlds. We can see each other, but we never meet. At least Darman seemed to have found a bridge to a normal life, if you could call a Jedi normal. Fi wondered if his brother realized that everyone knew what was going on with him and the general. If he were Darman, he wouldn't care. Operational House, Kibu's Hut, 0056 hours, 381 days after Geonosis Ordo placed the tight-wrapped packs of 500-grade thermoplastoid explosive on the table and stacked them in piles of 10. Darman picked one up and fondled it with the fascinated expression of a connoisseur of explosives. It was interesting, Attain thought, to note what made Darman feel relaxed and confident, because sitting on 50 kilos of ultra-high explosives didn't reassure her at all. Dar, cut it out, Niner said. We'd like the hotel to still be here when Vav arrives. Reckon you can avoid blowing the place up for the next hour? This stuff is perfectly safe unless you stick something metallic in it and trigger an electrolytic reaction, Darman said. He smiled at Attain before lobbing a hand-sized pack at Niner. UDCI, Nviod. Niner caught it and swore. Then he threw it back. Attain could hear the shower running in the fresher. She could also see Auden wandering around, eyes fixed in defocus on the grubby carpet as if he was rehearsing a speech in his head, and he was trailing a disturbance in the forest that felt like the aftermath of a battle. She'd felt Auden's raw grief on Kalura, the pain at losing his original brothers at Geonosis, and she could taste the dark depths in him all too easily. Fi, even without the ability to use the Force, seemed to be able to do the same. From time to time he got up and gripped his brother by his upper arm, talking very quietly and earnestly to him. Much of the conversation was in Mandalorian, which she didn't understand well enough, but she certainly picked up one word that needed no translation, Vav. Boss, Juzik, and Scorch had gone back down to the bar. Sev and Fixer were out on the landing platform now, looking like a normal hotel roof covered with assorted transport, from speeder bikes and airspeeders to a couple of taxis providing a discreet perimeter defense in case someone had tracked the strike team back to Kibbuz. The whole place simmered with tension, and yes, it was there, very subtly, but it was their fear. If Vav's bringing the rest of the thermal, who's minding the prisoners? Darman said. I don't imagine they'll take much minding now, Ordo said. But Anaka's around. So who's going to help him haul 50 kilos of dead weight? Ordo looked faintly irritated. He still felt to Attain like a disjointed turmoil of emotions held in place by a ferociously intelligent logic. She had classified him as dangerous without really knowing why. Vav, he said carefully, is still a fit man. A soldier since childhood, just like you and like Calbear. He can carry 50 kilos on his own almost as well as you can. Ordo adjusted the pile of sealed packs so they lined up perfectly, as if that mattered very much to him. And if Anaka doesn't need to guard prisoners, she'll help him carry the ordnance. Either way, stop worrying. Yeah, that's my job, Niner said. Attain had a very good idea what doesn't need to guard prisoners meant. If they had ceased to be useful, then they were a liability here, just as they were on Kalura. And they would be shot. Darman killed separatists when he couldn't take them prisoner. She'd watched him do it, clean, quick, passionless. And was this the dark side finally pulling her over the edge? Even if she would hesitate to do it herself, she was no longer appalled that he or his comrades did. He looked up from the packets and gave her a broad smile. There was never even a hint of darkness in him. "It's perfectly safe," he said. She realized she was frowning at him and that he had taken it to be a comment on the pile of instant destruction on the table. "Don't you trust me?" She smiled back instinctively. "Of course I trust you. Yes, I do, you're my friend, my lover." Skirata emerged from the fresher toweling his hair and wearing a change of clothes with his verpine in its light gray holster. He leaned over Niner to look at the holozine he was reading. "Don't you ever watch the Holonas?" he asked, pointing at the darkened screen on the wall. "Too much to take in." Niner resumed reading. Other people's complicated lives. Auden had settled in the corner with his DC-17 on his lap. They all kept the rifle close to them when they weren't in public. It was too obviously a commando weapon in the street, and had to be replaced by a discreet blaster. But back here, they lavished affection on the DC again. It was the weapon they had been raised with and now lived by. Phi had his slung over his shoulder, and he was looking out the window onto the catwalk opposite, the one that linked another level of seedy bars with the concourse below. He was invisible to the coruscant beyond the transparasteel, but clearly it was painfully visible to him. Attain could feel his longing. Phi had changed since Kalura. Attain had first sensed him in the Force as good-natured and calm. A year later his facade was as unfailingly cheerful, but the undertow was darker, more desperate. He'd seen too much of the war. And he had glimpsed something even more painful and guaranteed to trouble him: ordinary people on Coruscant, leading normal lives of the kind he would never have. She didn't need the Force to help her taste that. She could see the constant question on his face when he glanced at couples and families, of all species. Why not me? Why is this life not for me? It was what Darman had asked. Family and clan family and fatherhood seemed of overwhelming importance to Mandalorian men. They certainly drove Skirata. Then Attain knew exactly what the Force had in mind for her, and it was not the path of a Jedi any longer. It was to ensure that at least one clone man was given back the future that had been taken away from him at birth, or whatever cold, distant process served for birth in those Kaminoan laboratories. Attain would make him a father one day. She would give Darman a son. But neither of them had the luxury of a normal life in this war. Her dream would be a secret even from him for the time being. Then Attain put the thought from her mind and closed her eyes to meditate, unself-conscious because she was among true friends. She drifted in formless calm, hearing only the slowed pace of her own heartbeat, until the door buzzed. She snapped alert again. So did Omega and Skirata. Attain saw the squad individually as clearly as she did any other beings, and not just because the Force tinted them with their unique shades of character. She had ceased to see their identical faces or their armor, and experienced instead only their distinct personalities and habits. And yet, when they moved, when they switched to their soldier state of being, they were like a single perfect predator. The buzz made them all look up together, not like ordinary men responding by staggered milliseconds one after the other, but in one movement, absolutely synchronized, and their expressions and the angle of their heads and their frozen alertness were one. Then, with another perfect single movement, they split like a fist opening into fingers and snapped to positions around the room, rifles trained on the door. Not a word, not one hand signal from Niner. They hadn't even had time to put on their helmets and activate the shared comm link. Whatever told them to move there, do this, watch that, was so thoroughly ingrained in them from drilling that they seemed almost to be operating on instinct. Their dark, high-cheekboned, exotic faces were expressionless. Except for the rapid blinking, they were completely and utterly still. Attain suddenly saw them as that single exquisite predator again, and it scared her. Their DC-17 rifles all blipped once in unison as each weapon charged up to fire. Vav's not D yet. And Delta's on perimeter. Skirata had his Verpine shatter gun trained this time, not his small blaster, an indication of how much higher he felt the stakes were. Attain, you feel anything? Nothing. She was certain she would have perceived a threat by now. She was suddenly aware that she had drawn her lightsaber. She hadn't even felt herself move. Nothing at all. Okay. On 3. TH-. And the door opened. Attain flinched involuntarily, grasping her lightsaber two-handed. A scent hit her, a foul damp musk. Fear effect, Skirata said. You decut. We could have blown your head off. Niner, Ordo, Darman, and Phi made annoyed clicks and sighs and lowered their D's. Auden didn't. Vav walked in with 2 straining carryalls and a 6-legged, loose-skinned shambles of pale gold short fur ambling behind him. So that was the strill. And the absence of malice and tension had been. Ice-cold, calm, utterly detached Wallen Vav. At IK, lower your D's, Skirata said softly. If you say so, Sarge. And although Auden obeyed, his steady stare at Vav was an eloquent loaded weapon. Come on in, said Phi. Ain't nobody here but us clones. You could have called ahead, Skirata said. Vav lowered the carryalls to the floor, and Ordo pounced on them. Just challenging your security, like I ought to. Well, either Delta and Juzik got instantly stupid or they let past someone they knew, so don't get too cocky. Anything you want to tell us? I've shut down the safe house and Inaka has cleaned up. Attain listened intently to the language spoken in the code of euphemism out of long habit. Cleaning up certainly meant removing bloodstains, because she'd seen them, but she had the feeling it was more than that. No further business with our 2 friends? Skirata said. That's the trouble with Coruscant, Vav said. High balconies are safety risks. At least that confirms our 2 guests weren't Jedi, eh? Vav found a seat, and the strill scrambled onto his lap. It took Attain a moment to work out what he meant, and the realization shocked her. The other fortunate thing is that I was able to talk to Vinagis's supervisor at GR Logistics as her landlord and complain that she had skipped owing me rent. The supervisor was sympathetic and said she was an unreliable employee. So? Said Skirata. Omega had disappeared back to the rooms that led off the main one. Except Auden waited, a block of black hatred, and Ordo stacked the explosives. So at least we don't have to worry about her being missed too badly. Vav glanced at Auden, almost as if he was seeking a greeting, but got no reaction. And she confirmed that there was one other person in logistics that she had to leave information for in an agreed place, a dead letter drop inside the GR complex, whenever she could manage it. In a locker in the female freshers. What? You're kidding me. I know. We spend millions on the latest ships, but we're stuffed by a simple security leak that wouldn't baffle a Kidinak grocer. Attain felt Skirata generate a little dark vortex of rage. His face drained of color. Why are they so shabla clueless? Because they're a bureaucracy, and they're not the ones in the front line. Anyway, none of the traffic information is impossible to dig out by other routes. It's just quick and easy, all wrapped up in one chip. Worth having because it saves them a lot of time, which means they don't have many personnel. Small and opportunistic network, I reckon. Scarata was rubbing his face slowly with both hands, exasperated and weary. So she didn't know who collected the data, other than that they could use the female freshers without attracting attention? Or what their schedule was. If she had known, I can guarantee she would have told me. I'll bet. So we need someone in there to flush that person out. That's me, Ordo said, and went on making the thermoplastoid into neat piles. Attain had counted 200 small rectangular packets so far. All I have to do is withdraw the trooper who's seconded to the transport division and step in. And what happens to him? Vav said. He stays here until I'm finished, Ordo said. You can make a commando of him in the meantime, Calbear. Well, this is going to be very cozy. Vav rubbed the stills back, and it shuddered with visible delight. Because you have to find room for me, too. Then the Strill sleeps on the landing platform, Scarata said. Then I do, too, said Vav. Fi emerged from the room he shared with Aten and stared at the animal. We could always leave it downstairs in the bar as an air freshener. One day, Arcedo15, Vav said, smiling with unusual sincerity. You might be very glad of Merd's natural talents. Attain suspected they were not dissimilar to its masters. Kibba's private rooms, Kibba's hut, 1,150 hours, 381 days after Geonosis. So this is why you write off my debt, Kibba said. He swallowed a pickled gorg whole and sighed. You use my fine establishment as a base so that trouble does not follow you home. Too right, Scarata thought. My little girl needs to start up her own business, he said, beaming convincingly at Attain. So she can look after her old dad in his dotage. Attain looked suitably sullen. She continued to surprise him with her capacity to do whatever was needed. She could act brave, and she could act calm, and now she could act the wayward and spoiled daughter of an overprotective mercenary. She is too skinny to make a living as a bounty hunter, Kibba said, and shook with laughter. Mando females are supposed to be big and tough. Her mother, the Chakar, was a Corellian, and she left me to bring the girl up, said Scarata. What Attain lacks in muscle she makes up for in business acumen. I thought your fondness for the Republic's army would prove to have a financial motive. You care nothing for your boys. Cal bit the inside of his cheek. No. You ever met a Mandu ad who cared about the Republic? No. So what is for sale? Something armies have a great deal of. Scarata made a silent vow to be very, very kind to Marrugian in future. That turf war cover story had worked all too well, and the man probably didn't even know it. There does seem to be a sudden gap in the arms market, yes. You made that gap, yes? His stomach somersaulted. He managed a grin. I'm not that big a player. Kidbo swallowed the hint whole like a gorg. So what can you obtain? Blasters, assault rifles, thermoplastoid, ammunition. Anything larger than that I'll treat as a special order, and it might take longer. Don't ask for any warships, though. Kibba laughed. I put out the word and we see if it attracts customers. I'm sure I can rely on your discretion. You like this place, don't you? I want no trouble finding its way back here. But I will expect. Commission. 20%. That's my dowry, Attain said sourly. Papa, are you going to let this Chakar steal from me? Course not, Adike. Scarata leaned toward Kibu and jangled his length of chain in his pocket as a little reminder. 5%, and I'll see that your lovely establishment here remains in one piece and unvisited by the riffraff of this world. Kibu gurgled. If this partnership is successful, we renegotiate terms later. You get the business and we'll see. Scarata stood up as calmly as he could and led Attain out onto the walkway to get some fresh air. The smell of frying stale ale and strill was getting to him. I thought Chakar was a nice touch, he said. I'd pick up the odd word. You okay? Actually, that was hard. I envy your nerve. You reckon? Scarata held out his hand, fingers spread, palm down. It was shaking. She needed to know that in case she thought he was invincible, and her misplaced faith got her killed. I'm just a soldier. A commando, you'd call it. I'm groping my way through all this. But Kiba's scared of you. I don't have any problems with killing people. That's all. The reality of his situation had become starkly clear now, edging farther and farther out on that limb, either to safety or to plummet into the torrent rushing beneath, with a breath between one extreme and the other. And no way of stepping back onto the riverbank. If anything happens to me, I need to know someone will look out for my boys. You're asking me? There's only you and Bardike to ask. Nothing is going to happen to you. The Force is telling you that, is it? Yes. What else does the Force tell you? What I have to do. If and when we meet these scum face to face, are you up for it? Can't have my boys visible. Too obvious. Not Bardan. I don't have to ask Bardike. He'll want to be there anyway. I'm asking you. I'll do whatever you command. You have seniority here. Scarata was hoping for an expression of confidence rather than obedience. But it would have to do. 14. Word from our undercover team and their informants is that someone is offering explosives and arms on the black market. It's amazing how fast the scum flows in to fill the gaps. Time for us to move in. And only one warning before you open fire, okay? Let's see how much we can clean up once and for all. Organized Crime Unit Squad Briefing, CSF HQ, 383 days after Geonosis. Logistics Center, Grand Army of the Republic, Coruscant Command HQ, 1,000 hours, 383 days after Geonosis. Ordo walked through the center's doors unchallenged this time. Good morning, sir, the sentry droid said. Ordo shoved his stylus probe in the droid's data port again and downloaded its latest recognized personnel file. Carry on, he said. Before he reached the operations room of the logistics wing, he stepped into the mail fresher and ran the downloaded images of all the center's organic staff through his helmet's HUD to memorize every face. About 5% had changed since his last visit. Civilian staff moved on. Supervisor Wenin, he noted, was still there. Then he copied all the data stored in his helmet to his datapad and wiped the HUD's memory. His armor was completely clean now, with no trace of who or what he was other than a classified ARC Trooper Tally ID. His sole connection to the Special Forces world would be the tiny bead comm link in his ear. His final task was to slide a wide-angle strip cam into the ventilation grill that passed between the male freshers and the female ones. Then he replaced his helmet and walked into the operations room. There was no sign of Bethany Wenin, The third shift supervisor, a Nimbinal, was on duty. "Morning, sir," CORR said. "Just observing today, trooper," Ordo said. He stood back as if watching the array of live traffic holocharts that covered the circular wall of the ops room, making it feel like the inside of an illuminated drum. In fact, his gaze was on CORR as he worked and occasionally moved around the room. Ordo was taking a crash course in how the trooper moved so that he could mimic him. He already had the measure of his voice with its faint flash-learned accent. And the civilians always seemed to think he was looking in the direction that his helmet was facing. The basic trooper helmet specification was available to anyone working in logistics, but they seemed to be unaware of its visual range. Who cared what a trooper could and could not see? They ignore so much data, these civilians. "CORR, I need you to show me something," Ordo said. The civilians also seemed to ignore conversations between clones. "Come with me." CORR picked up his helmet, put the security code lock on his workstation with his gauntlet tally. "Good man, follows the regulations," and followed Ordo out of the room. They walked back down the corridor, and Ordo gestured him into the freshers, marching him into the far end where the lockers were. "This is where you have to follow my orders to the letter," Ordo said. CORR looked suddenly wary. "Yes, sir." "Armor off." "We're swapping suits." "Sir?" "Remove your armor." "I need it." CORR began unfastening the gription panels without argument, and stacked the plates on the floor. Ordo did the same. They both stood there in black bodysuits, suddenly without visible rank, and Ordo was reminded of the price CORR had paid. He looked at the trooper's artificial hands. "Was it very painful?" asked Ordo, who had never been that badly injured. "I don't remember a thing, sir, but it hurt when I woke up in the back to tank." He pushed back his sleeves. He had lost both arms from just above the elbow. "I manage okay." Ordo had no idea what to say. "You should be invalid out. You shouldn't be going back to the front." "What about my brothers?" "What am I without them?" He had no answer to that either. He snapped CORR's plates onto his own suit. It was a tight fit. He had always known that the experimental genotype that had so disappointed Kaminoan quality control had made the nulls slightly heavier in build than the clone trooper and clone commando batches. His armor would be a little loose on CORR. "At least you get to play captain then. Enjoy it." CORR attached the plates, and had some trouble snapping the comma into place. Ordo adjusted it, and put the pauldron on his shoulders, then handed him the helmet. "Wow, this feels different," CORR said, looking down at himself. The ARC Trooper armor was built to a higher spec. "It's heavier than I thought." "Get those shoulders back a bit farther and let the comma and the holsters hang like that." Ordo placed the helmet on CORR's head and was suddenly surprised to be staring back at himself, so that was how he looked to the world. "Take this data pad and walk out of the front doors. You'll be met by a taxi piloted by a Wookiee. Do not stop and do not talk to anyone. Just walk out as if you were me, and you'll be taken to a place where you'll be among brothers." "Very good, sir." "How long?" Ordo tried on CORR's helmet. It felt foreign. It smelled of a stranger, different food, different soap. "I don't know. Just savor the break and I'll see you later." "What do you call the civilians?" "I address them by their last name, except for the supervisors, whom I call ma'am or sir." "Even when?" CORR paused. "We use first names when not in the center itself." Ordo tucked CORR's helmet under his arm. Good. Off you go. They left the freshers a few seconds apart, and Ordo watched CORR disappear up the corridor. The weight of the comma and blasters gave him an authentic swagger. Ordo found it quite touching and turned back to the operations room to get used to being a simple meat can, a clone trooper that nobody except the enemy, of course, dreaded or feared or avoided. He had at least one shift to settle in before the biggest risk to his cover turned up. Bethany Wennon seemed to be the one taking the most interest in Core. He would have to be careful to get past her scrutiny. But he had a few hours to practice. He unlocked the workstation and became compliant, conscientious CT-5108/8843, invisible to the world. The job of checking that supplies had reached the correct battalion in the field and that contractors' schedules hadn't slipped was a simple one, and he occupied himself thinking of ways to make the system more efficient. He resisted the urge to upgrade the system there and then. And he watched those around him. "Sorry I'm late," said a woman's voice behind him, a level, mellow voice with an undertone of warmth that sounded as if she were permanently smiling, the higher frequencies betraying a shortened vocal tract. "I'll work an extra hour for you tomorrow. Thanks for holding the fort." Ordo had no time to perfect his simple trooper act. He glanced over his shoulder, as he imagined CORR might, and gave Bethany Wennon a slight nod that felt like it came a little too easily to him. She smiled back. Ordo suspected she too was a consummate actor. But something in him greatly enjoyed that smile. Operational House, Kibbutz Hut, 2015 hours, 383 days after Geonosis. "Name your time for a discussion about the goods," the stranger's voice said over the comlink. "And we'll name the place." Scarata didn't like the sound of that. Nor did Vav, evidently. He was listening to the comlink, too, scanner in one hand, and shaking his head slowly, tapping out a random pattern in the air with a forefinger. "Can't trace the transmission point. Multiple relay. Just like us." Ordo grabbed his gauntlet from the table and activated a holochart, holding it where Scarata could see it. The whole strike team was waiting on the conversation, including the clone trooper called CORR whose life had suddenly taken a turn for the bizarre that day. "I'm going to need a little more reassurance than that," Scarata said. "I'm an intermediary," the voice said. Coruscanti accent. No clue at all. "What reassurance would you like?" "A very public place. If we both like what we see, and we trust each other, we meet somewhere more private to iron things out." "And you bring a sample. Assault rifles? In public?" This was the test question, the one that would sort the gangsters from the separatists. Weapons were instantly useful to criminals. Raw explosives weren't, not unless you wanted to resell them. "Don't tackus me, D-cut. My father didn't raise a stupid son. My clients suggested you could obtain military-grade explosives." "I can." "So you want a sample of that?" Silence. Vav listened, head cocked. "We do." "What are you offering?" "Top military spec 500 grade thermoplastoid." Pause. "I think that fits the bill." There was a forest of enthusiastically raised thumbs in the hushed room. For some reason Scarata found himself focused on the anxious face of clone trooper CORR, perched on the edge of a chair with one of Dar's custom debts dismantled in his prosthetic hands. "Noon tomorrow," Scarata said. He winked at Juzik. "And I'll have my nephew with me, just in case. On the south side of the bank of the Core Plaza. You'll spot me easily enough. I have a strill." Vav's face was a study in shock, but like the professional soldier he was, he said nothing. "What's a strill?" the disembodied voice said. "A disgustingly ugly, smelly Mandalorian hunting animal. You can't mistake it for any other species, not even in this menagerie of a city." "Noon, then." The link went dead. "Nobody but Seps would want 500 grade thermal," Vav said. "Too exotic for the average criminal." They certainly bid on the bait fast. Should that worry us? They've lost their usual supplier, and this is far better stuff. Skirata watched Delta descend on the holochart and begin planning sniper positions around the banking plaza. "This is purely surveillance unless they start shooting, okay, lads? Killing them there won't help us trace their nests. Least of all in broad daylight." "Understood, Sarge." Sev managed a smile. "As long as we get to use lethal rounds later. We like dead. Dead is very us." "I added some dust to the unenriched thermal," Juzik said. "You want some made into verpine projectiles, so you can tag anyone you spot and track them, too?" Juzik was a ferociously clever lad, and Skirata prized intelligence very much as loyalty and courage. "I thought I'd make sure we didn't have to follow a suspect the hard way again. Am I forgiven for my lapse of judgment the other day?" "Bardai K, if you ever want a father, then you have one in me," Skirata said. It was the highest compliment he could pay him. He was fit to be his son. Juzik might not have fully understood Mandalorian culture yet, but he certainly grasped the sentiment if his embarrassed glance down at the floor and the broad grin were any guide. Boss gave Skirata a cautious glance. "Does that mean we get to use your Verp rifles?" "You're such a pushover for fancy kit," Skirata said. "They're the business, Sarge." "But you bend them, and I'll bend you. They cost me a fortune, and they do not bounce." "How you going to get the caliber of those marker pellets right though, Bardan?" Sev said. "Multi-caliber magazine and bore," Skirata said. "You could load these Verps with stones if you needed to. That's what cost the money. That and the full spectrum range of filters, variable velocity, and anti-reflective device." "Kandosiai," Sev said, almost sighing. "Shame you didn't pay a bit extra to make them more robust. Cheeky decut. Okay, I reckon you're good enough to use them. Take a look." Skirata went to the cupboard and slid out one of the precious rifles, disassembled into 3 discrete parts, 30-centimeter barrels, matte drab green, silent, horribly accurate, and Jang's weapon of choice for going hiking with extreme prejudice, as he described it. Sheer ballistic beauty. An assassin's tool, a craftsman's tool. He hadn't seen Jang in months. He missed him. He missed all the nulls badly when they were on long, distant missions. Boss and Sev fondled the rifles and beamed. Even Fixer looked happy. The Delta boys didn't respond to food treats and pats on the head then, but they loved new toys and praise. Skirata noted that. "I need accurate ranges from your recce," Juzik said. "I've got to pack the dust into a medium that'll stay together until it's right at the target, or the stuff will disperse too soon. This has to splatter them close to the face so they inhale it, or it'll just sit on their clothing. If they dump their jackets, we'll lose them." "Fun," Sev said, and obviously meant it. Vav got up and wandered out toward the landing platform, no doubt to fuss over Lord Myrtilin before the slobbering thing did a real job for once in its life. When he was out of earshot, Boss turned to Skirata. "Sergeant Vav loves that animal. Don't let anything happen to it. Please. I won't. It knows I carry a knife. Cor, who had been the subject of much fussing and attention since Juzik had brought him back to Kibbuz, watched cautiously. Scarata ruffled his hair. He flinched. Sorry about all this, son. Learning a lot? Yes, Sergeant. Want to be useful? I mean even more useful than you are now? Yes. Please. Poor little Decut. Scarata fought the urge to collect another damaged young boy, another stray in need of belonging, and lost immediately. He had been that orphan, and a soldier had rescued him. Dar, give him a crash course in using a DC-17, will you? Boss and Sev slid the discreet body armor plates under their tunics and checked their hand blasters. Just off for a recce of the location, then, Boss said. Back in 2 hours, and then I suggest we insert as soon as possible so we're there before the bad guys. What makes you think they won't be doing the same right now? Attain said. Because it looks like a very hard location to lay up in for any length of time, and we're pros, and they're not, said Boss. So they'll probably go in closer to the rendezvous time. Scarata made a point of looking around the group so that he could see the reaction of the two Jedi. Both of them were very capable warriors, but assassination, killing someone who was not about to kill you, was psychologically very different from using a lightsaber or blaster in combat. The silent excitement that had gripped the room was palpable. Gentlemen, mime, this is a shoot-to-kill operation, he said. Not arrest. We want as many Hutyun identified, located, and dead by any means possible at the end of this deployment. Nothing else. We're cutting out a big chunk of this network in one slice. Are we all clear that's what we're doing? That was good. Anyone who hesitated would get the rest of the strike team killed, or worse. Okay, recce team, move out, Scarata said. And don't you dare drop my verps. 15. Mandalorians are surprisingly unconcerned with biological lineage. Their definition of offspring or parent is more by relationship than birth. Adoption is extremely common, and it's not unusual for soldiers to take war orphans as their sons or daughters if they impress them with their aggression and tenacity. They also seem tolerant of marital infidelity during long separations, as long as any child resulting from it is raised by them. Mandalorians define themselves by culture and behavior alone. It is an affinity with key expressions of this culture: loyalty, strong self-identity, emphasis on physical endurance and discipline that causes some ethnic groups such as those of Concord Dawn in particular to gravitate toward Mandalorian communities, thereby reinforcing a common set of genes derived from a wide range of populations. The instinct to be a protective parent is especially dominant. They have accidentally bred a family-oriented warrior population, and continue to reinforce it by absorbing like-minded individuals and groups. Mandalorians, Identity and its Influence on Genome, published by the Galactic Institute of Anthropology. Logistics Center, Grand Army of the Republic, Coruscant Command HQ, 0815 hours, 384 days after Geonosis. This was no place for a fighting man to be when his brothers were out in the field, but Ordo reasoned that the faster he identified and neutralized the informant, the sooner he could leave this office job. Clone, the Nimbinal voice said. The creature was riding him today. It was a bad idea normally. Clone! Have you input the overnight batch of data yet? I know at least 10 ways to kill you without a weapon, Lizard. I'd like to try them all. Yes, gurus, Ordo said, being nice, compliant core. I have. Then you should have told me immediately. Ordo heard Skirata's constant admonishment in his head and kept his temper. UDCI, at Ike easy, son. This clerk wasn't fit to clean CORR's boots. He certainly wasn't fit to clean his. My apologies, Ordo said, acting the calm man that he definitely wasn't right then. It won't happen again. Bethany went and raised her head from her screen very slowly. She was distressingly pretty. The symmetry of her features made him uncomfortable because he wanted to stare, and his male instinct said pursue, but his brain said suspect. Gurus, if you have a concern about data management, may I suggest you raise it with me first? The warmth in her voice had disappeared completely. The frequency dropped as her lips compressed. Ordo could see her in his peripheral vision. She had a way of switching off that vivid smile and just freezing for a few moments. This was someone used to obedience in those around her. Trooper CORR is doing what I asked of him. Ordo had no idea if that was true or if she was saving him embarrassment. He managed a placatory smile anyway. Watching CORR last night had honed his act a little more. As he worked, inputting vessel pennant codes and supply routes into the program that fed the wall display, he pondered on the one solid piece of information he had. The advanced schedule for movements of men and material was stripped out to provide confirmation messages. One internal stream went to GR logistics battalions and fleet ops, and one external stream was relayed to the thousands of civilian contractors who provided supplies and transport. The two sets of data were different. So this had to be the data that was left on a chip at the drop point within the complex, the one that Vintages had helpfully described to Vav whether she wanted to or not. The bomb attacks had been spread throughout the contractor and military supply networks. Whoever executed the attacks had both sets of data. And copying data showed no audit trail. Relaying data from the system did. And that was what routine security watched. Old tech beat state of the art with depressing frequency. All Ordo had to do now was watch the surveillance images of the drop point at the female freshers. So far it had picked up nothing. He had no idea how frequently the separatists contact, and he had to assume it was one check the locker, but nobody had shown up. Maybe they hadn't missed just yet. It was nearly noon when Supervisor went and got up and left the operations room. On a whim, Ordo laid his helmet on its side on the desk next to him at an angle where he could discreetly view the feed from the freshers playing out on his HUD. Wenin was not the kind of woman who belonged here. Some uneasiness told him so. Calbert had told him that a strong hunch was usually based on subconscious observation of hard facts, and was to be treated with respect. The grainy blue image showed Wenin entering the freshers. She didn't glance around. She paused at the lockers, scanned along them with her head moving visibly, tucked a strand of pale hair behind one ear, and bent to open several unlocked doors until she appeared to tire of it and left again. She reappeared in the ops room a minute later and gave him a regretful smile that appeared utterly sincere. Something had irked her. Ordo thought, disappointed. Then he wondered why he felt that disappointment, and realized it was due to impulses unconnected to the business in hand. And business, of course, had just taken a turn for the better. His shift finished when hers did, at 1600. He would spend the next few hours working out exactly how to remove her without alerting any other separatist contacts that might be in her cell. He wanted them all. 1,100 hours, 384 days after Geonosis, Commercial Zone, Quadrant N09, agreed meeting point to open negotiations with interested parties. Lazy Shakar, Fi said, glancing at his chrono. What time do they call this? Well, if they got here before us and we can't see 'em, Darman was somewhere on the opposite side of the bank of the core plaza, 3 floors above the pedestrian area in a storeroom he had infiltrated. Phi couldn't see him, but his voice was clearly audible in his head. The bead comm link was so sensitive that it picked up sub-vocalization via the eustachian tube. They'd been here since 23:30 last night. They had observed and noted every cleaning droid, automated walkway sweeper, late worker, early morning commuter, shopper, drunk, CSF foot patrol, delivery repulsor, unlicensed CAF vendor, and truant school kid that had passed in and out of the plaza from any direction. They had also swept the cliff walls of office buildings, and to Phi's great interest noted that some employees did not catch up with the filing after hours if they had colleagues of the opposite sex with them. And every couple of hours, Atane Termukin had walked briskly across the plaza as if she had business somewhere, sweeping the area with whatever extra sense Jedi had that enabled them to detect concealed people. Atane was said to be good at that. She could place the squad to within a meter. Each time she passed, Phi heard Darman move or swallow, and he wasn't sure if it was because he could see her or because she was reaching out to him in the Force. Phi suddenly wanted the uncomplicated focus of a totally military life on Commando. You're getting distracted. Think of the job in hand. Maybe they'd let him keep the bead comm link after this op. They'd never miss a few back at HQ. Surely. I want my HUD back, Darman said. I want my enhanced view. But you get to wear face camo instead. Makes you feel wild and dangerous. I'm wild, Sev's voice said. Sev was behind a roof balustrade under a pile of discarded plastoid sheeting. And then I get dangerous. Shut up. Copy that, Phi said cheerfully, and clicked his back teeth twice to exit Sev's open comm link channel. It was far too noisy an environment for their quiet conversation to be heard anyway. Miserable decut. Don't mind him. Scorch was at walkway level about 50 meters west of the meeting point, lying prone in a disused horizontal access shaft. He'll be fine once he's killed something. Darman had a Verpine rifle with live rounds, as did Sev. Phi and Scorch had the non-lethal tracking projectiles, 12 rounds each. The Verp was truly lovely. Phi had always wondered just how many credits Sergeant Cal had made over the years. His growing collection of expensive, exotic weapons and the modest extravagance of his bandit jacket were the only visible signs that it might have been a lot. Dash. Possible contact, first walkway level, my left of the bank entrance. Phi adjusted his scope and tracked right. It was a boy he'd seen before, human, very short scrubby light hair, gangly. He was still hanging around the plaza. If he was a SEP, he was a disgracefully amateurish one. They watched for a few minutes, and then a young girl in a bright yellow tunic raced up to the boy and flung her arms around him. They kissed enthusiastically, drawing glances from passers-by. I think he knows her, Phi said. He felt his face burn. It bothered him, and he looked away. Well, that's just you and Niner left on the shelf now that your brothers are spoken for, Scorch said. There was a pause. Darman cut in. You got a point to make, Niviodi? I think it's kind of encouraging. Scorch chuckled. Auden gets a cute Twi'lek, Dar gets his very own General Dash. And Scorch gets a thick ear if he doesn't shut it right now. The comlink was suddenly silent except for the occasional sound of swallowing. Darman wasn't in a joking mood when it came to Atane. He never had been, not even on Kalura, when there hadn't been anything going on between them. Why is this hurting so much? Why do I feel I've been cheated? Calbir, why didn't you prepare me for this? It was too distracting. Phi shut his eyes for a few moments and went into the sequence he had learned to center himself when the battlefield pressed in on him. Controlled breathing, concentrating on nothing except the next inhalation, ignoring everything that wasn't of the next moment. It took a while. He shut out the world. Then he found that he had his eyes open without even realizing, and he was simply following movement on the plaza below through the breathtakingly accurate scope of the Verpine rifle. "Now, do we get the best kit or what?" he said, becoming the confident man he wanted to be again. "Name me another army where you get handcrafted verps to play with." "The Verpine army," Scorch said. "Do they have an army? Do they need one?" Silence descended again. At 11:50, Sev cut into the comlink circuit. "Stand by." Cal's moving into position. Scarata wandered into the plaza from the direction of the Senate with Juzik one on side and an excited Lord Murderland straining on a leash on the other. He was doing a credible job of looking as if the Strill were his constant companion. The animal seemed remarkably content with him, given the number of times Scarata had driven it off or thrown his knife at it over the years. Maybe the riot of strange new scents had thrilled the Strill enough that it didn't much care that the man who usually shouted at it was holding the leash. Phi watched as they took up a position near the door, sitting down on an ornate durasteel seat shaped like a bow. Scarata's voice came over the comlink circuit. "How's my boys?" "And Phi's dribbling over your Verpine. He can clean it then. Ready?" "Ready." At 11:59, a human male in his 40s, green casual tunic, brown pants, collar-length brown hair, beard, tall, lean build walked towards Scarata and Juzik in a purposeful line. Phi tracked him. "Got him, Phi," Darman said. If anything went wrong, the man would be dead in a fraction of a second from a silent high kinetic round in his back. "Escort," Sev said. "Looks like 3. No, 4. 3 male, 1 female, all human. 1 male 20 meters south of Darman. Spread out but all moving towards Scarata." "Got him." "Got the female," Scorch said. "You sure they're with the beard?" "Yeah, check their eyeline, Phi." "They're watching him, nothing else. They're pretty cool about it, but they're obviously not professionals. They shouldn't even be looking his way." Atane's voice cut in. "There's another female approaching slowly on the Senate side of the bench. I'm moving in behind her so you can spot her." Sev cut in. "Any more?" "I can only sense 4 others plus the man approaching Cal." Look. They've taken up positions to block the main pedestrian routes off the plaza." "Thank you." "I love a target that identifies itself." "I hope this doesn't turn into a shooting match," Scorch said. "Too many cities." "I can get a clear shot," Sev said. "And I can take at least 3 out from here." "Relax. You just worry about tagging him." "Tagging. Would they feel it?" Phi dropped in an EM filter with a touch on the optics housing. He focused the scope on the woman now standing almost under Darman's position by the walkway heading toward quadrant N10, shoulder-length red hair, blue business suit, tan leather document bag. The filter detected electromagnetic emissions, which made it not only handy for locating someone operating a comm link but also just perfect for seeing if dust had hit its target. It cast a pinkish-brown tinge across the image. He checked for indications of wind speed. The woman's hair was moving slightly in the breeze. A flimsy cup discarded near the CAF vendor rolled a little way along the paving. Phi adjusted his scope and checked the air temperature, which had crept up a fraction in the last 20 minutes. He adjusted the VERP settings again and settled the weapon on his forearm. Relax. Power coil set to medium. Don't want her to feel the projectile hit her. Don't want to spray the dust over the whole plaza either. The crosshairs settled. So that's a strill. The man's voice was a little fuzzy, but Phi could hear the accent, even if he didn't recognize it. Charming. Call me Pariv. And you can call me Cal. Phi closed his eyes for a second and slowed his breathing. When he opened them, the aim was still dead center of the woman's chest. So let's see the goods. Phi exhaled slowly and held his breath. Here. Take it and have it tested. Phi's finger tightened on the end of the trigger. The VERP was so finely constructed that all he felt was a sudden lack of resistance under his finger, and the rifle fired silent, and without recoil. How much stuff in all? 100 kilos. More if you need it. A smoke-like white puff billowed in Phi's filter. The projectile had burst on contact, showering the woman with microscopic tracking powder, each tiny fragment capable of relaying its location back to the base receiver at Kibbutz or even to a HUD. She glanced down as if an insect had landed on her, and then simply brushed the end of her nose as if she'd inhaled pollen. 500 grade? All of it, said Cal. Debts? How many? 3 or 4,000. 500 grade, I have it. Debt's just a matter of acquiring them discreetly. A day, maybe. Confirm female target in blue marked. Phi tracked the rifle 90 degrees to his left. Targeting the male farthest from Cal. Black jacket. Breathe easy. Relax. He aimed and adjusted the scope again, held his breath at the comfortable point of exhalation, and fired for a second time. Again, the man reacted and looked for something on his chest, then carried on watching Skirata as if nothing had happened. Male black jacket target marked. So they can feel it strike then. Don't hog them all, Scorch said. I want to go. All yours, Niviodi. Targeting the male right of Skirata, gray robe. Phi lined up his EM scope on Scorch's target to observe. Scorch's breathing paused, and then Phi saw a puff of white smoke bloom on the gray robe. He didn't react at all. Now the other male, red vest, left of Skirata by the CAF vendor. No, keep still, you decut. That's better. Scorch was silent again. Phi watched through the EM filter. The projectile burst neatly on the man's shoulder, and he brushed his nose without noticing, just like the first woman. Maybe it was a combination of seeing absolutely nothing as the pellet's binding agent vaporized, and being hyped up on adrenaline during a mission. They weren't tuned into much beyond seeing and not being seen. Okay, who's taking beard guy? Pariv. Me, Phi said. If I make it 3 for 3, do I get to keep him? You know, stuffed and mounted? He'd make a nice stand for your Hoken armor. Pariv beard guy stood at a slight angle, moving a little as he spoke to Skirata. He held the small pack of thermoplastoid in his hand, about 100 grams of it, and was squeezing it between his fingers while glancing at the wrapping. It looked for all the world like a spice deal, and Phi wondered for a moment if they were all blind to how obvious that might appear. Worry about that later. Tag him. Turn around, Shakar. I don't want to hit your back. Phi had settled into a rhythm now. He watched through the scope as Pariv slipped the plastoid into his pocket and stood with one hand on his belt, turning idly back and forth, presenting a good expanse of back and then a narrow angle of shoulder. Phi relaxed, aimed, and went for the shoulder, anticipating the turn. Woof. The tracker projectile struck home and got no reaction. Okay, we'll take a look at this and get back to you tomorrow at noon, Pariv said. If we like it, we meet somewhere private. If we don't, you never hear from me again. Suits me, said Scarata. What about the second woman? Phi said. Attain, where are you? About 3 meters to her left. Can you edge her clear of the civvies? Okay. Phi listened. Scarata could hear all this on his comlink bead, too. It took some skill to carry on talking with someone having a 5-way conversation in your ear. Excuse me, Attain said. I'm hopelessly lost. Can you show me how I get to Quadrant N10? Phi watched as the woman simply paused, looked at Attain with surprise, and then began pointing out the connecting walkway. Attain moved. The woman stepped out farther, pointing again. Thank you, Attain said, and walked on. Woof. The projectile plumed light on the woman's shoulder, and she brushed her nose. All 6 tagged, Phi said. He changed channels with an exaggerated click of his molars. Niner, you receiving? Got 'em all, said Niner's voice, several quadrants away in Kibba's. Nice vivid traces on the holochart. Okay. Phi let his head drop to ease his neck muscles. You can wind up now, Sarge. The old D-Cut's good at it, isn't he? Scorch betrayed a grudging fondness. Scarata could hear the conversation and Scorch knew it. I'd love to know where he learned to do all that. Scarata's face didn't even twitch. Nor did Juzik's. Juzik was just looking around as a gangster's errand boy was supposed to, appearing alert but not too bright. My intermediary says you have lots of army friends, Pariv said. Contacts, Scarata said. Not friends. Don't like our army, then? Just useful. Just clones. Not worried what happens to them. You're not some D-Cutler liberal, trying to recruit me, are you, son? No, I don't give a mot's backside about clones. I'm in this for me and my family. Just curious. We'll be in touch, if we like the goods. Scarata simply sat with his hands thrust into his pockets, apparently watching the strill, which had stretched out in an ungainly pile of loose skin with its head under the bench, trailing drool. Juzik chewed vacantly, also staring ahead. Phi and the sniper team watched Pariv and the 5 targets disperse into walkways and down ramps. They waited. Anyone else spot a Jabimi accent there? Juzik asked. Scarata leaned over and appeared to be about to pat Murd. I reckon so. Phi waited for it to sink its teeth in him, but he stopped short of touching it, and the animal simply rolled over to watch his hand with malevolently curious eyes. Phi remembered the strill from Commando. It seemed smaller now that he was a grown man. Once, it was bigger than he was. Eventually, there was a long sigh of relief. I sense they're all gone, Juzik said. Niner, are they clear of the plaza area? Confirmed. Confirmed. You can move now. Stand down, lads, Scarata said at last. Well done. Nice job, Attain, said Darman's voice. Yeah, okay, well done the mystic mob, too. Scarata tugged on Murd's leash. The pile of fur scrambled onto all 6 legs and shook itself. Let's thin out carefully. And don't forget to wipe off the face camo before you move. We'll RV back at Kiba's by 13:15. Then get some rest. Sounds good, Vi said. It was only when the tension had passed that he realized how stiff his joints felt, and how much parts of him hurt from 12 hours and more lying prone on the makeshift padding of his jacket. Hot bath, hot meal, and sleep. Skirata cut in. You know I didn't mean that, don't you? What? About clones. Kibu obviously mentioned you to his scum associates. Of course we know, Sarge, Scorch said. You said you were in this for your family, didn't you? Logistics Center, Grand Army of the Republic, Coruscant Command HQ, 1,615 hours, 384 days after Geonosis. Ordo listened to his concealed comm link with a practiced expression of blank disinterest while he keyed in traffic movements. The holochart that covered every centimeter of wall space shifted and pulsed as consignments turned from red to green, now laden, cross-checked, and en route and requests for replenishment stacked up in a panel of blue horizontal bars. The holochart gave no numbers of troops, but a little common sense would have told anyone who wanted to spend the time thinking through the obvious that they were thinly stretched. There were, Ordo knew, at least 1 million troops now in the field spread over hundreds of worlds, small forces on some, multiple battalions on others. It meant long supply chains, and those were inherently vulnerable. So, why didn't the separatist terror networks target them off-world? No ability. No suitable vessels or skills. Or maybe the point was to intimidate the seat of galactic government after all. Motive mattered. Motive gave you the capacity to think like the enemy, want what they wanted, and then snatch it from them. And killing clone troopers, mainly troopers, if you didn't count the unfortunate civilians who were also in the way, made the point that the Seps could come and go as they pleased. Ordo took it personally. He drew on the memory of sharp, cold fear and focused hatred that he had learned on Commando before a total stranger had stepped in front of him and saved his life. We can trust nobody but our brothers and Calber. Over the comlink, he could still hear Niner's exclamations of satisfaction. The 6 men and women tagged by Phi and Sev were dispersing all over Galactic City, leaving routes and stopping points that Niner and Boss were logging on a holochart that showed every skylane, quadrant, and building on Coruscant. Judging by their occasional descent into the rich Mandalorian invective that Calber considered an important part of their continuing education, they were learning more than anyone had bargained for. Ordo would evaluate it all when he returned, but the number of locations that the tagging had registered had now reached 20. It was growing into something larger than a 14-man team might be able to handle. Ordo wanted to tell them to concentrate on the clusters, the areas of most traffic, but it would have to wait. The strip chem had yielded nothing, except the fact that females of all species employed in the center seemed to spend a lot of time in the freshers rearranging their appearance. Whoever had been used to collecting the data probably knew Vinagis was gone now, and was no doubt trying another route. He kept a careful eye on Supervisor Wenin because she seemed to be getting increasingly agitated as the day wore on. He could hear it in her voice. She didn't like Gurus. She was checking something when he went to the freshers. She was still on the same screen when he returned, scrolling up and down in inventory. She was checking rifle shipments going back 2 or 3 months. If it's you, Wenin, what is your motive? He didn't have to stop to read the screen over her shoulder. He could simply glance at it, focus, and walk back to his workstation to close his eyes discreetly and recall what he had seen. Whatever errors the Kaminoans had made in their attempt to improve Jango Fett's genome, The efforts had not been wasted. Wenin looked up toward the doors. Her fine-boned face, while still aesthetically pleasing, suddenly froze into genuine anger and lost its prettiness. "Jizz," she said sourly. "You'd better have a good excuse this time." Ordo fought every instinct to jerk around and stare. He simply turned his head casually to focus on a sheet of flimsite to his right, and there she was, Vina Jizz. "You're dead." "I've been unwell, supervisor." "But you're dead." "So who are you?" "Heard of Comlinks?" "I even had your landlord calling me, complaining you'd skipped without paying rent." "I know you're dead because you fell a few thousand meters from a balcony after a chat with Wallen Vav." "Sorry, supervisor." Wenin was all acid, lips compressed. "See me first thing in the morning." "I'm off shift now." She shut down her workstation, grabbed her jacket, and made a move toward the doors. Then she paused and turned to Ordo. "CORR, it's 16:30, she said. "Come on. Time to go. Nobody will thank you for sitting there all night. Want me to drop you off at the barracks?" "Jizz, either you're dead or you're an imposter." "So who did Vav kill?" "Thank you, supervisor." Ordo logged off and replaced his helmet, suddenly glad of the chance to hide behind an anonymous white plastoid visor and stare horrified at the face of a dead woman who seemed to be doing pretty well for a corpse. I'm going to meet some comrades from the 41st. Could you drop me off at the first taxi platform in the entertainment sector, please?" "I'm glad you're taking the opportunity to relax, Cor." She seemed genuinely pleased. "You deserve it." Ordo took one last look at the woman who appeared to be Jizz, memorizing every pore and line, and followed Wenin outside to the speeder bays. He slid into the passenger's seat with 100 questions that had, for once in his life, yielded no fast answers. Wenin powered up her speeder and sat still for a moment, staring at the console. "Honestly," she snorted, all exasperation. "That's the most unreliable employee I have ever known. Sometimes I could just kill that woman." Operational house, Kibbutz hut, 1,630 hours, 384 days after geonosis. "There they go," Niner said. Beads of red light were now dotted throughout the blue holochart of grids and lines that had expanded to fill a space a meter high and 2 meters long. The tracking dust was transmitting the movements of the 6 separatists they had tagged a few hours earlier. Attain walked around the 3D chart, studying tracks that were strung like necklaces with occasional solitary beads placed at intervals. The virtual representation of a section of Galactic City spanned the table. Some of the threads crossed and merged. Niner and Boss were still taking data from it and listing each location while Vav watched with Juzik. "They do get around," Vav said. "Juzik, my boy, has anyone ever told you you're a genius?" Juzik shrugged. "And my friends are excellent shots. Good team, aren't we?" Friends was an unusual way for a Jedi to describe clone troops who were technically his to command and use as he thought fit. But Juzik simply didn't see the world that way. Attain found it deeply touching. "Yes, excellent team," Vav said. Boss glanced up, evidently pleased. "It's wonderful to watch a job done well." That wasn't quite the Wallen Vav that Attain had sensed and found to be sheer passionless brutality. He was no less complex and contradictory than Skirata. Aten, reading from his datapad, ignored him completely. Vav sometimes glanced at his former trainee but got no reaction. Aten loathes him. He wants revenge of some kind. Etain found it hard to reconcile that with the methodical, considerate, and courageous man she knew, the one who had felt he had no right to survive Geonosis when his brothers had died. While the locations were collated, another frustrating hiatus had forced the squads into rest and recovery. They seemed to need to be busy fighting, especially Delta. Etain could taste their collective impatience. Maybe it was youth, but maybe it was that they didn't enjoy having time to think. Phi, Sev, Fixer, and Scorch had gone down to the restaurant to eat with Corr, but Darman was asleep in his room. Etain went to check on him and watched him for a while. He lay on his stomach, head turned to one side, cheek resting on folded arms, and twitched occasionally as if dreaming. They grabbed every small moment together that they could find. And it wasn't enough. Etain kissed his temple and left him to sleep. Scarata, wandering around with his hands deep in his pockets, gave her a conspiratorial wink. Looks like we've got 3 clusters in residential areas, Boss said. And now about 25 other places they've at least stopped for a while, including shops. Scarata stood looking at the mesh of colored light. We can't cover them all, he said. The clusters are the priority. Probably they're safe houses or bomb factories. Boss indicated a static point of red light that hadn't moved in an hour. I think that's our marked pack of thermoplastoid. Could well be. Got a list now? It gets longer by the hour. How long did you say that dust can transmit? Juzik cocked his head, calculating. 4, perhaps 5 weeks. Well, I say we recce the cluster points for a day or so, confirm the activity, and then decide which are the priority targets and leave the rest to CSF. Niner jabbed his finger into the holochart again to indicate another thread growing as the tagged suspect moved to a new location. This target is trailing the other. No idea why. Maybe providing tail cover. Okay, you draw up a surveillance roster for the next 24 hours and be prepared to pull people off it if I get the call from Paraiv, or whatever his real name is. Okay, Sarge. Scarata finally allowed himself a little satisfied grin, which put Etain more in mind of Adan than ever. He gave both Boss and Niner ferocious pats on the back. Boss flinched while Niner turned and smiled, pleased with life. Nice job. You two go and get something to eat. Etain fought an urge to walk across to Scarata and hug him. She had finally worked out what was happening. Omega and Ordo were clearly used to genuine affection from him. They touched all the time, from roughhousing and crushing hugs to hair ruffling. Delta didn't. They were uncomfortable with it. Whatever relationship they had with Valve was much more distant, more competitive, more a desperate quest for his approval. Scarata played the good father even now, dispensing treats, unashamedly pleased and proud of everything his boys achieved. Valve looked as if he played the master, and being judged good enough was rare. It made her wonder more than ever about Aten. She would have seized the moment and taken him aside to ask, because it troubled her, but she was interrupted by the return of Phi and Sev. Phi strode up to Aten and grabbed the datapad from his hand. A strange blue woman with no taste in men wants to see you, he said. Go on. Lassima's complaining you haven't said hello to her today. Phi had a knack for teetering on the edge of offense. He also did a very good job of pretending that Aten's good fortune with Lassima didn't bother him one bit. The aching little void at the core of him, so plainly detectable in the Force, said otherwise. Juzik caught Etain's eye. He spotted it, too. Then he looked past her toward the doors, and she felt something as well anxiety and distress, very clearly emanating from a presence that could only be Ordo. He strode into the room and began unfastening his armor, jaw clenched. Scarata just waited. "So, did you have a good day at the office, dear?" said Phi. "She's not dead," Ordo said. "Vinagis is not dead." "Start again, son," Scarata said. "A woman my supervisor identified as Vinagis walked back into the logistics center at 16:15 today." He stacked the plates and sat down on the edge of a chair, completely calm except for the telltale gesture of one fist clenched on his knee. He looked up at Vav. "And it was her, or at least she looked the image of the woman Juzik picked up. In one piece. Are you sure you killed her?" Vav raised an eyebrow. "Oddly enough, yes. Humans don't bounce. I would have spotted that, I think." "Then who was that at work today?" "You couldn't be mistaken?" Ordo didn't even blink. "I remember everything I see in complete detail. I have eidetic memory. What I saw was the identical image of the woman we detained, and who you took for interrogation. Of that much I am absolutely certain." "Fear effect," Scarata said. "Options? 1. She's a twin or a clone." Ordo counted off on his fingers. 2. She's some kind of droid designed to mimic her. 3. A Claudite. Shape-shifting is a useful skill for a terror group to recruit. But why would they want to mimic a dead colleague? How about that supervisor? I've logged her going into the freshers and searching lockers, but now I have no idea if she's working alone or with this just woman. She was genuinely angry when she saw her, though. Because the other just fouled up, maybe. We need to do some surveillance on this resurrected Jis. She's supposed to be on the evening shift, so I'm going back to the center just before midnight and I'll follow her when she leaves. Juzik's lips parted, but Attain was faster off the mark. "I'll come with you," she said. "I'll be able to tell you whether she's a droid, at least." "I can do that with sensors," said Ordo. "I'll come with you anyway." Ordo turned to Scarata. "I don't like mysteries." He was clearly embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Kai Bait. I'm not resolving this as fast as I should." "Son, this is never a fast game. We're making good progress. Take it easy." But Ordo wasn't the type to take it easy. He joined the contemplation of the holochart and picked up Niner's datapad. "I'll take a clip of those dust rounds, please, Bardai K," he said. "Just in case." Scarata drew his stubby Verpine handgun from his holster. "Better use this, then. More compact than the rifle." "Thank you." Attain stood with Vav, watching the erratic progress of the markers around the chart. A hard decision lay within it. At what stage would Scarata feel it was safe to bring CSF in on the surveillance? When would he share information with them? Attain understood his anxiety, but the simple mathematics of the situation was that CSF would be needed sooner or later. Ordo began logging more locations into the datapad. His jaw muscles were working visibly. It must have been hard for a man used to being smarter than anyone else except his 5 brothers to handle the ordinary mortal's world of being dumbfounded a lot of the time. "Oh," Vav said suddenly. "What?" "Tell me what this building is." Juzik interrogated the database in the holochart emitter. "CSF. Divisional Headquarters." Well, said Vav. How illuminating! Why is one of our tagged bad guys going in there? 16. By solus tome. Chai solus dartan. Chai mi dinuyen. Chai bajuri verde. We are one when together. We are one when parted. We will share all. We will raise warriors. Traditional Mandalorian marriage contract and ceremony, in its entirety. Logistics Center, Grand Army of the Republic, Coruscant Command HQ, 2,340 hours, 384 days after Geonosis. There was a lot to be said for having a matte black Army-issue bodysuit. It provided a reasonable amount of protection against blaster and projectile weapons, and it was low visibility at night, unlike ARC. Trooper armor. Ordo felt in the pockets of the knee-length dark gray jacket that Vav had lent him and felt compelled to inhale the unfamiliar scent of its wearer, antiseptic soap, weapon lubricating oil, and a maleness that was not his. But it disguised the skin-tight suit. That was all it had to do. It also disguised the Verpine shatter gun in his holster. What makes you think she's going to stick to her shift hours? Attain said, looking slightly past him, head almost touching his. They sat in the closed cockpit of a speeder parked 100 meters from the logistics center, where they could watch the doors. To anyone watching, they were just a young couple in a parked speeder late at night, like 1,000 others at that moment. The fact she bothered to return to work at all. That means she wants her pattern to appear normal again. Attain just nodded. She seemed to be finding it hard to keep up a conversation. Ordo could smell Darman on her, which fascinated him. Darman seemed able to step beyond the community of brothers and not feel adrift, just as his Null brothers could. But Ordo found it distressing, and Phi seemed to as well. Ordo wasn't sure if he would ever trust a female, not after Chief Scientist Ko Sai first towered above him, gray and cold, and unfeeling. He wondered if having a human mother would have made it easier. Attain shut her eyes again. She shuddered. It's not cold, Ordo said. Are there Jedi working here? Of course. Jedi make great clerks. I'll take that as a no. It's a definite no. Why do you ask? I felt someone in the Force, very faintly. Fearfek. Zay? Juzik being helpful? Clothes? Gone now. She went back to silent contemplation of something beyond him. Is your PEP laser fully charged? Yes, Ordo. Very noisy and visible. Last resort. As is a Verpine round. I have the chamber loaded 2 and 1, Ordo said. What? 2 marker projectiles between each live round, and 1 live round already up the spout, as Calbert so aptly puts it. And you can dash. Count? I do believe so. I seem to offend you without meaning to. I realize you have an astonishing intellect. It wasn't that his mind was so remarkable that seemed worth comment, but that hers and others were not. He felt the need to explain. In an emergency, it's better that I'm able to fire a killing shot without needing to discharge 2 non-lethal rounds first. He stared into her eyes. They were light green, flecked with amber. Except for Scarata's, the only eyes so unlike his own that he had ever studied at that range were alien, and shortly before he killed their owner. Anyway, I can execute a triple tap with a Verpine. So it's academic. Triple tap? I've heard Dar talk about double dash. 3 rounds in quick succession. Some species need a little more stopping power. Oh. The PEP laser will stun most humanids. And if it doesn't? Ordo simply tapped the verpine under his jacket. They waited. Maybe they really did look like a couple having a private moment. Randomly created people did strange things. Staff in groups, ones, and twos began entering the building for the night shift. Soon. Movement behind the transparent steel doors made him focus and check his chrono. 11:55. Staff sloping off early. Stand by, he said quietly. Attain turned very slowly away from him in her seat, ready to open the speeder's hatch and slide out. 10 or 11 workers emerged. Ordo and Attain slipped from the speeder and feigned ambling around in conversation. There was still frequent pedestrian traffic around the center. By 00:05 the trickle of staff in and out had slowed, and there was still no sign of vintages. She has to come out that entrance. You're sure? Oh, okay, Ordo. They waited. He wondered how long the two of them would look inconspicuous. And then he spotted the ginger wavy hair and the beige tunic he'd seen earlier. Jis. He watched her turn along the path and walk down the ramp toward the walkways that connected the complex to the business district around it. Then he made his move. Attain walked briskly at his side and grabbed his hand. For goodness sake, Ordo, try to look like a couple. Ordo didn't much like that, but the mission came first. They kept 20 meters behind Jis, hampered by the lack of crowds of office workers to hide among at this time of night. Maybe they should have waited until daylight. But nobody knew how much time they might have to act. It was a case of now. Attain did that side-to-side head movement as if she was straining to hear something. Okay. People behind us, but they seem to have their minds on matters other than us. How do you know that? No feeling of focus on me, or you. Handy, Ordo said, but he hitched back his jacket and hooked his thumb in his belt to be ready to grab the verp. They had followed Jis for about half a click along the shrub-lined office walkways when the few pedestrians became none, and they had no cover between her and them. Jis turned right into a side alley and Ordo picked up speed, drawing his weapon and holding it as discreetly as he could against his chest. Where's she gone? The alley, Ordo hissed. Are you blind? No, I mean she's gone. Gone. I can't feel anybody there. Ordo cocked the verp and checked the status indicator. He might need that live round after all. He slowed at the corner and froze for a second before stepping into the opening with the gun raised, two-handed. He was looking at a man's back about 50 meters ahead. No sign of Jis. Maybe that really is a Claudite. Oh my. Attain said. Ordo was about to discharge the lethal round into the containers of shrubbery and try for a tag pellet, but the man appeared to crouch into a low run. There was a reflection, a split-second gleam that said metal, allo weapon. He fired instinctively. The silent shot hit something with a wet sput, and whoever or whatever he had hit rolled, stumbled, and raced off to the left down another passage. Ordo broke into a sprint, Attain pounding after him. He reached the point of impact and saw fluid dark, oily before discharging both tag pellets into the shrubs and lining up the next lethal round. This had gone wrong. He had got it wrong. But he couldn't turn back now. This had to be resolved. He swung left and there was someone lying on the paving, writhing, and he aimed the verpine. Check! Attain yelled. Check! And in the fraction of a second that he froze on the safety command she had heard Scarata use, a shock wave of air and heat flared past him and hit the figure on the ground in a blinding, deafening flash. Without his visor he was stunned for a second, too. But he dropped on the body, holding the verp clear, and grabbed an arm. Its limb melted away in his grip. That second became endless, a layered image. I'm going to throttle that Jedi. What the fearfuck have I grabbed? It's a Claudite. He looked up at Attain, but she raised her blaster again and spun around. There was a second deafening, blinding crack of a PEP laser discharging. Ordo had a tight grip of something very heavy and black and sleekly furred that had stopped moving. And that was an odd thing for a wounded Claudite A humanoid when not shapeshifting to become. A few meters from Attain, a human female lay crumpled on the paving, gasping for breath. It was Supervisor Wennon, not Jis. Ordo defaulted to training and opened his comm link. Bardai Ka? We need extraction urgently. 2 prisoners, both injured. Now. His instinct told him to find some cover fast. The PEP laser would bring someone running before long. He dragged whatever creature he had shot into an alcove and motioned furiously at Attain to do the same with Wennon. It was amazing how heavy a weight a little Jedi could haul. But he wanted to hit her, and hard. You decut, he hissed. I could have been killed. Never use that command. Do you hear me? Never. If you try that again, I'll shoot you. Attain's wide-eyed stare was either fury or shock. He didn't care. I thought you were going to finish it off. She knelt over the black creature at his side and put her hands on it. It's alive. I have to keep it alive. You shouldn't have fired. That's my call to make. You shot a Gerlanin dash. There aren't any Gerlanins currently on Coruscant, so Zay says. Spare me your hindsight lecture, Gerlanin. Shapeshifter. Kilurin. Spy. Never seen one before. Juzik, can you hear me? Can Vav handle shapeshifter first aid? Juzik's voice was breathless. With you in 10 minutes, Ordo, hang on. Where's your speeder? Not here. Just move it, please. Attain had her fingers spread on the creature's black coat, her eyes shut tight. I can use the Force to control the bleeding. Okay, you do that, Jedi. He squatted over Wennon and checked her breathing with the verp held to her head. So, Supervisor, why were you following us? Her eyes were streaming and she curled up into a ball, clutching her chest. Attain had fired the PEP laser at close range. Republic. Audit. You shoot me, chum. And you're in big trouble. Treasury officer? Show me, or you're the one in trouble, ma'am. She let out an anguished gasp and fumbled for her pocket. Ordo decided to play safe and extract the contents for her. Yes, it was an identichip, Republic Treasury Audit Division. You've nearly fouled up a GR operation, he said. I was following Jis. Why? Supplies going missing. So did she. Who are you? She pulled back her head a little to focus on his bare hand gripping the verp. Well, that tells me you're not Trooper Corps. Obviously. Are you the captain who came in the other day? Because you certainly recognize me. So much for deniability. This would be all over the Treasury in hours if he let her get up and walk away, not that she seemed able to. We need to have a little chat. And what's that? Wennon tilted her head to look at the Gerlanin, lying inert, while Attain struggled to stabilize its wound. Attain opened her eyes a little. This, she said, used to be one of our allies. Operational house, Kibbuz Hut, 0045 hours, 385 days after Geonosis Skirata assembled a makeshift deployment tote board from 3 large sheets of flimsy and stuck them to the wall. It was old technology, real words on real flimsy, not shifting lights and code. He needed its solid reassurance right now. Things were turning Asakla. COR assigned to the team on Skarada's whim stood beside him, dutifully listing target locations by numbers of visits and tagged suspects on one sheet, while Skarada kept a tally of which Commando was deployed, and where they all were for the next 12 standard hours. Without his armor and bodysuit, CORR was just a very young man with durasteel mechanisms where he should have had real hands, and it broke Skarada's heart. Droid. They're making you into what they always thought you were, son. Skarada shook himself out of it and concentrated on the flimsy. He hated holocharts. He liked solid things that he could grab hold of, even if they had their limitations. It also kept his hands occupied when he was reaching the limits of his confidence. He had to stand firm. His men needed to see him in control, reassuring, believing in them. Believing in them was easy. He had doubts about himself. He glanced over his shoulder. Is that thing dead yet? Calbear, I'm sorry I got this wrong, Bordo said. Somewhere, no matter how much reassurance Skarada gave him, he still seemed to fear that not being good enough meant a death sentence. Skarada hated Kaminoans with renewed passion. I should have known what the creature was. I knew they existed. Son, none of us knew any of them were on Coruscant. But they were. And that changed everything. Atane and Juzik were kneeling on either side of the Gerlinin, hands flat on its flanks in some kind of Jedi healing process. Vav watched with interest. He was the anatomy expert, although he was more skilled at taking bodies apart than repairing them. Darman and Niners seemed unwilling to go back to sleep and join the audience. They'd become close to a Gerlinin on Kalura. It must have been very hard to think of them now as possible agents for the Separatists. It was a black-furred carnivore about a meter high at the shoulder, with long legs, 4 double-tipped fangs, and hard, unforgiving orange eyes. It now looked exactly what it was, a shape-shifting predator. It's recovering, Juzik said. Good, Vav said. Because we want to chat with it. Atane looked up with that pinched expression she tended to adopt when she was angry in her rather righteous kind of way. I lived alongside them. We promised we'd give them back their planet, and so far all we've done is move in a garrison and train the human colonists to look after themselves. Vav stared slightly past her, straight-faced. I believe that was you personally, General. You and Zay. And you were only following orders. That's it, isn't it? Following orders. Knock it off, Skarada said. He didn't want Darman pitching in to defend Atane. Everyone's nerves were raw, tired, stressed people were dangerous, and they needed to be dangerous to the enemy, not each other. Ordo, what are we going to do with Supervisor Wenin? Bethany Wenin was propped in a chair, arms folded gingerly across what must have been a very painful bruise to her whole chest. She was lucky that Atane's close-range pep round hadn't killed her, but now the woman was just an extra complication they didn't need. Ordo was looking her over as if she was a new species. And she was. There was a comfortable zone of attractiveness in females, and then there was a point beyond which it became too much. The very beautiful were intimidating and unwelcome. Wenin had passed that threshold, and Skarada was ambushed by his own unexpected hostility toward her. You've probably guessed what we're doing, ma'am, Bordo said. Anti-terrorist operations? I'm sorry. I had no idea. But there was no screaming outrage or threats that her boss would rip the guts out of their boss, the usual response of bureaucrats. She just indicated the unconscious Gerlinen with a shaky hand. Where does the Gerlinen fit into all this? Other than mimicking Jis, we have no idea. Wenin seemed to be taking refuge in investigation, continuing to do her job even though she knew she was in a serious situation. Skirata respected that. So if you two are Jedi, why didn't you spot the creature? Gerlinens can hide in the Force and shut us out, Attain said. When I first encountered them, I even thought they were Jedi. They're telepathic, we can't detect them, we don't know how many there are, and they appear to be able to mimic any species up to tall humanoid size. Perfect spies, Juzik said. And perfect predators. And we didn't honor our pledge to help them, so I suspect they've run out of patience. Look, no disrespect to our Treasury colleague boys and girls, but can we refrain from discussing classified intelligence in front of Agent Wenin? Skirata said. I need to talk to CSF. CORR, you call up the recce teams and see how far they've got on the main locations. Skirata wandered out onto the landing platform and breathed in cool night air. The Strill was curled up under the bench where, true to his word, Vav had slept each night. He probably thought it proved the point that he was a hard case, but there was no doubt that he worshipped that stinking animal, and it loved him. Otten's going to take a knife to him when this is over. I know it. Well, worry about that when it happens. He raised his wrist comlink to his lips. Jailer? There was a pause and the sound of a woman grumbling and sheets rustling. Of course, Obram had a wife and kids. Skirata often forgot that other people had lives beyond their jobs. You know what time it is, Cal? To the second. Look, which of your people was on surveillance in the bank of the court plaza? There was a long, sleepy, irritable pause. What, today? None of my people, I guarantee it. Organized crime unit? I could ask, but they play these things close to their chests. Getting to be an epidemic, this secrecy, isn't it? Tell you what, Skirata said, dropping his voice. Pay your OCU buddies a visit and tell them that anyone we see in our scopes who isn't us gets slaughtered as a matter of course, okay? You think they'll understand that? I can but try. Try hard then. I don't want them crashing in like the D. Cutler Treasury did tonight. Really? Yeah. An audit officer was sent in to monitor GAR staff siphoning off supplies. But that isn't my biggest problem right now. Don't mention the shapeshifter yet. Okay, here's my offer. I now have 43 individual locations that we believe the Separatists are using or visiting in Galactic City. We have to concentrate on the high-value targets, and you really don't want to know what we'll be doing there, so what if we give you a list of the others to pick off as you see fit? When? When we've recce'd the high-value ones and have an op order planned out, precise timings. That way we don't fall over each other. Obram had gone rather quiet. I can authorize that. But I've got no control over the OCU. Then find someone who does. I mean it, Jailer. We're not playing by rules of evidence. You've really gone bandit, haven't you? Do you really want to hear the answer to that? Fearfect. My eyesight problem has now affected my hearing, too. I thought it might. I'm waiting on a meeting right now, and after that, I'll have a list for you, a reliable one. Just remember that if there's any talk of explosive sales being of interest to CSF, tell them to steer clear until further notice. I'll just say military intelligence and leave it at that. Good. You go careful, friend. And those rather hasty boys of yours. especially Phi. Skirata closed the link and went back into the main room. The Gerlanin was breathing more steadily, although its eyes were still closed and the two Jedi were still leaning over it. It was just as well they could stop the bleeding. There wasn't a medic on Coruscant who knew a thing about the physiology of a shapeshifter like this one. And Wenin was watching the whole scene suspiciously. Okay, so she had a treasury identichip. Skirata didn't trust anybody, because this leak of information was still very much an inside job. Until he knew otherwise, everyone except his assortment of clone soldiers and the two Jedi, he conceded was a potential risk. "Ma'am," he said, "I hear you don't approve of the war. Civilians did odd things in the name of peace. How much don't you approve of it? And why?" Wenin chewed over the question visibly, and both Juzik and Etain flinched at something Skirata couldn't see. Wenin's expression changed to anguish. She stood up with some difficulty, and Skirata noted that Ordo's hand went unconsciously to his blaster. "This," she said quietly, "is why I don't like the war." She went up to CORR, who was still conscientiously collating data and writing it on the flimside with an expression of intense frowning concentration. "CORR, show me your hands. Please?" The trooper put his stylus aside and held them out, metallic palms up. CORR placed her hands underneath so that his rested on hers for a moment, and looked him straight in the eye. Single prosthetic hands efficient, unnoticeable were common, but to lose both hands seemed to pass beyond a threshold of what was flesh and blood. "It's not right," she said. "It's not right that CORR and men like him should end up like this. I'm wondering what kind of government I'm working for. One with a slave army, that's what. You know how that makes me feel. Disgusted. Betrayed. Angry." Skirata knew that feeling only too well. He just hadn't expected to hear it from someone who did an office job and could switch off HNE with its heroic and sanitized images of the war anytime she liked. Juzik caught his eye and nodded discreetly. "She really means it, she's upset." Skirata acknowledged Juzik with a slow blink. "You said it, ma'am. Got her. We have an ally. She'll come in useful one day. Believe me when I say that what we're doing here is aimed at stopping things like that happening to more lads like Kor." Wenin seemed satisfied, if someone that upset could reach that state of mind. She made her way back to the chair and handed Skirata her data pad. "Go on." "What?" "I don't know what data might be of use to you, and you're not going to discuss detail with me. So take the data pad and copy what you like. You're very trusting. You're sure we're who we say we are?" Wenin laughed and stopped abruptly. That had to hurt her ribs. "Look, I know what I'm seeing. Now, if I'm out of contact for more than 48 hours, the Treasury will notice. So think about what you're going to do with me." Skirata hefted the little pad in his hands. "Treasury data, codes, encryption algorithms. Oh, my nub boys will love slicing this. And who else is going to notice you're gone? Nobody. Absolutely nobody." Skirata pondered on that revelation for a while as he watched the unconscious Gerlanin. Juzik and Etain knelt back on their heels and looked as if they'd run a very tiring race. "It'll be regaining consciousness soon," Etain said. "And I still have no idea how you restrain a shapeshifter." Ordo picked up one of the Verpine rifles, checked the charge level, and stood over the inert black body. "This does the job," he said. "Recce Team Observation Point, Residential Area, Business Zone 60110 hours, 385 days after geonosis. I wish I hadn't eaten that hot sauce, Sev said. Told you so. Phi held out his hand for the infrared scope. My turn. They had found a spot to hide between two top-floor apartments facing the building they were watching, a sixth-floor tower of a house with closed blinds at every window. A climate conditioning access space nearly at the top of their vantage point gave them an uninterrupted view below of a very quiet, very private group of homes away from the skylanes in a dead end. The upper floors arched into a fashionable overhang only 7 meters from the facing building. No passing traffic could enter from the front to bother them here, not even a taxi, and the rear access was non-existent, which left only the roof for access by a small green speeder. It was private and a good place to defend or get trapped. Phi rather liked the idea of the latter. The access space felt like being in a drawer. They could just about crawl through it on all fours. Phi knew he wouldn't have enjoyed serving in a tank company at all. Roll on your back for a while, Phi said helpfully. Sev hesitated, then surrendered to the suggestion with a groan. How many? Phi tracked from right to left with the scope. Well, I think we've got 10 bodies in there, judging by the GPR image, and they've been in there for an hour now, and they're not moving around much. I call that an operational base. Agreed? Okay. Let's set up the remote holocom and get out of here. Given the layout of that place, it's going to be a bit busy slotting them all when we go in. I like busy, Sev said. Have Scorch and Fixer reported in yet? Sev held his datapad level with his eyes. Now, that sounds like fun. What does? Scorch says they've confirmed the third cluster is a small commercial docking area. Core fresh fruit and vegetable distributors. Loads of space-going vessels of all sizes. Yes, that's my idea of fun, too. If we could get them all to meet up for a nice ride. Dream on. But we could certainly stop them from leaving in a hurry. Phi backed out of the space, pushing himself on his elbows with his DC-17 crooked in both arms, collecting more dust and dead insects on his bodysuit. He turned sideways onto a narrow shaft that opened into the building's plant maintenance room and dropped his left leg into the gap, searching for a foothold with his boot before finding the ledge and scrambling down to the floor. Sev simply rolled off and landed with a thud beside him. Okay, where next? Phi cocked his head. Want to wander over and take a closer look at the roof? Evaluate it for rapid entry? You know how to engage my enthusiasm. Phi projected the fire safety holoplans of the building, which had proved to be Ordo's best illicit data slice of the mission. There was no point asking the fire department to provide them. It just invited awkward questions about why lads in white armor wanted detailed floor plans of most of the planet's buildings. I hope they update these. Okay, go left along the passage. The roof accesses the set of doors at the end. I love the fire department. They're so helpful. Nice uniforms, too. They crawled across the flat roof along the side of the climate conditioning machinery room, over lengths of Durasteel ladder laid flat on the waterproofing. Some buildings still had them to provide access to maintenance spaces. There were also the remains of a barbecue. They flattened themselves behind the parapet to peer through the breaks in the punch Durasteel at the roof opposite. Ooh, a flash speeder, Phi whispered. Don't even think about it. I meant that we could bolt on a few surprises, not wander off with it. Look, what does the word recce mean, Nivioti? It almost sounds like wreck. You scare me, Sev said. And that's saying something. It's an opportunity we might not get again. So you fly, do you? Going to do a Django? You've got no style, Phi genuinely wanted to place a thermal detonator on the speeder. It could be set off remotely, giving them a relatively easy extra option for striking at the Seps that they might need soon. But he was also itching to smack Sev down a little. The man thought he was the galaxy's gift to adventure. So if he wanted adventure, Phi would show it to him, Omega style. It also just happened to be the safest way to cross the 6-meter gap to the other roof, safer than asking the Seps across the way if they minded two commandos taking a look at their roof, anyway. Phi edged backward and began placing the sections of ladder end to end. They slotted together neatly. Then he crawled back to the parapet and gave the chasm an appraising glance. He peered across, then down 6 floors. That'll reach, I reckon. Sev leaned over next to him. So you're going to crawl across? Phi took the end of the ladder and began to move it carefully to avoid loud scraping sounds. Sev took the other end and they balanced it lengthways on the parapet. No, I'm going to run. Phi, they say someone spiked my vat. But I reckon someone really spiked yours. Lost your nerve? D-cut. If I plummet heroically to my doom, then you can crawl across. Deal? I hate it when you try to provoke me into showing you how it's done. Like this? Phi had seconds. They needed to be across the gap and gone before anyone spotted them. He leaned down hard on one end of the ladder, lifting it enough to swing it out horizontally and drop the other end on the facing parapet. 30 meters below, death waited. And if it wasn't death, it was paralysis. He stepped up on the parapet, tested the first rung with his boot, and then focused straight ahead on the other side. Then he sprinted. He still had no idea how his body calculated the gaps, but he hit every rung and landed on the far side, dropping flat. When he knelt upright, Sev was staring at him. Phi beckoned. Come on. Sev ran for it. Phi broke his landing as he jumped off the parapet. He noted Sev's clenched jaw with satisfaction. Easy, Phi mouthed. Sev gave him a hand signal, one of his especially eloquent gestures of disapproval. The roof had a few steps down to doors that the holoplans showed as access to the top floor of the living area and the turbolift shaft. They didn't look that substantial in the flesh, but the plans appeared to be accurate. They didn't always get updated after renovations. A quick application of thermal tape on the doors and it would be easy to lob a few grenades down the hole to soften up the residents before going in. Phi gave Sev a thumbs up and took a magnetic dead out of his belt. It slid into place in the speeder's air intake with a faint thack. Back, Phi gestured. He teetered on the parapet and then ran across the durasteel rungs again, feeling them flex and spring back under his boots. When he looked back, Sev was lining up for the sprint, too. Phi beckoned encouragingly. Sev went for it. He was 2/3 of the way across when he slipped. He grabbed for a rung and hung motionless from his right hand. Phi's gut somersaulted. If anyone looks up here now. Most people screamed when they fell. Sev, to his credit, was utterly silent. But his eyes were wide and scared. He tried to reach up with his left arm but for some reason didn't seem able to do it. Phi scrambled across the ladder on his belly and reached down to grab Sev's arm and haul him up. It was a potentially lethal maneuver on a narrow ladder, but Phi managed to get a grip on Sev's belt and pull him across the ladder crosswise. Sev was using his right arm. It was only when Phi gripped his left shoulder to pull him in line with the ladder that he heard his sharp gasp and understood why he wasn't using that arm, and why he hadn't been able to lunge up to get a grip with his other hand. He'd hurt himself badly. UDCI, Phi whispered. Take it easy. There was pain, and there was whatever had happened to Sev. Vi dragged him back across the ladder a few centimeters at a time, and rolled him onto the safety of the roof before hauling the ladder back in. When he dropped flat again, Sev was kneeling in a ball, clutching his left shoulder. Fearfek, this is my fault for goading him. Can you walk? Vi whispered. Course I can walk, you decut. It's my arm. I'll let you drop next time, you ungrateful chakar. Vi hauled him upright and decided to risk taking the service turbo lift down to the ground level. By the time they reached the end of the walkway, it was clear that Sev had dislocated his shoulder and had to hold the arm against his chest to tolerate the pain at all. He said nothing, but it had made his eyes water. Vi had long used that phrase to indicate extreme pain, but it was the first time he'd seen it up close, and it wasn't funny. If I miss this mission, I'm going to show you a really interesting trick with a vibroblade. Sev, take it easy. Vi always kept his medpack on his belt. He fumbled for the single-use sharp of painkiller and stabbed it into Sev's triceps. We'll slap some Bacta on it back at base. Yeah, and maybe that'll work when I rip your head off, too. It was an accident. It was a stupid stunt. I never had accidents with Delta. Well, you're just Vav's perfect little soldier boys then, aren't you? We screw up. And then we get up and go on. I have to complete this mission? Not if you're a liability, you don't. Look, injuries happen. Stay at base and monitor the comm links. You don't understand. Really? Vi racked his brains for first aid training. Funny, I thought we did the same job. Look, get in here and let me have a look. They slipped into the sheltered lobby of an office block and hid behind a pillar. Vi detached Sev's bodysuit sleeve from the shoulder seam and took a look in the dim security lights. The line of the shoulder looked unnaturally square where the ball of the humerus had shifted out of the socket and was pushing the deltoid muscle up and out of shape. This was going to hurt. Okay, on the count of 4, Vi said. He took Sev's wrist in his right hand, stretching out the arm, and braced his left hand against the man's chest. Then he paused and looked him in the eye in his most reassuring I know what I am doing way. See, when you get a dislocation like this, you have to do what they call reducing it by 4. Sev yelped. The joint made a wet schlick sound as it slipped back into the socket. Sorry, Naviodi. Vi folded Sev's arm back against his chest and held it there while he struggled to get the sleeve section reattached. He could almost feel the torn ligaments and muscle fibers screaming. Sev's face was white, his lips compressed. Nothing worse than bracing for it, though. For a moron, you're not a bad medic. Kel said that if we could take a body apart, we ought to learn a bit more about putting it back together again if we needed to. Vi, I have to be fit to fight. Okay. Bacta and ice packs. Right as rain in no time. Vav will kill me. Look, what is this thing with Vav? Vi pulled Sev out into the walkway again, and they jogged back to the speeder they'd left a block away. I know he had a reputation for beating the stuffing out of trainees, but why are you ready to gut Aten? Aten's sworn he'll kill Vav. Vi almost stopped dead. Aten? Oh, don't interrupt me, I am working on a really interesting circuit. Are at IKA? Seriously? Sev asked. Yeah, sometimes I get serious. It happens? Okay. Aten's pod was the only one that ever lost men. Geonosis. Ruined Vav's clean record? It's not that simple. Aten was doing that survivor guilt thing when he got back, and Vav just focused him a bit. Odd, Skirata hadn't been around when Phi returned from Geonosis. But he'd worry about that later. That explains the scar on his face. You got it. Doesn't explain the rest of the scars he was showing you. You ask him about that. Sev was as near to scared as Phi had seen him. He couldn't imagine being afraid of Skirata. The man might have sworn himself to a standstill when he was angry, but nobody in Skirata's company ever felt they had to fear him. He was Kalber. He lavished ferocious care on his commandos to the exclusion of all else. But Sev didn't want Vav to know that he'd injured himself doing something reckless. Whatever the reason, Phi owed his brother some support. Okay, we don't mention the shoulder? Phi started up the speeder. We'll get it sorted ourselves. Bardai K can do that force healing if the Bacta doesn't do the trick. But Vav needn't know. For the first time since he'd met the man, Sev softened visibly. Thanks, Neviodi, he said. I owe you? 17. So you want a knife, a nice sharp knife. You hone that blade to its limits. It even cuts through stone when you want it to. It saves your life. And then you're outraged when it cuts you accidentally. You see, knives don't switch off and neither do people, not when you hone them to a fine edge. Sergeant Cal Skirata to General Arligan Zay, on the nature of training. Operational House, Kibba's Hut, 0115 hours, 385 days after Geonosis the Gerlanin opened its eyes, panting. Attain couldn't tell one Gerlanin from another unless they allowed her to. They could shut out her force senses just as easily as they could reach out to her. She could detect nothing from the creature, no sense of identity, no emotion, and no purpose. And then the air around her came to life with a shuddering sense of past, of long memory, and of betrayal. Girl, it said in a familiar liquid voice. Can you do nothing right? I know you, Attain said. Several of you know me. The creature lifted its head and tried to rise, but sank back down again. Darman, is Otten well? Fearfek. Darman edged forward and knelt down by the head of someone who had carried out vital intelligence work for the squad on Kalura. Attain could see the pain on his face. Niner caught her eye and simply looked resigned, as if he expected everyone to betray them in the end. Genart? Yes. I expect we all look the same to clones. Darman almost grinned but appeared to stop himself. Atten's fine. Ordo cut in. Just explain why you think killing my brothers is going to help Kalura. Genart focused wild orange eyes on Attain and struggled into a sitting position, flanks heaving. Attain could sense her fully now, bitter and determined, calling out to the void with her mind. She was probably reaching telepathically to her consort Valakil, once General Zay's agent both on Coruscant and Kalura. Skirata had his right arm across his body, almost but not completely casual, clearly ready to reach for his verpine and take a shot if Genart moved. You think I am giving the Separatists information? Ordo stepped in and Darman got out of his way. I'm inclined to think that anyone who bothers to shape-shift into Vintages might do that, yes. She disappeared like she often did. I simply adopted her form to move around unnoticed. I noticed. We'd already executed her. Then I made an error in taking her form. Too right you did. Now, what's your problem with the Grand Army? Why not target politicians? You could walk in anywhere, even the Senate chamber itself. You assume too much. Are you one of the renegade clones that Zay so dreads? That's me, Ordo said. I am not the one leaking information to the Separatists. And I am not targeting anyone. Are you still working for General Zay? Attain asked. No. My people no longer serve the Republic if we ever served you at all. We had an agreement. You broke it. But Dash. We had an agreement, Jedi. You said you would give us back our world and stop the farmers from destroying us. In the middle of a war? We served you in the middle of a war. When my people were dying of starvation, when our prey was being driven away by the colonists, we kept our bargain. And all you did, you, Jedi, you and Zay, was make them better able to fight and hold their land. Attain didn't look at Darman. She didn't want to provoke him into defending her or more probably catch a hint that he might agree with Jeanart. She thought that all she had done was to ensure the farmers were a guerrilla force able to resist the separatists. But the native Gurlanans didn't see it that way. We'll root out the informants sooner or later, Ordo said. You can cooperate or not, but I might as well execute you now if you're not going to be useful. We can't handle any more prisoners. It was always hard to tell if Ordo was playing the interrogation game or simply stating his intentions. Judging by Scarata's quick glance at him, it was the latter. He motioned Attain to stand clear and charged up the Verpine. I can identify the informants for you, Jeanart said calmly. Ordo simply held the muzzle to Jeanart's head. Attain looked to Juzik, and then to Darman and Niner and Vav, but they were all simply watching impassively. Corr was engrossed in the holochart, still logging movements. Wenin sat in the chair, her hand to her brow as if shielding her eyes, but nobody was making any attempt to intervene. Attain's gut said it was wrong. But she did nothing. You're bargaining, Ordo said. I'll kill you anyway. You're the one who needs to bargain. This isn't about my life. Game's over. Ordo held the Verpine steady. Attain waited, torn by indecision. She could stop Ordo for a fraction of a second. Remove your forces and the colonists from my world and I will identify the separatists for you. Ordo, unblinking, passionless, lined the muzzle up about level where a normal animal's ear might be. You haven't told me why you were mimicking Jizz. That actually interests me more. Ordo, I'll deal, Scarata said. Stand down. Ordo simply raised the verp and held it back against his shoulder without hesitation. Attain imagined he would need to be coaxed into withdrawing. She'd seen the potential violence swirling within him constantly. But he obeyed Scarata without murmur. The sergeant prodded Jeanart with his boot. You tell me, then, Shapeshifter. I observe, Jeanart said. I watch to see when you move troops to and from Kalura and how much you send to the farmers by way of aid to keep them loyal. All the things you never tell us, but that show your true intentions. I spy on you. Let me explain something, Scarata said. I'm not the Republic. The work I do for them is actually for my own people, these lads here. So if you're not helping me keep my people alive, I'll make certain that Kalura gets reduced to molten slag. And that's a promise. I'm not a Jedi and I'm not a politician, so I can do pretty well what I like. Your whole species is expendable. Understand? Jeanart managed to get to her feet, or at least raise herself on her front legs. I will identify the people you want. But the Republic must agree to withdraw from Kalura and remove the colonists within a year. Okay, let's get hold of Zay now, Scarata said. If he doesn't agree, we move on and I'm not letting you melt back into the city. Do you know how many of us there are or where we are? I don't care. Zay might. My people are here, on Coruscant itself. You'll never track us down, and we can be far more damaging than bombs. Look, the logistics leaks are a sideshow right now. Save it for Zay. Skirata opened his comm link. If the general was sleeping, then someone could go and wake him. War didn't keep office hours. Supervisor Wenin, why don't you make us all some CAF? He expected some complaint, but none came. She stood up, still clutching her ribs, and made her way unsteadily to the kitchen area. It's Bethany, Sergeant, she said. Yes, she's on our side. Result. Okay, I'm Cal. Who likes it sweetened? All of us, Skirata said. 2 big spoonfuls. It's going to be a long night. Operational house, Kiba's hut, 0200 hours. 385 days after Geonosis, Darman sat cross-legged on the floor next to Jean Art, hands clasped in his lap, as if he was watching her. Jean Art watched him in return, orange eyes closing occasionally, her legs tucked under her. Attain sometimes had to look closely to see if Darman was just thinking or actually asleep, because the impression he was making in the force was so ambiguous. When she knelt beside him to check, though, his eyes were closed. For a brief moment she wondered if Jeanart could make telepathic contact with him. His eyes opened. He glanced behind Attain and then brushed his lips against her cheek. No word from Zay yet. Attain shook her head. There was nothing to hide any longer, and she rested her forehead against his, not caring what anyone else thought. It was impossible to hide their relationship in a tight-knit group of soldiers living in one another's pockets. He's got to consult people. Even Zay can't make those decisions on his own. You should have been a healer, you know. You're good at it. Well, let's see if I'm any good at healing rifts. I need to clear something up with Cal. Problem? Nothing to worry about. Attain knelt back on her heels and stood up in one movement. Skirata was talking to Niner and Ordo by the flimsy sheets on the wall, cleaning his beloved Verpine gun with slow care while they discussed the concentration of separatists in various locations on the brightly colored 3D grid of the holochart. She caught Skirata's eye and beckoned him to follow her. He inclined his head in mute agreement and laid the dismantled Verpine parts on the table beside him, where they sat wrapped in distorted lines of colored light from the holochart projection. They walked onto the landing platform. The Strill was asleep on its stomach, all 6 legs spread out like an ill-shaped furry insect. I did something very foolish, Attain said. Again? Ordo. Skirata looked stunned, then balanced on the brink of anger. Ordo? No, nothing like that. I used a command that I heard you use. It upset him. I called Check to stop him from killing Jeanart outright. He told me why I should never use it. Skirata blew out a long breath. And you understand now? Yes. I'm sorry. He would. Don't ever doubt it. I believe you. I never taught the Nulls that Jedi were their betters, you see, and I never taught them to obey the Republic, and no Kaminoan engineered them to be more cooperative than Jango. But they obey me for some reason, and even then I encourage them to question everything. Is he programmed? Skirata looked at her with sudden disgust. Then he simply swung his fist at her without warning, a savage punch, a street brawler's punch. She leapt back and drew her lightsaber in one movement, but his fist went past her head. Deliberately. She could see the calculation on his face. She held her breath, waiting for him to lash out again, So are you programmed? He said. The blue blade of energy thrummed as she brought the lightsaber down from a raised position and then thumbed it off, feeling stupid and ashamed. She was also shocked at Scarata's reflexes. He could have landed that punch, and he clearly wasn't afraid of her lightsaber skills. She would never take him for granted again. No. I'm sorry? You should know better than anyone. You've been drilled in weapons handling from the same age that those boys were. Do you think? Or are you so well trained that your body just reacts? He snapped his fingers. Like that? She had reacted all right. Her muscles remembered years of lightsaber practice. Her masters taught her to rely on instinct, on the Force, and not to think. I said I'm sorry. And so you should be. I taught all my boys that command from the very start. I drilled them over and over and over until they'd stop whatever they were doing instantly. And I did it for them, for times when it was needed to save them from something. I swear I'll never do it again. Ordo will never trust you now. But it only stopped him for a fraction of a second that could get him killed. You just used him. Like all the Arutais do. Scarata was furious. Even in the dim light on the platform she could see that the skin of his neck was flushed, that telltale sign of strong reaction. In the last few weeks Attain sometimes felt that he saw her as the personification of the Republic, using his men for their own agenda, and that she was a handy target on which to vent his spleen. He didn't seem to view Juzik the same way, though. Exploitation was a raw nerve in Scarata. Attain desperately wanted him to like her and make her feel like family, the way he did everyone else. I'll apologize to Ordo. Yeah, it really is him you need to make your peace with. She wondered why she hadn't realized that to start with. Do I really see them as men? Do I regret angering Ordo, or do I just want to be Scarata's little girl? She turned on her heel and decided to confront it. Ordo was having a tense conversation via his bead comm link, forefinger pressed to his ear. Juzik fiddled with some piece of circuitry, glancing up at him from time to time. The side of the conversation that Attain could hear suggested that someone on Zay's staff wasn't moving as fast as Ordo wished. Juzik mouthed Captain Maze at her. She waited. Ordo grunted. I'll stand by. He shook his head and turned to her. What's wrong? Ordo, I owe you an apology. I was wrong to use the check command, and you're right to be angry with me. He just nodded. It still surprised her that a man who was physically identical to Darman could somehow look so different. I realize you had a bad deal, Ordo. On Commando? Even now, I think. Ordo blinked a couple of times as if she wasn't making sense. She had no idea where his mind ranged in those split seconds other than that he felt like a flurry of activity in the Force. I didn't have a mother or a father, but a stranger willingly chose me to be his son. You had a mother and father, and they let strangers take you. No, General, don't pity me. You're the one who's had the worst deal. It was shocking, and it was true. The extraordinary clarity of his assessment hit her so hard that she almost gasped. It told her things she didn't want to know about herself. None of them changed her intentions. But she knew her motives better now, uncomfortable as they were. She wondered if her real parents ever thought of her. She would never know. 18. Withdraw from Kalura? If that's what it takes to keep the Gerlanans from turning on us, it's a price we were going to pay anyway. We're too thinly stretched to maintain the garrison, and the Senate has no interest on continuing to support a mere 200,000 farmers on a back world. Let me talk to Jean Art and reassure her. The damage her people can do is enormous, far beyond the scope of one anti-terror operation. And we need them on our side. General Arligan Zay, to General Iri Camus and the chair of the Senate Committee on Refugees. The Cragget All-Day Restaurant, lower levels, Coruscant 0755. Hours, 385 days after Geonosis. Jeanart the Gerlinen had kept her word and provided the information she had promised and no more. Zay appeared to have kept his. The sleek black predator had slipped out into the Coruscant night and vanished. But Scarata would always feel that she was standing right next to him in some guise or another. Like the Jedi, her hypernatural abilities, especially telepathy, made him wary and suspicious. But she could only sense the thoughts of her own kind, they said. Like that's some kind of comfort. Scarata finished his eggs, rubbed his hand across his chin, and realized he needed to shave again. But things that had seemed crushingly impossible in the early hours of the morning looked a lot more encouraging on a full stomach in broad daylight. Gerlinen's on the loose? Jailer Obrim's voice was almost a groan. That's all we need. Yeah, that'll be one of the best kept secrets of the war, I reckon. You believe them? That they might be everywhere? You have to, Jailer. And I can't lose any sleep over a few Kaluran farmers. They sat side by side, looking out toward the walkway through the Cragget's grimy transparent steel front. Neither of them were men who wanted to sit with their backs to any door. Obrim leaned in a little toward him. So do you want us to pick up the suspects the Gerlinen identified? No thanks. Is this where my eyesight and hearing fail again? Right now you can't even see me, let alone hear me, said Scarata. Okay. Organized crime unit isn't happy, but they understand the words armed special forces really well. It was OCU in the plaza then? I gather so. How did they end up there? Your friend Kibbe uses well-worn channels of communications in the scum strata of society. OCU isn't stupid and it isn't deaf. There is no monopoly of information. Scarata's happily full stomach chilled a little. Obrim showed no signs of being smug. But he was almost certainly aware that Scarata was planning a sting operation involving explosives. So they knew who the Seps were and didn't bother to dash. No. That wasn't the route. What then? They were carrying out surveillance on a known criminal, and that criminal happened to meet up with one of the group that you were watching. Message boy, one chance encounter. Obrim picked a chunk of smoked nerve from Scarata's plate and crunched on it thoughtfully. You just be careful. I hate finding friends on the slab in the morgue. Apart from Juzik, Obrim was one of the few Na-clones Scarata felt he might be able to trust completely one day. He was still undecided on Attain. While he didn't doubt her sincerity, she had an emotional, impulsive streak of the kind that got people killed. Like you? You're a fine one to talk. Your boys okay? Tired, edgy, but giving it all they've got. One of them has sworn to Gavav, another is having a love affair with a woman he shouldn't even look at. I'm collecting waifs and strays like an animal shelter, and we nearly killed a treasury agent. But if I told you the really bad stuff, you'd think I had problems. Obrim laughed raucously. And people think they're good little droids. Discipline apart, they're still lads. The Twi'lek waitress topped up their CAF and smiled alluringly. Where's your son today? At the office, sweetheart, Scarata said. Won't I do instead? Her Lekka coiled ever so slightly, but he didn't have a clue what it meant. She glided away, glancing back to smile again. Obrim sniggered. I see Ordo made an impression. They all have this naive streak about them. It's fatally charming, apparently. Youth, muscle, heavy weapons, and a trusting expression. Maybe I should try it. 40 years too late. Yeah. And then Scarata's communicator chirped. He lifted his wrist as close to his mouth as he could. Even in a restaurant full of police officers, he took few chances. We like what we see, said a voice with a Jabimi accent. It was interesting how accents were more noticeable over a comm link. Scarata, still looking toward the walkway, scanned his field of view without moving his head. He was sure he hadn't been followed, but this was a bad place to be spotted if he had. It's not noon yet. I know, Cal. We're keen. What next? Can you get to the bank plaza again in half an hour? I can't locate your comm link signal. But then I can understand why you're a very cautious man. Too right, Uchikar. Bardike went to a lot of trouble to make me invisible. Scarata was 10 minutes by speeder bike from the plaza. I can just about make it if I hurry. This is just for a conversation. Be there, and don't bring anyone else. The comm link went dead. Obrim chewed, silent, but his look said it all. Scarata reached in his pocket and put some credits on the table to cover the bill. You're deaf and blind, remember? Obrim pushed the credits back at him. You pick up the tab next timer. It was his good luck ritual. Obrim seemed to hope that by saying it, he'd ensure there was a next time. Scarata had every intention of making sure there would be. Lower level, Skylane 348, 0820 hours, 385 days after Geonosis. Scarata kept the speeder at a steady pace and looped back on himself a couple of times. There was no reason to expect anyone to be following him, but he assumed it anyway. The maneuver also padded out the 10-minute journey to a credible half hour. No point being too early. His ankle was agony today. Bardike, how are you doing? Juzik's voice came over the comlink. We've tracked a target moving to the plaza from the house that Phi and Sev wrecked. I think that confirms it's Pariv. But he won't come alone. So that means he'll probably have Minders nearby that we haven't tagged. New ones? Fine. Vav's on his way, Juzik said. They won't recognize him. And you? I'm already there. Fearfek. He knows you. Wait for orders, Dash. Trust me, he won't see me at all. Stand down. Get out of there. Okay. I mean it. And I'm going off the comlink now, unless I hit real problems. He shut the link, exasperated. But it was his own fault. You couldn't delegate that much to a kid and then expect him to read your mind and work out when he was supposed to wait for specific orders again. And he was a Jedi, after all. He could take care of himself. Scarata pushed a bead comm link into his ear and brought the speeder down in the public parking area. Inaka said she was fed up collecting abandoned speeders from around the city, and wanted to know why they couldn't bring their vessels and vehicles back with them every time. The logistics of operations like this depended on a lot of grim drudgery. He'd have to sweeten her up somehow when all this was over. Out in the plaza, by the bench where he had awaited the separatists the day before, stood Pariv. He was busy looking like an executive waiting for a colleague. Suit, document case, polished shoes. Scarata walked up to the man as briskly as he could with a complaining ankle. Okay, what's the deal? Scarata said. He tried to focus on Parav and not look over his shoulder for possible threats, or to be precise while involved. I can get you the debts in 24 hours. Let's discuss this somewhere less crowded. Those were often the worst words to hear at times like this. Where? Follow me. Fearfek. He hoped Vav was watching him or Juzik was monitoring the conversation carefully. If Parav moved too far out of the comlink's limited mic range, he'd have to make stupidly obvious comments to clue them in. Parav didn't strike him as quite that naive, even if his surveillance team was some way short of professional. If Vav was here, Skirata couldn't see him. But that was the point, and Vav was a very skilled operator. Skirata followed Parav across the plaza and back to the speeder parking area, a few moments that made him glad that he had a limp. It gave Vav, he hoped, a little more time to work out what was happening. Parav stood looking around, and a shiny new green speeder with a closed cabin rose from below the level of the parking platform and maneuvered sideways to set down. Ah well, Skirata thought. I'd have done the same. But Parav's lungs are coated with marker dust, and Juzik can track this crate all the way. Off you go, Parav said. You're not coming too? Oh no. Why didn't I dose myself with some of that decutlet dust? Forgive me if I get nervous about the quality of your associates' driving. Don't worry. All they'll do is blindfold you. Keep whatever weapons I'm sure you're carrying. I'll see you at our destination. Skirata had no choice but to get in. Two human males, both about 30, one shaven-headed, one with thin blonde hair scraped back in a tail, either of them the hired help they had tagged yesterday, sat in the front seat, and the bald one leaned over to place a black fabric bag over his head in total silence. Skirata folded his arms to feel the comfort of his assorted hardware in his sleeve, holster, and belt. Well, this is fun, he said, hoping for a display of verbal stupidity that might help Juzik locate him. But neither man responded. He didn't expect them to. Concentrate on the movement. Work out the direction. Skirata tried to count the number of times they seemed to swing right or left to get some idea of the route. They were in an automated skylane, so he could count the seconds and tried to calculate the distance between turns, but it was a massive task. Ordo, with his faultless memory, would have had the skylane network memorized and calculated the times and distances at the same time. But Skirata was not a null arc trooper, just a smart and experienced soldier whose natural intelligence had been sharpened by having to cope with 6 hyper-intelligent small boys. He had no idea where he was. The speeder continued toward either a nerve-wracking deal that would take them a step closer to striking at the heart of this separatist network, or a lonely death. Service tunnel beneath Skylane 348, 0855 hours, 385 days after Geonosis. Bard IK, you'll never need to shave again when Cal catches you, Phi said. You seriously think I'm not going to follow him? Juzik raced Ordo's Aerotech speeder bike along the service tunnel that ran parallel to the skylane serving the southern edge of the plaza. Phi decided that Ordo had no sense of danger if he was happy to ride pillion with the Jedi at speeds approaching 500 kilometers per hour. But then the man was nuts anyway. Phi held on to the hand grip behind him for grim death. Vav, can you still hear me? The comlink was breaking up, but audible. I'm a few vehicles behind Parav. He's transmitting like a fleet beacon. Where's he heading? Looks like quadrant N09. What's there besides offices and residential? That's about it. Stand by. Juzik made an irritated grunt that he seemed to have picked up from Sev and accelerated. At times like this, Phi had passed beyond the first flush of adrenaline and into a cold and rational world where everything made sense to his body if not to his brain. He found an instinctive sense of effortless balance as Juzik wove through the ducts, clearing some of the transverse steel joists by a breath. Speed no longer felt like conscious fun, as it had in training, but he was beyond fear for himself at that moment. All he could think of was Sergeant Cal. "He can take care of himself," Juzik said. "He's packing more weapons than the Galactic Marines." "Are you telepathic?" The thought disturbed Phi, because his mind was the only private retreat he had. "I was just Ash." "If you're not as worried for him as I am, then I've read you all wrong, my friend." Bardike. "Yes? Too fast?" "Look, Dash. Even if you didn't have your force powers, you'd still be a terrific soldier. And a good man." Phi couldn't see the Jedi's expression. For once, Juzik didn't scare the living daylights out of Phi and look back over his shoulder with a silly grin when they were hurtling toward a wall, only to bank sharply at the last moment. Juzik dropped his head for a second and then raised it again. His slip-streamed hair slapped Phi in the face. "I'll try to live up to that." "Yeah, but you still need to get your Shaba haircut." Juzik didn't laugh. Phi wasn't sure if he was moved or offended. And it seemed impossible to offend Juzik. "Hang on." Whatever element of the Force was guiding the Jedi, it was completely instinctive. He could find Skirata. The speeder swung hard left, and Phi feared for the Verpine rifle under his jacket, its folded stock wedged in his armpit. He was used to wearing the scruffy assortment of dull civilian clothing that Anaka had sent over with Vav. He wondered how he'd cope with his all-encompassing Katarn armor after being out of it for 2 weeks. Juzik's head jerked around as if someone had summoned him. "He's heading for Business Zone 6. Been there. Wrecked that place last night. Stuck a remote holocom opposite the house, in fact. Maybe the Force is giving us a break. That's got to be their hub. Let's try that." Juzik banked right to shoot up a vertical channel. Phi decided 0G had its appeal. "At least we'll be able to see Cal if that's where they're heading." "I bet that's reassuring." "It would be. But if they're using the speeder that was parked in their roof space last night, I clamped a remote thermal detonator in its air intake." "Just remote? Not timed?" "Yeah." "That's okay then." If when they got Skirata back in one piece, Phi would tell him. He had a sense of humor. "There's somebody following him," Juzik said. "Yeah. You, me, Vav." "No, not us." "Escort for the speeder?" "No, nothing like that at all." "Someone else." "I don't get any sense of malice. But it's not the strike team." "What's that feel like?" "Like someone standing behind me." He took one hand off the steering and tapped the back of his head behind his ear. The speeder swerved. "Right there. Both hands Bardike." "Sorry." "Whoever it is, they're focused on Cal." "Should we be worried?" "No." Juzik twisted the handlebars and the speeder accelerated as if it had been fired from a Verpine. Phi bit his lip and couldn't stop his knees from pressing harder into the speeder bike's fuselage. If he dropped the precious sniper rifle, Skirata would be heartbroken. "That's all right then," Phi said. "I won't worry at all." Residential area, Business Zone 6, 0930 hours, 385 days after Geonosis. The airspeeder settled, hot alloy clicking as its drive cooled, and someone pulled the black hood off Skirata's head. "This way," said the shaven-headed man. "Mind the steps." Skirata walked down from a rooftop parking area through doors to a tastefully decorated room with a large, grainless pale wood table and thick deep gray carpet. They weren't short of credits then. Some terrorism was the war of the dispossessed, and some was the handiwork of the rich who felt second-hand outrage. Either way, it was an expensive sport. He was a mercenary. He knew the price of everything. He sat down in the chair offered, elbows braced on the table, and tried to take in as much useful detail of his surroundings as he could. 2 visible escape mutes, back out those doors, or down the turbolift. After 10 minutes, a middle-aged human male entered with a woman of similar age. There was nothing remarkable about either of them. They simply nodded to Skirata and sat down facing him. 4 more men followed, one of them about Juzik's age, and Skirata found himself surrounded at the table by 6 people. Then Pariv walked in. "You'll excuse us for not introducing ourselves, Cal," he said. "I know you and you know me, and that's probably all you need to know. Apart from the bank details, yes." Pariv stood by the chair opposite Skirata and glanced pointedly at the man sitting in it, who then moved to another chair. "You're definitely the boss, then." And the others around the table who were obviously assessing him as a supplier didn't look like junior minions. This was either the terror cabinet, or a rare gathering of cell leaders. It had to be. Pariv handed the man next to him the small sample pack that Skirata had supplied the day before, and he examined it carefully before passing it around the table. "Yes, they L1 be the ones distributing this. I should blow this place now. But that's not sensible. Just satisfying. We'd like all 100 kilos of your goods and 4,000 detonators." Skirata did a quick calculation. About 25 grams of 500 grade thermal per device, then, a Bravo 8 depot incident took the equivalent of 2 of those. Enough bomb-making kit for that level of carnage every day for 5 years, or a lower body count and mutilation for more than 10. A very economical war. How much? 2 million credits? Skirata didn't even pause to think. 5. 2. 5. 3. 5, or I need to go and talk to my other customers. You don't have any others who want this kind of explosive. If you think that, then you're new in this galaxy, son. 3 million credits. Take it or leave it. Skirata got up and really did intend to walk. He had to look as if he meant it. He skirted the table as far as Pariv, and then the man turned and put his hand on Skirata's right arm. Skirata jerked it back, and he wasn't acting the jumpy mercenary. It was his knife arm. Pariv noticed, eyebrows raised for a fraction of a second. 4 million, Pariv said. Skirata paused and chewed the inside of his cheek. 4 credits to be deposited and confirmed as being in my account before I release the goods, and I want the deal done in the next 48 hours. That requires trust. If I don't have any other customers, then why would I want 100 kilos of explosives hanging around my premises until Mustafar freezes over? Pariv paused and then almost smiled. Agreed. Skirata reached in his pocket and handed him a data chip, stripped of all information except a numbered account that would exist only from noon for 48 hours. He had a constant stream of accounts like that. All the nulls could slice like top pros, but Jang was an artist among data deceivers. My clever lad. Time and place, then. All in one delivery. Okay. But it stays wrapped in quarter-kilo packs bagged in tens, because I'm not going to unwrap every decutla bar and get covered in forensic evidence. He paused, trying to look as if he was thinking of another reason. And that's 2.5 kilos a bag, which is going to be easier for you to move. What makes you think we're going to move it? Smart, eh? If you're keeping that all in one place, you're insane. I'm used to handling the stuff, and even I don't like it around me. You do know what 500 grade does, don't you? Of course I do, Pariv said. It's my business. Let's say midnight tomorrow. Here. If I knew where here was, I might agree. We'll let you walk out and then you'll see. I can land speeders on your roof, can I? Up to metro cab size. I'll probably bring 2 small speeders. I'll call you half an hour before. I haven't given you my number. Better do that then, or you won't get your goods. I don't want any further contact until then, and I don't want anyone following me when I leave here. Okay? Pariv nodded. Agreed. And it was that simple. It never ceased to amaze Scarata how much simpler it was to buy and sell death than it was to pay taxes. Show me to the front door, then. Shavenhead took him down in the polished Durasteel turbolift. It always reminded him of Commando, that brutally clinical finish, and walked him through a ground floor that was just one square room with no rear exit and one door at the front. Easier to defend if you were confident you could escape via the roof. The doors parted. Cal Scarata stepped out onto a secluded walkway and found himself in affluent Coruscanti suburbia. He checked the position of the sun and began walking in the direction of the main skylanes. If he kept walking east, he'd come to the office sector sooner or later. Besides, the holocam that Phi and Sev placed a few hours earlier was watching him right now from the building opposite. There were a lot of pedestrians about. Scarata clicked his back teeth and opened the comlink channel. He didn't like the bead comlink any better than he liked wearing a hearing enhancer. Listen up, Ike, he said as quietly as he could. Game on. Game on. Logistics Center, Grand Army of the Republic, Coruscant Command HQ, 0940 hours, 385 days after Geonosis. Do I look as if I've been flattened by a Peppy laser? Bessany went and asked. Pep laser. Ordo, posing as CORR again, helmet tucked under his left arm, let her pass through the logistics center's doors ahead of him as Calbear had told him. It was the polite thing to do. And no. You just look tired. I can't say it's been a typical day's duty for me. I respect your willingness to accept this without wanting to complain to your superiors. If I did, I'd compromise your mission, wouldn't I? Possibly. Then it's just a bad bruise and an interesting evening. No more. She was as tall as he was and looked him straight in the eye. Her dark eyes made her light blonde hair seem exotic in contrast. She's different. She's special. He made a conscious effort to concentrate. I'll make sure you have acceptable records for your bosses to show that the investigation was completed, Ordo said. And that the suspects. Let's say that I learned they were of interest to military intelligence, so I withdrew from further involvement. Well, I can guarantee they won't be troubling you any longer. Ordo was still waiting for her to ask exactly what Vav had done to the real Vinagis, and what Ordo was going to do to the employees leaking information Jannard had identified to, and 1,000 other questions. He would have wanted to know everything, but went and just stuck to what she needed to know to close down her part of the surveillance. He didn't understand that reaction at all. What happens to you now? He asked. I go back to my own department in the morning and pick up the next file. Probably corporate tax evasion. She slowed him down with a careful hand on his arm. He let that touch thrill him now. He was still uneasy, but he was less disturbed by the attraction. What about you? Reducing payroll numbers. Vi suggested we call it staff turnover, in the spirit of military euphemism. It seemed to take her a couple of moments to work out what he meant. She frowned slightly. Won't whoever they're reporting to notice they're missing? Gnart says they only call in every 4 or 5 days. That gives us a time window to work within. Aren't you ever afraid? When the shooting starts, frequently. It struck him that she probably found the idea of assassination uncomfortable, but she didn't say so. But not as afraid as I would be if I were operating without weapons. Your superiors really should arm you. They reached the doors to the operations room. She stopped dead. I know this has nothing to do with me any longer, but will you do something for me? If I can. I want to know when you make it through this. She seemed to lose some composure. And your brothers, and your ferocious little sergeant, of course. I rather like him. Will you call me? I don't need details. Just a word to let me know that it went okay, whatever it is. I think we can manage that, Bordeaux said. This was where he turned left to go to accounts, to find Hila Mattery, a woman clerk nearing retirement age, just an ordinary woman who happened to have distant cousins on Jabium. Then he would pay a visit to transport maintenance, and look up a young man who had no family allegiance or ideology in this war but who liked the credits that the separatists paid him. Their motives made no difference. They would both die very soon. Be careful. Trooper CORR, Bessany said. Ordo touched gloved fingers to his forehead in an informal salute. You too, ma'am. You too. Business Zone 6, Walkway 10 at the junction of Skylane 348-0950. Hours, 385 days after Geonosis. Phi braced for a verbal barrage as Juzik brought the speeder to a stop at the end of the walkway and settled it on the edge of the taxi platform. Skirata walked up to them straight-faced through the scattering of pedestrians, and stood with his hands thrust in the pockets of his leather jacket. You're leading Phi astray, Bardike. I'm sorry, but you told me that you should never enter an enemy stronghold without backup if you could help it. I hate it when people take notice of me. Phi, what's wrong? Phi was still looking around, trying to cover 3 dimensions that might conceal a threat. Juzik had said that whoever was following Skirata had no malicious intention, but Phi reasoned that not everyone who was going to kill you had a sense of malice. He'd killed plenty of people without any ill feeling whatsoever. While the Force was fascinating, Phi liked to see things through the scope of his Ds, preferably with the red target acquisition icon pulsing. He put his hand under his jacket to slide the rifle from under his arm. This was when the unusually short barrel and folding stock came into their own. You could still use the weapon at short range. Bardike thinks there's someone following you. I normally notice. But you're deaf. Partially, you cheeky dillcut. Skirata resorted to his reflex of straightening his right arm to have his knife ready. Well, maybe we'd better move on before they catch up? Nobody with ill intent, Juzik said. He slid his hand to the opening of his jacket, suddenly edgy. Phi took his cue and swung off the speeder to stand in front of Skirata. And they're very, very close. Steady, son. Public place, people around. No lightsaber, okay? Very close. Juzik looked past Skirata. A young man with short white blonde hair was striding toward them through the sparse crowd, arms held a little away from his sides, a large bag over one shoulder. His knee-length dark blue coat was wide open. But that didn't mean he wasn't carrying an armory under there somewhere. Phi unfolded the verb stock one-handed under his jacket, and prepared to draw it and fire. The man then held both hands up at shoulder level and grinned. Fear effect, Scarata breathed. UDCI, lads? It's okay. The blond man Phi's height, very athletic, walked straight up to Scarata and crushed him in an enthusiastic hug. Sukui beer! Phi knew the voice. Sucuy, Adike. Tyan Vigar are you kwai? Noya carry jihal beer. The man looked almost tearful. His pale blue eyes were brimming. He wiped them with the heel of his hand. If I'm not careful, I'll wash out this iris dye. That hair doesn't suit you either. I can change that too. I've got lots of different colors. Did you like what I added to the 500 grade thermal? Ah. I did wonder. I'm still a better chemist than Ordike Calbear. Phi finally saw the face in front of him as a negative image, and suddenly imagined dark hair and eyes, and realized why the man was familiar. He wasn't one of Scarata's own sons. He was a clone, just like Phi, or, to be precise, just like Ordo. It was astonishing how much difference pigmentation alone made to someone's appearance, a simple but effective disguise, for casual use anyway. Scarata beamed at him with evident pride. Lads, this is Ark. Trooper Lieutenant N7, he said. My boy Mariel. So this was Mariel. And even though Phi's Mandoi wasn't perfect, he understood that Scarata had asked him where he'd been, and at the Ark. Trooper had said that he'd been hunting fish meal. Phi was fascinated. But he kept his fascination to himself. 19. I had no mother and no father. I was 4 years old when they first put a weapon in my hands. I was taught to suppress my feelings, and to respect and obey my masters. I was encouraged to be obsessive about perfection. It wasn't the life I would have chosen, but the one ordained because of my genes, just like the men I'm expected to command. But now I have something wonderful, something I have chosen. And I will never let anyone take the child I'm carrying. General Attain Termukin, Private Journal. Gar Logistics Center, 1,230 hours, 385 days after Geonosis. It was lunchtime. The biggest decision most people made at that time of day in the logistics center was whether to eat in the cafeteria or find a spot in the public courtyard nearby to enjoy an open-air snack. Ordo's decision was whether to use the Verpine, or walk up to the traitor Hila Madri, maneuver her into a shadowy alcove, and then garrote her or cut her throat. Verpine. Best choice. Fast and silent, as long as the projectile didn't pass through her and hit something that made a noise. Madri sat in the shadow of a planter filled with vivid yellow shrubs, eating a meal bread stick and reading a holozine, oblivious to her life expectancy. Ordo sat in the shade of a manicured tree with his data pad on his lap, calculating her remaining life in minutes. There was nobody within 10 meters of her, but there was a security holocron. A man sat down on the bench beside him. Well, our young friend in transport maintenance just had an unfortunate accident with a repulsor lift platform. Thanks for the use of your security codes. And he didn't turn into a Gerlinin, I hope. Mario looked utterly alien with light hair and eyes. Even his skin was tinted 2 shades paler. It didn't suit him. No, VODIK, he turned into a dead human. Skulls and repulsor lifts don't mix. Trust me. Just checking. You haven't told Calvure about Kosai yet, have you? Mariel asked. I thought he might be less distracted if we wait until this mission is completed. He's a true Verd, a warrior. He's never distracted when the shooting starts. There's no rush, Ordo said. Mariel shrugged. Out of armor and kama, he slouched in a convincingly civilian manner. So, shall I wander off? Can you disrupt that holocom circuit for me on my mark? Mariel felt in his coat for something and pulled out a slim stylus. It was an EMP disruptor. I can do it without leaving my seat, Naviodi. Okay, I'll give you a reminder to kill the cam when I'm 5 meters from her. Mariel tapped his ear. Comlink on. Ordo took a few slow breaths. He had removed the folding stock from the Verpine rifle. It was now short enough to conceal under a document holder. He looked like any other anonymous, helmeted, convalescing clone trooper playing office boy and carting archived flimsy around. Go, Ordo said, and stood up. He walked toward the refreshers, which took him on a path past the Mattery woman. Mariel, kill the cam. He had a few moments now before a security console spotted the outage and tried to fix it. He took 5 fast strides and bent over Mattery as if to ask her a question. She looked up as if an old friend had startled her. Hello, trooper. Hello, Aruatai, Ordo said. He drew the verp and put 2 rounds point blank through her forehead and a third down at an angle through her upper chest. 1 round thudded through into the planter of soil behind her. Ordo had no idea where the other 2 went, but the informant was now dead and she simply slumped, head down as if still reading, a pool of her bright blood on the holozine screen. Ordo slipped the verp back under the document folder and walked away. It had taken less than 10 seconds from cueing Mariel to walking away. Nobody even looked at him as he strode calmly toward the GR. Complex passed it, and met Mariel on the other side of the speeder parking bays. They disappeared into the sea of vehicles and mounted the AirTech speeder bike to head back to base. Calbert had always told the nulls they were instant death on legs. Ordo liked to live up to that assessment. His thoughts were on Bethany Wenin as he rode off, and how it was good that he hadn't had to kill her, too. Operational house, Kibbutz hut, 1,330 hours, 385 days after Geonosis. The more the tag targets moved around Coruscant, the clearer the strike team's task became. That, Fi said admiringly, gets better every time I look at it, Bardilka. Juzik stared at the Coruscant holochart with a big grin and basked in the approval. The telltale red traces of the marked terrorists, as they moved around the city, were forming a pattern that first-hand surveillance would have struggled to build up. It was obvious, really, he said. You'd have come up with it yourselves sooner or later. Vav put down a bowl of milk in front of the strill. It lapped noisily, showering droplets across the carpet. I vote that dust tagging becomes standard surveillance procedure. It's a matter for your sergeant, of course. The police interloper's trace had been removed. Jailer Obram had given her a painless and unnoticeable EMP sweep to kill transmissions from the marker powder she had inhaled. Now just 5 marked targets moved around the grids of blue light, building an accurate picture of where they went and where they stayed. The division between the 2 was now very much easier to see. For locations, the house and banking Sector 9, the landing strip used by the fresh farm produce importers, and 2 apartments in the retail sector were clearly the most visited. But we probably only tagged Pariv's hired help, Vi said. We want the bigger guys. The bigger guys, Vav said, need the hired help by their side. All this activity is connected to the fact that they're about to receive explosives they badly need. Now we know they use dead letter drops, for want of a better phrase, to avoid direct contact between the various terror cells in the network. It's how they ensure there's no way of tracing them back. So what does this tell you? Vi studied the hypnotic blue and red light in front of him. They're moving back and forth between locations over and over. And therefore? Therefore, they're either one cell, or there are several cells who have abandoned security precautions and are making direct contact with each other. Well done, Vi. Vi didn't care for Vav, but he enjoyed praise. He savored the moment. So what do you think we've got here? Given that this centered on the explosives, I think we're looking at the manufacturing cell, the people who make the bombs. Possibly also the ones who place them. Setting a complex device in a location or on a vessel can be a fiddly business, and I reckon this lot would do it themselves. They need to be mobile to get to different target locations, too, hence the need for a busy landing strip. Nobody notices more traffic movement there. Now, Vi, that's a group of people worth taking out. Those are hard skills to replace in a hurry. Juzik gave Vi a playful punch on the shoulder, elated. Result! He seemed to see it as a big puzzle to be taken apart. If Vi hadn't seen Juzik use a lightsaber, he would have taken him for a boy who just liked playing with complicated kit. Time to make their eyes water, Vi? You got it. Delta has recce'd the landing strip. You've reached the house in the banking sector. That just leaves the 2 apartments, and Ordo and Mariel have stopped off to recce those now. The Strill had finished its milk, most of which had ended up on the carpet. Vav, a sergeant who believed in thrashing courage into his men, a sergeant who had scarred Otten, badly grabbed a cloth from the kitchen area and mopped up the damp patches. Then he took a clean rag, soaked it, and wiped the Strill's mouth and jowls as if it were a baby. The animal accepted the indignity and rumbled with happiness. Vi wasn't sure he would ever know what went on in the heads of non-clones. Delta and Omega assembled in the main room, finding seats where they could, and spent the next hour planning 3 house assaults and a raid on an airstrip. They were basic maneuvers they had drilled for time and again on Commando. They'd done it for real more than once, too. They had fairly recent plans of the buildings not to be relied upon absolutely, of course in covert holocron surveillance. Apart from the fact that the squads were used to operating alone, it was as near a done deal as an operation could be. Planning. It was all about planning. But there was always a surprise, always one more factor you hadn't allowed for or didn't see. Vi planned for that too. They all did deep down. Operational house, Kiba's hut, 1,530 hours, 385 days after Geonosis attained new. She had known it would happen in time, but it had happened now, in 2 brief, wonderful weeks. The forest landscape that surrounded her had changed subtly, and she felt strangeness and purpose within her, purpose that was someone else's. It was said that force-sensitive females could often detect the moment that they conceived. And it was true. Attain stood on the landing platform for a while, searching for the fear she always imagined might come with taking that irrevocable step and not knowing its full consequences. But there was no fear. There was simply a pleasant sensation of certainty, almost like hands pressing on her shoulders. And a clear vision, in the part of her brain that saw the universe without images, showed a new path through trails of webbed, colored light. In her prosaic way, it reminded her of a holochart, but it was less solid, its threads and lines shifting. The new path that was marked through the tangle of colored threads was pale, silver, and thick, and from it sprouted silver tendrils that snaked into the tangles of the rest of the image. This new life she carried would be significant, and it would touch many others. The force was clear if you listened carefully to it, and this time it said this is not wrong. On Kalura, I envied Jean Art her certainty. I envied Master Fuller that quality, too. And now I have it at last. It was almost blissful. She savored the warm sun on her face, eyes closed for a few moments, and then walked back into the main room. It seemed oddly empty. Delta and Omega were catching up on sleep, doors shut. Ordo had disappeared with Mariel, and CORR had left a datapad running to log movements of suspects on the holochart, while he went for a meal. Vav stretched out in one chair with the Strill on his lap while Scarata sat opposite him, boots up on the low table, eyes closed, hands clasped on his chest. Atane watched him, knowing that she might need to tell him even before she told Darman. She would need Scarata's help, his list of contacts and places to disappear. Darman would be overwhelmed by it all when he needed to keep his mind on fighting. But Scarata was a man of the world, never fazed by anything. He would understand what she was giving Darman, and want to help. Not yet, though. While she watched Scarata, Niner wandered out of his room in his red fatigues, scratching his head with both hands. He poured a glass of water and walked across the room in slow silence to stand contemplating the sleeping Scarata with a slight frown. Then he went back to his room. He emerged a few moments later with a blanket and eased it over his sergeant, tucking it around him carefully. For once the man didn't stir. Niner stood over him for a while, simply looking down at his face, lost in thought. "He's okay," Atane whispered. "Just checking," Niner said quietly, and returned to his room. Atane defocused for a few moments and sought Darman in the force. As ever, he was a well of calm and certainty, even while sleeping. When she focused on the room again, she realized Scarata had opened his eyes. "You okay, Adike?" he said. "Was that Niner just now?" "I'm fine." He was in a better mood now. Perhaps he regarded the matter between her and Ordo as closed. "Yes. He was checking on you. He's a good lad. But he ought to be getting some sleep." He raked his hair with his fingers, yawning. "Fatigue affects your judgment. But not yours," Vav said quietly. Scarata was alert in a heartbeat, and swung his legs off the table onto the floor. Vav could wind him up as surely as a mechanical toy. "If I don't move fast enough when the shooting starts, that's my problem. I'm used to it." "Yes, we all know." Vav turned to Atane. "This is normally where he starts lecturing me on his ghastly childhood as a starving war orphan living feral on some bomb site, and how I just ran away to become a mercenary because I was bored with my idle, rich family." "Well, that saved me some time," Scarata said irritably. "What he said?" "You have a family, Vav?" Atane was suddenly mesmerized by people who had lives and parents. "Are you in contact with them?" "No. They cut me off when I declined to choose the career they wanted for me." "Wife? Children?" "Dear girl, we're Kui Valdar. People who have to disappear for 8 years or more aren't the family kind. Except Cal, of course. But your family didn't wait for you, did they?" "That's all right, though. You've got a lot more sons now." If Atane had known nothing of Scarata, or even Vav, it was the kind of jibe guaranteed to start a fight. Scarata was absolutely and instantly white with anger. One thing she knew about Mandalorians was that clan was a matter of honor. Scarata walked up to Vav very slowly and the Strill woke, whining. Atane checked that Scarata's jacket with its lethal array of blades was still hanging over the back of the chair. Scarata shook his head, slow and deliberate. Vav was much taller and a few kilos heavier, but Skirata never seemed to worry about that kind of detail. But that's the good thing about being Mando. If you don't get the family you want, you can go and choose one yourself. He looked suddenly older and very sad, small, crushed by time. You going to tell her? Okay, Attain, my sons disown me. In Mandalorian law, children can legally disown a parent who's shamed them, but it's rare. My sons left with their mother when we split up, and when I disappeared to Commando and they couldn't locate me, they declared me Dar. There. No longer a father. Oh my. Oh, I'm sorry. Attain knew how serious that would be for a Mando ad. You found that out when you left Commando? No. Django brought the news back that they were looking for me about. Oh, 4 years in? 3 maybe? I forget. 2 sons and a daughter. Tor, Ijat, and Razan. Why were they looking for you? They want ex-wife. They wanted me to know. Oh. Yeah. But you could have told them where you were at the time. Django could have talked to them. And? You could have made your peace with them. And? Cal, you could have explained to them somehow and stopped it. And reveal we had an army in training? And compromise my lads. Safety? Never. And not a word to any of the boys, you hear? It's the only thing I ever kept from them. He'd sacrificed his good name and the last possibility of his family's love and forgiveness for the men he was training. It hit Attain hard in the chest like a blow. She turned to Vav. Do you see your men as your sons? Of course I do. I have no others. It's why I made them into survivors. Don't think I don't love them just because I don't spoil them like kids. Here we go, Skirata said, all contempt. He's going to tell you that his father beat the Osik out of him, and it made a man of him. Never did him any harm, no sir. I've lost just 3 men out of my batch, Cal. That tells me a lot about my methods. So I lost 14? You making a point? They don't have that killer edge. No, I didn't brutalize mine like you did yours, you Huttun. Attain stepped between them, arms held out, pieces of old conversations falling into place with awful clarity. The Strill began rumbling in its throat and dropped to the floor to pace protectively in front of Vav. It was just as well the bedroom doors were shut. Please stop this. We don't want the men to hear you fighting right now, do we? Like Niner says, save it for the enemy. Skirata turned his head with that sudden total focus that left Attain tasting a ripple in the force. But it wasn't the angry reaction of a man who had been stung by painful observation. It was genuine anguish. He glanced down at Murd as if considering giving it a good kick, then limped off to the landing platform. Don't do this to him, she said to Vav. Please. Don't. Vav simply shrugged and picked up the huge Strill in his arms as if it were a pup. It licked his face adoringly. You can fight ice cold or you can fight red hot. Cal fights hot. It's his weakness. You sound just like an old master of mine, Attain said, and went out to the platform after Skirata. Coruscant skylanes stretched above and below them, giving an illusion of infinity. Attain leaned on the safety rail with her head level with Skirata's as they gazed down. She searched his face. Cal, if you'd like me to do something about Vav. He shook his head quickly, eyes still downcast. Thanks, Adik, but I can handle that heap of Osik. Never let a bully manipulate you. Scarata's jaw worked silently. I'm to blame. For what? Sending boys to their deaths. Cal, don't do this to yourself. I took the credits, didn't I? Django whistled and I came running. I trained them from boys. Little boys. 8, 9 years of nothing but training and fighting. No past, no childhood, no future. Cal. They don't go out. They don't get drunk. They don't chase women. We drill them and medicate them and shunt them from battle to battle without a day off, no rest, no fun, and then we scrape them off the battlefield and send what's left standing back to the front. And you alongside them. You gave them a heritage and a family. I'm as bad as Vav. If you hadn't been there, your place would have been taken by another like him. You gave your men respect and affection. Scarata let out a long breath and folded his hands, elbows still braced on the rail of the balcony. A speeder horn blared far below them. You know something? Live fire exercises. They started 5 years into their development. That means I sent 10-year-old boys to die. And 11, and 12, and right on up to the time they were men. I lost 4 of my batch in training accidents, and some of those were even down to me, my rifle, my realism. Think about that. I hear that happens in any army. So ask me the question then. Why didn't I ever say, whoa, enough? I've had some unkind thoughts about you, Adik, why your kind never refused to lead an army of slaves. And then I thought, Cal, you hut tam, you're just the same as her. You never stood up against it. Your soldiers worship you. Scarata closed his eyes, then screwed them tight shut for a moment. You think that makes me feel better? That stinking Strill loves Vav. Monsters get loved irrationally all the time. Attain wondered whether to soothe him by judiciously influencing his mind that he would not feel guilty. But Scarata was his own man, tough-minded enough to spot her mind influence and shrug her manipulation aside. If she asked him for his cooperation. No, Scarata would never take the easy path. She had no comfort to offer him that wouldn't make matters worse. That was part of his unique and appealing courage. Her first impression was that he would be a man whose bluff exterior was simply embarrassed machismo. But Scarata wasn't embarrassed about his emotions at all. He had the guts to wear his heart on his sleeve. It was probably what made him even more effective at killing. He could love as hard as he could punch. Force, stop reminding me. Duality. I know you can't have light without dark. Her spiritual struggles were irrelevant now. She was carrying Darman's child. She longed to tell him and knew she had to wait. You love them, Cal, and love is never wrong. Yes, I do. His hard, lined face was an icon of passionate sincerity. All of them. I started with 104 trainees, plus my null lads, and now I've got 90 commandos left. They say parents should never have to outlive their kid. But I'm outliving them all, and I suppose that punishment serves me right. I was a rotten father. But dash. No. He held up his hand to stop her, and she paused. Scarata was benign but absolute authority. It's not what you think. I'm not using these lads to salve my conscience. They deserve better than that. I'm just using what I've learned for them. Does it matter as long as they're loved? Yes, it does. I have to know that I care about them for who they are, or I've consigned them to being things again. We're Mandalorian. A Mandalorian isn't just a warrior, you see. He's a father, and he's a son, and your family matters. Those boys deserve a father. They deserve sons and daughters too, but that isn't going to happen. But they can be sons, and the two things you have a duty to teach your sons are self-reliance, and that you'd give your life for them. Scarata leaned on folded arms and gazed down into the hazy abyss again. And I would attain. I would. And I should have had that degree of conviction when I started this sorry mess back on Commando. And walked out. And left them to it? Because it wouldn't have shifted the clone program one bit, even if it made you feel like you'd taken a brave stand. Is that how you feel? That stalking out and refusing to lead them is more for my comfort than theirs? He lowered his head on his folded arms for a moment. Well, that answers my question. As a Jedi, Atane had never known a real father any more than a clone had, but in that moment she knew exactly who she wanted him to be. She moved closer to Scarata to let her arm drape on his shoulder and rested her head against his. A tear welled up in the wrinkled corner of his eye, then spilled down his cheek, and she wiped it away with her sleeve. He managed a smile even though he kept his gaze fixed on the traffic far below. You're a good man and a good father, she said. You should never doubt that for a moment. Your men don't, and neither do I. Well, I wasn't a good father until they made one out of me. But now he would also be a grandfather too, and she knew it would delight him. She had given Darman back his future. She closed her eyes and savored the new life within her, strong and strange and wonderful. Kibu's Hut, Main Bar, 1800 hours, 385 days after Geonosis. Ordo shouldered a space for himself at the bar table between Niner and Boss, and helped himself to the container of juice. CORR was showing Scorch a dangerous trick with a vibroblade that required lightning reflexes to withdraw his hand before the blade thudded into the surface of the table. Scorch seemed wary. But your hand's metal, you cheating decut, he said. I bleed. Ya jealous. CORR jeered. His blade shaved Scorch's finger, and went thunk in the table to cheers from Juzik and Darman. You shiny boys always did envy us meat cans. The two squads seemed in good spirits, good enough to be telling long and elaborate jokes without the usual competitive edge of bravado between Sev and Phi. They had a task to complete in 30 hours, and it seemed to have focused them completely, erasing all squad boundaries. It was what Ordo had expected. They were professionals. Professionals put the job first. Anything less got you killed. But now they were having fun. Ordo suspected it was the first time they'd ever let their hair down in an environment like this, because it was certainly a first for him. Scarata looked as happy as he had ever seen him. And Juzik sat among them, wearing of all things a chest plate of Mandalorian armor under his jacket. We presented it to Bard Ik as a souvenir, Scarata said, rapping his knuckles on the plate. In case we don't manage to have that fancy dinner. In case some of us are dead by the end of tomorrow. That was what he meant, and everyone knew it. They lived with it. It just seemed the more poignant now for knowing that a rare bond had been formed between unlikely comrades. Two Jedi who openly admitted they struggled with the disciplines of attachment, and Ordo was sure now that he understood that in a very mixed bag of clone soldiers from captain to trooper who had abandoned rank to answer to a sergeant who didn't answer to anyone. Phi, with his uncanny talent for spotting a mood, raised his glass. Here's to Sicko. The mention of the pilot's name brought instant reverence to the noisy table. To Sicko, they chorused. There was no point grieving, settling a score with separatists was a far more productive use of their energy. Juzik winked at Ordo, clearly happy in a way that reached beyond noisy laughter in a crowded bar. Whatever mode of serenity and separateness surrounded men like Zei, Juzik's had vanished if he had ever had it. He was daring to feel part of a tight-knit group of men. Whatever brotherhood was like within the Jedi Order, it didn't appear to be like this. Muriel, his hair rinsed clean to its natural black, was now holding court and reciting an astonishing list of obscenities in 40 different languages. So far he hadn't repeated himself once. Fi was bent double over the table, roaring with laughter. Even Niner was enjoying it, contributing the odd word of Huttese. It's nice to know that your advanced linguistic skills were devoted to something useful. Erpdurit, Muriel said deadpan. Disgusting, said Fi. Baish fat. What does that mean? Mario whispered a translation in Fi's ear and his face fell slightly. Mario frowned. Don't tell me you've never heard that one. We were raised to be polite boys, Fi said, clearly aghast. Can Hutts really do that? You better believe it. I'm not sure I like civilian society, Fi said. I think I felt safer under fire. Coming from Fi, it would usually have been a joke. But like all his jokes, bitter reality lay not far beneath. Fi hadn't adjusted gracefully to the outside world. There was a moment of silence as reality intruded on all of them. I'll shoot you and cheer you up then, Seb said suddenly. Everyone laughed again. Darman drained his glass and got up to go. Scorch flicked a Warren nut at him with impressive accuracy, and it bounced off his head. Where you going, Dar? I'm off to calibrate my dice. There was more raucous laughter. Darman didn't look amused. He shrugged and walked off in the direction of the turbolift through a crowd of men from the 41st Elite who were shipping out in a few days. At least they'd had something few troopers ever would, 2 weeks without fighting. They didn't appear to be enjoying it, though. Cal Bear said that was what happened when you let someone out of prison after a long sentence. They didn't fit in and they didn't know how to live outside a cell or without a familiar routine. One no, though. And Fi wants to know. Don't wind him up about Attain, son, said Scarata. Scorch looked wary. He's not breaking any regulation, is he? I don't think so, but she is. The best thing was not to think. What happens to us when the war's over? CORR asked. Mariel smiled. You'll have the thanks of a grateful republic. Now, who can guess what this Yubi's word means? Ordo glanced at Scarata, who raised his glass. Auden came to take Darman's place at the table with the Twi'lek Lasima on his arm. The man obviously wasn't as shy as he seemed. Except for Vav and Etain, the entire strike team had gathered here, and there was some sense of an important bond having been accomplished. It also felt very final. You and Mariel are up to something, Scarata said. I can tell. He has news, Calber, Ordo said. Oh. Should he tell him now? He thought it might distract him too much. But he didn't need to provide detail. It would give Calber heart for what was to come. He's traced where our mutual friend fled immediately after the battle. There was no need to say that the friend was Kaminoan scientist Ko Sai, the head of the cloning program, or that she had gone missing after the Battle of Kamino. The hunt in it was a private matter, not Republic business. Although the Grand Army footed the bill was often reduced to just 2 words, any news. And if any of his other brothers Prudiai, Aiden, Kamarke, Jane found anything as well, Scarata would be told. They might have been carrying out intelligence missions for the Republic, but their true focus was finding elements of Kaminoan cloning technology that only Psi had access to. Scarata's face became luminous. It seemed to erase every crease and scar for a few moments. "This is what I want to hear," he said softly. "You will have a future, all of you. I swear it." Juzik was watching him with interest. There was no point trying to conceal anything of an emotional nature from Jedi as sensitive to the living force as Juzik and Etain, but it was unlikely that Scarata had shared that secret with him. He hadn't even told his commando squads. It was too fragile a mission. It was safer for them all not to know for the time being. Juzik raised his glass. It was just juice. Nobody would drink before a mission if they had any sense. Alcohol had proved not to be a major preoccupation with commandos anyway, and whatever had been rumored, Kalbir's only concession to alcohol was one glass of fiery colorless tihar at night to try to get to sleep. He found sleep increasingly elusive as the years of training progressed on Kamino, and his conscience tore him apart piece by piece. He'd sleep well without it tonight, even if it was in a chair. "This is very, very good news," Scarata said, a changed man for the moment. "I dare to say it bodes well." They drank and joked and argued about Hutt curses. And then Scarata's comm link chirped, and he answered it discreetly, head lowered. Ordo simply heard him say, "Now? Are you serious?" "What is it?" Ordo said. Mario paused in mid-curse, too, and the table fell silent. "It's our customer," Scarata said, jaw tense again. "They've hit a small snag. They need to move tonight. There's no preparation, Adak. We have to roll in 3 hours. 20. You know that thing that sergeants are always supposed to yell at new recruits? I am your mother. I am your father. Well, what do you do when that's actually true? Cal Scarata was all they had. And the troopers didn't have anyone. How can you expect those boys to grow up normal? Captain Jailer Obrim, to his wife over dinner. Operational house, Kibbutz Hut, 1935 hours, 385 days after Geonosis. Whole strike team ready to deploy. So what's your Shabla problem then, Pariv? Scarata conducted the conversation with his wrist comm link propped on the table, while he strapped on his Mando armor. Ordo stood out of range of the comlink's mic, holding Obrim on the line via his own link. Cold feet? Can't get the finance in place? What exactly? He was. Everyone in the team was used to working on the fly, but all the planning, the careful positioning to take out the maximum number of bodies now teetered on the brink of disaster. Around him, Delta and Omega were armoring up in full fighting order, Katarn rigged with DC-17s, grenades, rappelling lines, rapid entry ordnance, and a Plex rocket launcher per squad. For a moment he was unsettled to see Omega and Vav both in black armor. But they're mine. They're my squad. He renewed his concentration on Pariv's voice. One of our colleagues has been picked up by the police. Pariv's Jabimi accent was very noticeable now. It was an indication of stress. And that was encouraging at an animal level for a mercenary. Scarata gestured frantically to Ordo, but his head was already lowered, chin tucked into his chest as he relayed the information to Obrim. We need to move our operation. And you want me to drop by with the groceries when you've got CSF crawling all over you? I'm still wanted for 7 contract killings in town. Ordo gave a standing by signal, hand at shoulder level, fingers spread. Pariv swallowed audibly. They're not crawling all over us, as you put it. One man was arrested. He might be a weak link. Cross-check this with Obrim. Where? This better not be in my backyard. Industrial sector, pulled over for an illegal cannon upgrade to his speeder. Ordo nodded once and then gave a thumbs up. Confirmed. Scarata felt his shoulders relax immediately. Call me suspicious, but last time somebody did this to me they didn't plan on paying. You're not sticking to our timetable. I'm afraid it's just a good old-fashioned screw-up. I'll be at your location at 2200 hours then. But you won't mind if I bring a couple of my colleagues just to be on the safe side. Not there. We have transport issues. What does that mean? I mean we need to move our vessels somewhere safe. Bring the consignment to us at our landing strip and load it straight on. Scorch stepped in front of Scarata with as near to an expression of boyish delight as the man was ever going to manage. He mouthed Corafresh at him. Any good mercenary could lip-read, because if he wasn't already deafened by long exposure to gunfire, he couldn't hear a word in battle anyway. I need a location. We have a few vessels laid up in the commercial sector in Quadrant F-76. Scarata watched Scorch clench both fists and pull his elbows hard into his sides in a gesture of silent, total triumph. They were heading for at least one site at which they'd done a thorough recce. I need coordinates, and I need to know exactly what I can expect to see when I show up so I know I'm not walking into a CSF welcoming committee. You really do have a record, don't you? Said Pariv. Isn't that why you're doing business with me? Very well. 6 speeder trucks with Corafresh livery and 4 passenger airspeeder Stukoros, 2 custom J-12s. For 100 kilos of thermal? I can carry that with my nephew in 2 shopping bags, Chakar. You're not our only supplier of equipment, Mando. And I have personnel to move. I know you'll spit on this, but we're soldiers, and we have a code of honor. We want the goods for the price we agreed. No trap. Scarata paused for effect. So I'll meet you there. No, it'll be my deputy. The woman you saw at our meeting earlier. I'm moving via another route. Transmit the coordinates now and we'll start packing our bags. Your credits will be in the account you specified at 2150. Pleasure doing business. But the minute I see CSF issue blasters or even a hint of blue uniform, we're banging out. Scarata closed the link and for a moment there was absolute silence in a room full of 15 hot, anxious, adrenaline-laden bodies. Then there was a loud collective whoop of satisfaction. Even Etienne joined in, and Scarata hadn't reckoned her for wild displays of enthusiasm. So all was not lost after all, Vode, Vav said. Lord Murdelin was frantic, bouncing on its front legs while the other 4 scrabbled for purchase on the tattered carpet. Adrenaline excited Strills and made them eager to hunt. Plan B. Disable the vessels and slot the occupants. Disable. Scorch said. Minimum force required to do the job. We're in a city, remember? Holochart, Bordeaux said. I've still got Obrim on this link. Quick sitrap, people. They clustered around CORR, who was collating the moving red lines and points of light with quiet enthusiasm. Methodical, calm lad. He'd need to be that in bomb disposal. They'd been going all shades of crazy here and here. He zoomed into the hull image and indicated 2 tangled masses of red lines like loose balls of thread, both in the retail sector of Quadrant B85, where Phi had carried out the surveillance of Vinagis. It suggested that tagged suspects had done an awful lot of repeated movement. I'd say they're shifting kit by hand. Plenty of it, in 2 locations, But the two apartments Captain Ordo reckoned have been totally dead for hours. They've left. Scarata knew what he'd do in their position. He'd assemble what kit he had, move it discreetly to a central point, and then ship out. He wouldn't send a big, conspicuous repulsor truck to pick up from a dozen locations. It's all going out via the crates on that landing strip, he said. Agreed. Ordo and Mariel nodded. Scorch just grinned. A red point of light suddenly moved from the location of the house in the banking sector where Scarata had met Parive. They watched it moving fast. Someone had left the house in a speeder. Holocum, Scarata said. Ordo played out the remote image from his glove emitter. A speeder had taken off from the roof. I bet that was Parive leaving, said Vav. Scarata knew they'd lose some of the key players, but this was about making as big a dent in the Septerra ranks as possible. Pity. Maybe we can catch up with him later. Vi held out his palm with a remote detonator on it. If he's flying that green speeder. The one they took me in? Yes. Vi. You can blow it anytime you like, Sarge. The commandos had slipped back into calling him Sarge. It seemed to happen when they put their armor on again. I stuck a nice big surprise in his air intake last night. I was in that speeder. I know. Clever, wasn't it? Scarata took the det and checked that it was disabled before slipping it in his pocket. Ordike, let me talk to Jailer. He held his hand out for the comm link to Obrim. Can your people cover the locations we gave you? Obrim's voice was tight with tension. We're pulling people back off shifts now. We're synchronizing this for 2200, are we? Correct. I'll patch you into my comm link for the duration, but don't talk to me unless it's critical. Other than that, stay away from the area coordinates we're going to transmit to you, and pretend we never existed. Sorry about the arrest, not my team. A routine firearms control stop, I'm afraid. At least it made them bolt. They're vulnerable when they bolt. I'll talk to you in 12 hours if all goes smoothly then. Next breakfast's on you, remember? You take care too, friend. The tangle of possibilities and risks in Scarata's mind had become crystal clear. Two key parts of the operation were now as pinned down as they could be: the synchronized raid on the lower priority terrorist targets by CSF, and the interception of an unspecified number of key players at the landing strip, along with their vessels. Remember, Vode. No prisoners. Scarata took out his medpack and prepared a one-use painkiller syringe. Then he rolled down the soft leather of his left boot and stabbed the needle deep into his ankle. The pain made his muscles shake, but he clenched his teeth and let it pass. This was not the night to be slowed down by a limp. Shoot to kill. 14 men and 1 woman to kill maybe 20 terrorists. Very expensive use of manpower compared to droid kill rates. But worth it. There were a few more targets still wandering around out there, ones they hadn't even tagged. But when it came to destroying a small organization like a group of terror cells, taking out a cell like this one would have enormous impact. It slowed them down. It set them back while they recruited and reorganized and retrained. Even a few months made all the difference in this war. Wallen, he said. Take one of my Verpine rifles tonight. Might come in handy. I'm grateful, Cal. Okay, Vode. This is now Captain Ordo's command as ranking officer even if we have no ranks right now. Scarata swung his arms through the full range of movement to check the fit of his armor, the sand gold suit that his adoptive father Munin had given him. He put the knife he had retrieved from his real father's dead body up his right sleeve, handle uppermost. He could barely remember his parents, or even his original name, but Munin Scarata was as vivid as life and still with him every day, one of the precious departed whose names he recited each night. He hit his gauntlets against his chest plate to snap himself out of memories. Both squads jumped. Lord Myrtilin, jowls flapping, threw its head back and let out a long, low, moaning howl. The preparations had worked the Strill into a hunting frenzy. It could see its master in full Mandalorian armor, and it smelled and heard men who were tense and ready to fight. All its instincts and training said hunt, hunt, hunt. And Vav held his gloved hand out to Aten. Astonishingly, Aten took it. There was nothing but the battle in mind now. They were all saving it for the enemy. Scarata felt the visceral thrill tighten his throat and stomach. It had been many years since he'd put on this armor to fight. "Bais!" he said. "Helmets on." It was, he knew, a sight few would believe Wallen Vav and a Jedi Knight both in full Mandalorian armor, and Republic Commandos, ARC troopers, and a clone trooper in fighting order so closely modeled on that armor he wore himself that they looked like one united army. He pulled on his own helmet before anyone noticed the tears in his eyes. "I ought to get a hollow of this," Corr said. Attain stood among them, incongruously fragile. "I could have lent you my Hokan armor, General," Vi said. "Only one careless owner." Attain lifted her tunic to reveal plates of body armor. "I'm not stupid." Then she pulled out 2 lightsabers. Scarata winced. "Mine and Master Fuller's." He'd have relished a fight like this. She was not herself tonight, if her usual self was that worried, awkward, but tenacious soul who found it so hard to be a Jedi. She was utterly alive. Darman seemed to be able to strike sparks off her. Scarata hoped she did the same for him. Vav flung out his arm to signal the Strill to race ahead. "Oya! Oya! Let's go hunting! Oya Murd!" The Strill bayed at the top of its voice and shot out the doors to the landing platform. Ordo turned to the strike team. "Oya! Oya, Vode!" It was electric. It had never happened before, and it would probably never happen again. And they went hunting. 21. By si gal, by si tal. Viberad yours alayat. Amichai drar bot meg pygsi kota lo shebs al narrat a pint of ale, a pint of blood. Buys men without a name. We never care who wins the war. So you can keep your fame. Popular drinking chant of Mandalorian mercenaries approximate translation, edited for strong language. Landing area, Corafresh Farm Produce Distribution Division, Quadrant F76, 2035 hours, 385 days after Geonosis. The produce distribution depot was as familiar as Arca Barracks now. Everything was as the holochart and holocom images had modeled it, although some of the vessels had been moved in the last hour. Ordo took a small risk and flew the airspeeder over the Corafresh landing strip at a cautious height just for reassurance. The depot was a lake of harsh white light dotted with loader droids, trucks, and an assortment of speeders. There were more vessels parked there than Pariv had said. They were probably legitimate transports, shipping nothing more deadly than fruit. "I think Corafresh might be annoyed about the damage to their fleet in the morning," Ordo said. "That's their problem for not being too choosy about the company they keep." Sev secured one of the Verpine rifles to his webbing. He seemed to take Scarata's warning about bending anyone who bent his kit quite literally. "They must be bankrolled by crime gangs themselves. We'll be doing CSF a favor then." It was always a challenge to insert teams into a busy location. Air traffic data said the strip clocked an average of 120 trucks and cargo lifters passing through the strip every 24 hours. 2,000 to 2,300 hours seemed to be the period when it almost shut down completely. That was probably why the separatists had picked the 2,200 time slot for Scarata to deliver the explosives. They'd be loaded and gone by the time the overnight deliveries started again at 2,300. If the teams had gone in early, they would have needed to avoid an awful lot of people and droids. You ever carried out an assault on an urban objective before? Sev said. Yes. Diane. Heard of it? Sev paused to check his HUD database. Ordo could see the icon flash up on his own HUD over the shared link. He heard Sev swallow. I meant one where you had to leave the place pretty well intact, sir. In that case, Sev, no. It'll be a first. Me too. Glad we could share this moment then. Ordo parked the airspeeder next to the small substation that routed utilities to the industrial area where the Corafresh depot was located. A meter-wide conduit carrying pipes and cables stretched out 20 meters from the substation to span a gap that was 500 meters deep. That was their route in. All tooled up. Ordo shouldered two Plex missile launchers against his pauldron, one on each side. Yes, sir. Shoulder okay? Phi has a big mouth. Phi knows that I need to know if any of my team is compromised by injury. I'm fine, sir. Ordo nudged him. Oya, Naviodi. Ordo led the way across the conduit, checking Sev's progress in his HUD. A man who'd nearly fallen to his death could get a little nervous at heights like this. But Sev advanced as if he were on solid ground, and they slipped into the cover of crates and containers at the rear wall of the warehouse. Omega, are you in position? Niner's voice crackled slightly in Ordo's comlink. We're 150 meters from the perimeter, sir. Southeast of the strip at the waist, processing depot. Any activity in the vessels parked on the eastern edge of the strip? All quiet except for maintenance droids. Dar sent up a surveillance remote, and all the wets are clustered at the warehouse entrance moving boxes. They've backed up two of the trucks against the loading bay. We're going to position ourselves on the roof, then. The warehouse was a single-story building with an unforgiving flat roof that meant anyone in the two repulsor trucks on the far side of the landing area would notice troops moving around. It was the only high vantage point overlooking the floodlit landing area to direct fire as well as pick off a few targets for themselves. Ordo had decided it was asking for trouble to take up a position in the residential towers nearly 1,000 meters away. If they wound up on the receiving end of returned fire, there would be a lot of dead civilians to explain. Up you go, said Ordo. Sev fired his rappelling line over the roof and tugged on it to ensure it was secure. The small winch in his belt took most of his weight, but he pushed off with his boots, looking almost as if he were walking up the vertical surface. Ordo waited as Sev rolled flat over the edge of the roof, Verpine rifle in his right hand. Roof clear, sir. Ordo fired his own line and let the winch lift him until he could reach the roof with his hand. He handed Sev the Plex launchers and hauled himself over the top to crawl flat on elbows and knees until he was near the front edge of the roof. They both flipped down the scopes in their visors at the same time. Ordo saw the same image repeated in Sev's viewpoint icon on the margin of his HUD. In an ideal world, we could have left a time charge on that utility conduit and paralyzed this whole sector before we went in, Sev said. And that just advertises the fact that the Grand Army was here. We don't exist, remember? We've gone bandit. Just fantasizing. The textbook approach was to knock out the two Illumigrids and then move in. But timing was critical. Scarata and Juzik needed to make the delivery of explosives and then get clear before the party started. Omega, we're in position. Copy that. This time it was Muriel's voice. On my mark, we'll knock out both lights and then provide covering fire while you advance from the south side. Delta, what's your location? Boss here, sir. We'll be in position behind the warehouse in 2 minutes. Aten and Fixer will enter from the front. Scorch and I will cover the north side of the strip. Aten seemed to have slipped easily into the temporary gap left by Sev. There wasn't the slightest hint in their voices that their former brother wasn't welcome. Ordo supposed that once you were one of Vav's trainees, you could merge back into the batch without comment when there was a job to be done. Okay, Vode. Now we watch and wait. Mariel, Phi, Niner, Darman, and CORR crouched in the cover of a conveyor belt of bins outside the waste depot, where droids collected the contents for compaction and disposal. Phi sniffed dubiously. There was the distinct sulfurous tang of rotting vegetables, harmless, or his helmet's filter would never have let the aroma through, but nauseating nonetheless. On Niner's signal, they sprinted from the bins and dropped down by a pillar at the end of the walkway that led across to the Corafresh depot. You're very shiny, you two, Niner said, jerking his thumb at CORR and Mariel, who were almost glowing in the light from the red flashing sign of a CDCAF bar. Why don't you just write "shoot me here" on that decutla white armor? You rely on that black stuff way too much, Mariel said. It's all about a stealthy approach, you see. He heaved a massive Merson reciprocating quad blaster onto his hip and powered up the micro-repulsor lift to take some of its weight. Four huge double-barreled blaster muzzles loomed from the weapon's body. It was close on 80 centimeters long and looked more like a cruiser's close-in defense cannon. Stealth, and a nice big CIP quad, of course. Phi patted CORR's conspicuously white shoulder. His men will follow him anywhere, Niviodi. But only out of curiosity? Okay, get curious then. Mariel indicated the direction of the landing strip. They've moved some of the vessels, so we're going to have to cover a little extra open ground. At least most of the cockpits are facing the same way, so we might have a blind spot to take advantage of. Darman, Verpine rifle slung across his back, was still examining the other impressive item of Merson firepower excess that was balanced across his thighs, the Z6 rotary blaster. It was almost as big as the CIP quad. He looked wary of it, and passed it to Kor. We really did say no prisoners, didn't we, sir? Not exactly a sniper weapon, I know. Attain would like that, Phi said. Bit classier than her tranny LJ-50. Mariel snorted. The general can get her own rotary. That's my baby. Beats a bunch of flowers, Dar. Has she called in yet, by the way? Ordo's voice cut in. There was no privacy on this frequency. She and Vav followed Pariv's trace to an apartment in Zone 3, Quadrant A4. They're watching him now. Isn't that a diplomatic quarter? Asked Mariel, whose capacity for memorizing data seemed as unlimited as his brother's. Afraid so, said Ordo. That could get interesting. If we go in there, we're into a whole new level of deniability. Phi watched Darman's head drop for a moment, but there wasn't so much as a breath or a click of teeth. He snapped back to his alert position. Phi wasn't sure if he was afraid for Attain's safety or of what she might do, and he didn't plan to ask. Vav doesn't need that strill when he's got a Jedi with him. He takes Murd everywhere, Mariel said. Like Mando fathers take their sons into battle. If I didn't know old Psycho was a head case, I'd say that was cute. What is it going to do? You've never seen a Strill hunt, have you? Mariel didn't say another word. He signaled advance to Niner with a sweep of his hand, and the squad sprinted for the perimeter of the landing strip. Diplomatic Sector, Quadrant A4, 2,145 hours, 385 days after Geonosis. Attain stood on the ledge of a soaring office tower facing the elegant apartment block and realized exactly what Black Ops truly meant. Vav stood beside her. The ledge was about 150 centimeters wide, and the breeze at this height was noticeable even on climate-controlled Coruscant. What's the matter? Vav said, his parade ground voice slightly softened by his Mando helmet. Didn't know how dirty politics could be? That diplomats aren't all nice, honest people? That they keep unpleasant company? I think I worked that out already. She felt the Strill brush past her legs, padding impatiently up and down the narrow ledge. It had no fear of heights, it seemed. But the consequences of pursuing Pariv into that building reach far beyond assassinating a terrorist. We'll have to get him to come out, then. He could lie low there for weeks. If he's hiding, yes. I find you hard to follow sometimes, Vav. He might be collecting something or somebody. He was in a mad rush to leave. I sense he's alone. He isn't picking up a colleague. Vav leveled the scope of the Verpine, angled down about 30 degrees. The Strill teetered on the edge of the ledge. I can see Pariv. Yes, he's alone. He's in front of the doors to the balcony now. That's arrogant, my friend. Think nobody can see you, eh? Attain, want to take a look? Vav handed her the Verpine. She took it nervously, hearing Skirata's constant admonition to take care of the weapon, and was surprised how light and harmless it felt. She peered down the scope and felt Vav reach out and flick something on the optic. A different image appeared in the eyepiece, slightly pink-tinted, of a man rummaging through a desk and sticking data chips into his pad, activating them, and then extracting and discarding them. A pale blob of light shimmered from his chest and then from his back as he turned. What can you see? He's loading data, Attain said. He's shredding someone's files. Told you so. What's the white light? The EM emissions from the dust? Correct. Attain handed back the rifle. That data pad is going to contain some interesting material. How do we get hold of it? The old-fashioned way. Vav sounded as if he'd smiled. It was hard to tell under the helmet. Let's get him to come to the balcony. I'm not sure I can influence his mind at this range. Or at all. No need, my dear. Vav folded a cloth one-handed and placed it under the stock of the Verpine at the point where it touched his armored shoulder. I hate a standing shot without something to lean against, but I'm not as sure-footed as Murd, so I'm not going to attempt to kneel. He leaned back slightly against the wall at his back. But this Verpine is beautiful. He rested his firing hand on his raised forearm. It's almost a handgun. Just tell me what you're going to do. Make a noise on his balcony so he steps outside. What if he doesn't? Then we'll have to go in and get him the hard way. But if you dash, let's get him outside if we can. Vav paused to let an airspeeder pass. The narrow skylane was almost deserted. Most armies I ended up serving had no notion of advanced planning. I got to be very good at unorthodox solutions. Attain couldn't help but feel the patterns in the Force right then. Being pregnant seemed to have enhanced her sensitivity to the living Force by an order of magnitude. Vav felt like a pool of utter cold calm, almost a Jedi Master's footprint in the Force. The Strill felt alien. It had an unfathomable glittering intelligence and a wild, joyful heart swirling within it. Had it not been for Vav's rifle and the krill's savage teeth, the pair might have felt like a peaceful man and his happy child. She felt something else, as she did constantly now, the vivid, complex pattern of her unborn child. It's a boy. I'm standing on a ledge with thousands of meters of nothing below me. And I am not afraid. She stopped herself from reaching out to Darman in the Force. It might distract him at a critical moment. She simply felt that he was safe and confident, and that was enough. Could you choke him using the Force? Vav said quietly. What? Just asking. Very handy. I was never trained to do that. Pity. All those fine combat skills wasted. Vav exhaled audibly and paused. There was the slightest of movements in her peripheral vision as he squeezed the trigger, and a small snack echoed as a puff of vaporized stone billowed briefly off the corner of the apartment wall. Ah, Vav said. The rifle's scope was still pressed to the eye slit in his black helmet. He looked like the very image of death. Much as Etain had grown to find that armor reassuring, it made it no less intimidating. Now, this is not a man used to avoiding professional assassins. Watch carefully and tell me what you feel. Pariv paused at the transparent steel doors leading onto the balcony and shoved the datapad inside his tunic. Then he took out his blaster. He opened the doors by a meter, no more, and stood looking around, blaster raised, one foot still inside the apartment, one on the balcony itself. Etain heard Vav exhale, and then Pariv's head jerked backward with a brief plume of dark blood as if he had been punched by an invisible fist. He fell, arms thrown wide. Dead. Gone. Whatever had been Pariv was now gone from the Force. No pain, no surprise, and suddenly not there. Murd the Strill was staring up at its master, unblinking, tail thrashing the ledge in enthusiasm. It began making little whimpering noises deep in its throat. I must treat myself to one of these, Vav said, still all complete calm and satisfaction, gazing at the Verpine rifle. Outstanding craftspeople, those little insectids. He's dead. I should think so. The hydrostatic shock generated by a Verpine projectile is substantial. A clean headshot is instantaneous KYRM. But the datapad is still in his tunic. Good. He turned to the Strill and put his finger to his lips. UDCI Murd. Silence. Cur. The Strill stared up into his face, gold eyes fixed on his, head drawn back a little into its cowl-like folds of loose skin. Its whimpering stopped abruptly. Vav crouched down and held out his arm as if pointing, and closed his fingers into a fist. Oya. He whispered. Find the Aruatai. Find the traitor. Murd spun around and stabbed its claws into the stonework. Etain watched, stunned, as it climbed the wall and made its way to the next ledge above. The Strill appeared to understand what was said to it, even hand signals. But she had no idea what it was doing. Oya Murd! The Strill balanced on its four rear legs and then sprang into the abyss. Oh my dash! And then Etain suddenly realized why the Strill looked so bizarre. It spread all six legs, and the loose, ugly skin that made it appear such a shambling mess was stretched taut by the air pressure beneath it. It glided effortlessly down in a perfect stoop onto the balcony opposite. Vav took off his helmet and wiped his brow. His face was a study in complete admiration, and yes, love. Clever Murd, he murmured. Clever baby! It's a glider! Extraordinary animals strills. It's going to fetch the data pad? Vav paused. Attain could see a smile forming on his lips. Yes. Is it male or female? Both, Vav said. Murd has been with me since I joined the Mandalorians. Strills live far longer than humans. Who'll care for it when I'm dead? I'm sure someone will value it greatly. I want it to be cared for, not valued. Vav replaced his helmet. They waited. Attain strained to see when the animal emerged from the apartment with, she imagined, the datapad clamped in its teeth. Or maybe it had more surprises in store, like a pouch, as Jean Art the Gerlinen had. She stared aghast. Murd had dragged Pariv's body out onto the balcony, and was worrying at it. She believed the animal was trying to tear out the datapad right up to the moment that it got a good grip with its massive jaws on the corpse's shoulder and hauled it up onto the safety rail. What's it doing? Vav laughed. Murd balanced the body on the rail like a sack of stones, wobbled a little, and then launched itself into the air. Attain was stunned by its ability to move a man weighing at least 80 kilos, but not half as stunned as when she saw its free fall turn into a vertical climb as it struck out, and its parachute of skin became wing membranes. Murd soared like a raptor carrying its prey. Murd flew. Fearfect, Attain said. There was no other word for it. Language, Vav said, clearly amused. Murd thudded onto the ledge and hauled Pariv up behind it. Vav crouched as best he could on the narrow strip of stone and felt inside the tunic for the datapad. Got it. Let's go. Good Murd. Clever Murd. Murdala Murd IKA. He opened his comm link. Cal, Pariv's no longer a problem, and we have a useful datapad. See you shortly. Murd was ecstatic, whimpering and slobbering in delight as Vav rubbed its head. As retrievers went, it could have no equal. What about the body? Attain said, still stunned. Are we just leaving it here? On an office window ledge? It'll give CSF's forensics team a fascinating project to keep them occupied, Vav said. And we didn't even have to enter a diplomatic compound, did we? Attain, now used to death and assassination, couldn't help herself. She reached over and rubbed the still's head, too, although it stank and could probably kill her in a single vast bite. It was still miraculous. Clever Murd, she said. Clever. Somewhere near Corafresh Farm Produce Distribution Division, Quadrant F76, 2,150 hours, 385 days after Geonosis. That armor suits you, Bard IKA. Scarata sat astride the speeder's pillion seat, datapad and chrono at the ready. The operation was underway. Pariv was dead. Now it was time for Scarata to check that the credit transfer had been made. He watched the screen that showed the status of the temporary bank account that would vanish without trace or audit trail in just over a day. I suspect the Jedi Council wouldn't agree. Juzik adjusted the bags on the bike's cargo straps. Not even if General Kenobi himself wears armor. You don't worry much about that, said Scarata. I haven't thought that far ahead. A Mando mercenary has to plan for the future these days, son, even if there turns out to be no future at all. And so should you. Juzik laughed. I thought you Mando Ade lived only for the day. You even have trouble using anything but the present tense. Scarata's eyes never left the datapad screen. Then it reloaded, and suddenly an anonymous numbered account in a bank on Argal was 4 million credits in the black. Skirata hit verify and the credits were there. Yes, this was real. He had the credits. He felt one tension evaporate from his chest and another familiar, comfortable, an old friend take its place. He was ready to fight. He opened the comlink to the whole strike team. Stand by, vote, stand by. The credits have cleared. We're moving in to make the drop now. Ordo here, copy that. Delta here, copy that. Mariel here, copy that. Do we get 10%? Phi muttered. Juzik powered up the speeder bike. You'd be amazed what you might get out of this, Phi. The speeder shot up into the air and spun 90 degrees before Juzik aimed it at the Corafresh depot. Preferably not a broken neck, though. Sorry, Cal, said Juzik. Skirata checked his chrono, 21:55. A good rousing chant of DHA Werda might have psyched him up better, but this was a different battlefield. Bard IK, those explosive packs are well wrapped, aren't they? Thoroughly. They're really affecting the handling of the speeder, too. We've got a few minutes. Take it easy. Udsly. Juzik grinned. If things get a little hairy out there, I can use my force powers, can I? No witnesses. Go ahead. Juzik took the speeder high over the landing strip, and Skirata noted Ordo and Sev flat on the roof of the warehouse as they spiraled down to land. The two soldiers didn't move. Omega and Delta were nowhere to be seen. That reassured him enormously. It had been a joy to train commandos who became better soldiers than he could ever be. Tonight would test them, though. There were enough explosives in the area now to take out a quadrant, and well beyond. Fine on a battlefield, but not in a city. Careful. Go careful. The speeder settled and hung at rest just above the ground. A group of 5 men and the middle-aged woman he'd seen at the meeting earlier were the welcoming committee, and they all had blasters visible on belts or held loosely at their sides. They directed Juzik to a spot between 2 trucks, sheltered from anyone who might pass by. Skirata and Juzik got off the speeder bike and stood with their arms at their sides, calm and businesslike. Skirata removed his helmet. Juzik kept his bici on. The credits cleared fine, Skirata said. The woman inspected the speeder, which was laden like a Tatooine bundle with anonymous bags of rough sacking. This is all the 500 grade. 400 quarter-kilo packs, bagged in tens. I suggest you split the load for safety. The woman shrugged. We know how to handle explosives. She reached out to unfasten one bag and squatted down to slide the 10 bundled packets onto the ground. She squinted at the thick packaging and took out a knife from her pocket. Skirata didn't need to see Juzik's face to know that the blood had drained from it. Don't stick anything metallic into it. The electrolytic reaction will set it off. Mariel's little chemical enhancement to thwart the bomb makers in the event of their getting away with any of the explosives was about to kill them all. Whoa! Skirata sighed irritably and hoped to the force that he didn't sound the terrified man he was right then. Don't shove a knife in that, woman! Unwrap it properly. Here, let me do it. Are you sure you know what you're doing? There was a collective involuntary gasp in his comlink earpiece, a very restrained one. He heard Ordo mutter, Osik. You insolent little Mandalorian thug! She sneered, but she stood back to let him take over. And she held her blaster to his head. Skirata ripped the bundle open with nervous hands and broke out one packet, tearing the flexwrap with his teeth to expose the soft light brown contents. It tasted oddly sweet. Here. Believe me? The woman scowled at him and squeezed the explosive between her fingers. I'm checking that this isn't just died detonite. Tell you what, Scarata said, wondering if Juzik might try a spot of mind influence right then. Pick as many packs as you like at random and I'll unwrap them, and then you can prove to yourself that they're not booby-trapped, either. He heard Ordo's voice in his ear. Calbill, you're scaring us. Okay. The woman pointed to another bag on the speeder bike. That one. Empty it in front of me. Scarata obeyed. He unwrapped the bundle and waited for her to choose a pack at random. He tore it open and let her inspect it. She repeated the process 3 times. Scarata stood up, hands on hips, and sighed theatrically. I've got all night, sweetheart. Have you? The woman looked into his face as if she liked the idea of killing him anyway. Bag it up and get out of here. He glanced at his chrono, 22:20. Obrim would be getting jumpy now, with squads of CSF officers waiting throughout Galactic City to raid the long list of suspect addresses he'd given them. You heard the lady. He shoved Juzik in the back. Get on with it. The last few seconds before a hasty exit were always the most terrifying. A hairbreadth lay between victory and defeat, life and death. Juzik secured the last of the bags and dumped the rest from the speeder in a pile between the trucks. Now get lost, she said. I take it I can't count you as a repeat customer then? She raised the blaster eloquently. Scarata replaced his helmet and swung onto the speeder bike behind Juzik. They lifted into the air and climbed above the warehouse. Fearfect, said Darman's voice in his ear. I hate it when you improvise, Sarge. Like you don't? Standing by. Ordo cut in. The woman's loading all the explosives except a single bag into one truck. The one with the green livery nearest the loading bay. I repeat, negative the green truck. Do not target the green truck, or it's goodbye to half of Coruscant. Females never listen to a thing I say, thankfully, Scarata said. He knew she'd react like that. So that means there's only one vessel we can't blow up. Priority is to isolate the green truck and ground it before engaging other targets. Copy that, sir, a chorus said. Juzik set the speeder down 300 meters behind the warehouse in a cluster of shuttered wholesalers' units. Scarata sat breathing deeply for a moment to steady himself before opening his comm link again with a double click of his back teeth. Obrim, this is Scarata. Got you, Cal. You can roll now, my friend. Talk to you later. Copy that. Obrim's channel snapped into silence. Omega, Delta, all units, this is Cal. We're clear. All yours, Captain. Copy that, Sergeant. Ordo began counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2. Go, go, go. Oya. A bitter little war with far-reaching consequences was unleashed in downtown Galactic City. 22. We will watch you, I promise. You will not see us or hear us or even know we stand beside you. How does that feel, Jedi? How does it feel to be at the mercy of a species with powers even you don't have? Now you know how others regard you. Keep your promises, General, or you will see how hard a small, invisible army can strike. Jeanart the Gerlinin, to General Arligan Zay, on the pledge to relocate all human colonists from Kalura within 18 months. Corafresh Depot, 22:25 h. At 2225 hours 000 time, Phi and Mario broke from behind the low wall at the southern edge of the landing strip and positioned themselves between the parked repulsor trucks at the far side facing the warehouse. Phi focused the infrared scope of his DC-17 on the green truck and saw a bright patch of heat on the fuselage. He tilted up and saw the dim patchwork indicating the varying temperatures of a human's upper body, a pilot waiting to depart. I've got a target in the pilot's seat of the green truck, and his drive showing up warm on the infrared scope. Is the explosive loaded? Can anyone confirm? I can see the rear of the truck. They've closed the hatch with 2 targets inside as well as the pilot. Ordo paused. The green truck is now confirmed as laden. We have to keep that vessel grounded, Vode. We can't detonate it, not here. Dar, you got a clear shot at the pilot? There was the sound of fast breathing and a grunt as someone dropped next to him. Phi looked left and saw Darman kneeling on one leg with his Verpine rifle raised, elbow braced on his knee. A Verp slug was guaranteed to punch a hole in the truck's view screen and kill the pilot without triggering the 500 grade. Got him lined up. Standing by. Phi swung his D's to locate Ordo on the roof. He couldn't see Sev, but Ordo's helmet range finder was just visible as he turned his head. Delta, Ordo said. Stand by to take the rear of the green truck when we kill the Unabridged. Omega, target all walking targets on the landing strip. Cal's voice cut in. Ord IK, we're at the rear of the warehouse blocking the back doors. Force is estimating 24 live targets in all, I'm told. Phi refocused his scope on the interior of the warehouse. He could see at least 9 men and women scurrying around inside, and 2 more visible via infrared, ripping open crates and bundling small boxes and blasters into bags. I've got a minimum of 11 contacts around and inside the warehouse, and it looks like they've got a small arsenal in there. Good news is that it's just one big empty space with partitioned offices down one wall. Once the lights go out, they'll batten down. Sev cut in. I've got 2 loading what looks like DC-15 rifle cases into the small red airspeeder on the northern perimeter fence. 6 of the trucks look warm and ticking over in my infrared. Mariel said. Can't see any activity in the rest of the speeders. There ought to be 4 ready to fly. Hit them all, then, just to be certain, Ordo said. Hit everything except the green truck. I'm on night vision now, Darman said. Ready when you are, Captain Ordo. CORR sprinted into position to Phi's right, sliding behind a truck, with the rotary blaster braced against his belt and his left hand tight on the top grip. From his stance he looked like a man who felt pretty good about his chances. He wasn't even meant to be a commando. He'd just risen to the challenge. Phi hoped Scarada would find a way of permanently absorbing him into Arca Company. He switched to his night scope and aligned the target icon on a man and a woman carrying a flat crate between them toward one of the trucks. Phi's finger rested on the trigger. Lights! Ordo hissed. He and Sev fired their Plex rocket launchers, and both the Lumigrids were swallowed simultaneously by 2 balls of yellow flame. The roar killed any chances of him hearing the shattering transparasteel view screen of the green truck. But he heard Darman an instant later. Truck pilot clear! We've lost 1. Juzik said. Say again? 1 target's made a run for it, over in the northeast corner. I felt him go. There was a split second of frozen time before blue blaster fire sprayed from Phi's position, cutting down the 2 people moving a crate. 2 of the trucks exploded in balls of fire, accounting for 6 more targets. The landing strip was now a dark void lit by the dying flames of 2 smashed trucks and sporadic bolts of D's fire. From the far end of the depot, the distinctive blue staccato attack of the rotary blaster hosed every vehicle on that side of the strip. CORR was definitely getting stuck in, as Calbert put it. He sprinted to Ordo's left, firing as he ran, taking out the last gray and silver airspeeder in a ball of white light. Juzik? Ordo debated whether to worry about the one escapee. Juzik, get Vav and attain onto the one who's bolted. Beneath Ordo, Boss, Fixer, and Scorch raced to the rear of the green truck, Aten coming in from the other side. Boss fired a stream of bolts from his D's at a shallow angle, slicing off half the truck's repulsor drive housing. It dropped flat on the ground with a massive crash of crumpling alloy. It definitely wasn't going anywhere now. Scorch concentrated his fire into the warehouse. Ordo swung over the edge of the roof to rappel down into the melee, firing one of his twin blasters as he dropped. The shots sparked and smoked off closing doors. There were probably 9 or 10 terrorists now shut inside with a good supply of weapons. And right now they weren't Ordo's worst problem. Sev thudded to the ground beside him and rewound his rappelling line. 2 verp kills. That's all. 2 still alive inside the truck, Boss said. If you had 100 kilos of thermal explosive, a lot of deaths, and no escape, what would you do? Take as many of the enemy out with me as I could, Ordo said. Storm that Dikkatla truck now before they put us into orbit. 2 minutes into the engagement felt like seconds. Phi sprinted down to the green truck on Muriel's heels with CORR, Darman, and Niner close behind. I make it 10 bodies on the landing strip, Niner said. 1 dead pilot and 2 live targets in this truck. Ordo motioned Niner and Scorch to the front of the truck. You stand by to distract them when Fixer and Boss go in the rear hatch. Ordo stood back with both blasters drawn as Fixer and Boss stacked either side of the hatch. He fired at the frame mountings and it buckled and burst open. There was a loud PU of ricocheting fragments from the front of the vessel, and Fixer and Boss burst in with their gauntlet vibroblades drawn. White lights flared and hissed, hand blasters. Ordo had a split second of thinking this is it, it's going to blow, we're dead, it's over, and then silence fell again. Battle seemed to him a mass of deafening noise interspersed with brief, dead silence. Fearfact, they didn't even get the deaths lined up, Scorch said. Amateurs. He scrambled out of the shattered truck, his armor blackened by blaster fire. Boss jumped out behind him and shook blood off his vibroblade before sheathing it again. Ordo took a breath. Calbear? We're still at the rear doors. It's gone a little quiet in there. Bardike says 11 inside. Confirmed 11 on the infrared scope, too, said Niner, who always needed to be certain. They've locked themselves in. We're just clearing the explosives out of the truck. Ordo motioned to COR, Niner, and Boss to go. Mariel and I are going in the front doors. Dar and Phi, open up a hole in the south side wall. Want us to go in from the back, son? Scarata said. I'm pumping adrenaline and I'd like to get in on some action. For old time's sake. Remember you don't have Katarn armor, Ordo said, instantly more worried for Calbear than anyone alive. Scarata snorted. Remember you're not wearing Mandalorian iron. Ordo gestured to Mariel. His brother brushed a dusting of debris off his blue lieutenant's pauldron and reached over his shoulders with both hands to draw the massive CIP quad blaster strapped across his back. In 3. Ordo said. What happened to in 5? I just ran out of patience. Scarata held up his verpine in his left hand, knife in his right, listening as Juzik drew his lightsaber, a Jedi Knight in a Mando helmet. Bardike, I'll take that image to my grave. He checked the infrared targeting beam, more out of nervous habit than anything, and hoped the Hutyun didn't have night vision. The deafening double-trip hammer of Muriel's quad blaster shattered the brief calm, and the rear doors were blown open. There was an explosion and a pounding rain of debris from the side of the warehouse. For a moment Skirata thought the doors had been blown out by the blast, but Juzik punched the air as if it was a rather clever touch. Fearfek. So that's the force, is it? There was no light spilling out of the doorway. Then someone inside the warehouse ran for the doors and a grainy figure shot through his night vision display. Skirata reacted instantly, without thinking, charging at him and smashing into his face with an armored elbow, then bringing his knife up hard under his ribs before he could even fall backward. It was only when he aimed the verp in his next breath and concentrated on the face in his HUD for a second, that he realized it was the woman who had called him a Mandalorian thug. He fired the gun before he had even thought of a suitable retort. War was like that. You rarely thought of something satisfying to say until days later, if you had anything to say at all. 10 on the infrared, Niner said. Infrared told you who was still warm. Infrared couldn't tell you who was alive. Skirata preferred to track movement alone. Grenade! Cover! Aten yelled. The shock wave lifted Skirata and left his ears ringing. He was sure he was outside the doors, but he was now inside, and Juzik hauled him cleanly to his feet with one arm. He couldn't hear the comlink clearly now. The rapid hammering of a rotary blaster started up and then stopped abruptly. For a man trained in the delicate art of bomb disposal, CORR had seized on the crude technique of spraying 6 barrels with some enthusiasm. Grenade dash. Another explosion shook the warehouse. Man down! Someone was cursing Sev? Scorch? And Ordo yelled, Pull back! Clear the building. Skirata sprinted after Juzik, following the green glow of his lightsaber. As they cleared the doors, a massive WH-000 punched Skirata simultaneously under the soles of his feet and in his back. He almost lost his balance. Silence descended. Skirata strained to listen. Lots of scattered patches of infrared. That sounded like Niner. And no idea what's alive and what's just warm. Scorch, you okay? Yeah. Really. Just shook me up. That's it, Juzik said. I'm coming back in, Ordo. He spun around and ran back into the warehouse. Skirata followed him. I can find the live ones. Leave it to me. The warehouse was now almost in darkness and silent except for the ticking, creaking, and crumbling sounds of settling debris and cooling alloy. The air stank of ozone from discharged blasters and from the animal scent of shattered bodies. Nothing moved. This was taking hours, Skirata was sure. No, this was minutes. His brain had slipped into the unreal time frame of combat. Juzik's green lightsaber left an eerie trail. He didn't seem afraid of drawing fire. He just batted away like an annoying insect, Skirata was sure. I can feel 3 lives. Well, they'll know the Jedi are on the case now. Skirata imagined lying on that floor in the dark silent chaos, probably deafened, certainly injured, catching glimpses of movement as soldiers stalked the room. The commandos had killed their visor lights, and Phi, Aten, and Darman were nearly invisible in their black armor even to him. It must have been terrifying. He'd hidden from soldiers, 6 years old and scared enough to wet his pants. Now you know what it's like, Hutyan. Someone made a sound, a little half-word, and it sounded like please. Skirata swung his verpine in the direction of the noise. He saw a man kneeling with hands raised, Fearfek. He didn't want to take prisoners. That was the last thing they needed. He heard Juzik swallow hard. Get over by the wall, Juzik hissed. He was gesturing at the person who seemed to be surrendering. Could the Huttun even see the Jedi? Get over by the wall. Then Darman's voice cut in. Sarge! Down! Flame dash. Skirata swung around and dropped to his knees just as Juzik ducked a sheet of white-hot, roaring liquid flame that lit up the shattered warehouse and overwhelmed his night vision for a split second. It pumped out in shallow arcs and Darman took it full on. Commandos and troopers leaped back instinctively and Skirata felt the heat even through a layer of ancient Mandalorian iron. Darman was illuminated like a jet-black statue, rifle still raised, enveloped in blazing liquid. He didn't even scream. Dar! Skirata found his body responding without intervention from his brain as he pumped verpine rounds in the direction of the flamethrower. Someone fell. The stream of fire stopped. The thunk of a power cell being slapped onto a blaster diverted him from the terrible spectacle of Darman burning like a torch as someone Niner rushed to roll their brother on the ground in a bid to smother the flames. Skirata caught the faint light of a charge indicator in his peripheral vision and swung the verpine in its direction, but Juzik waited in instantly, swinging his lightsaber in a blur of light. Skirata could now see that the kneeling man, the apparently surrendering man, had drawn a blaster. It was still clutched in his limp hand. For some reason that feint angered Skirata more than anything. All clear! Juzik yelled. Dar! He looked up at the ceiling. Hang on, Dar. Katarn armor could withstand high temperatures, but the burning chemical had coated Darman's plates. It was resisting attempts by Niner and Sev to smother it with bundles of sacking they had grabbed. Skirata went to throw his jacket over him. Suddenly a fine sticky rain filled the air. The fire control system had kicked in. I'm glad that worked, Juzik muttered. A white cloud of hissing gas enveloped Darman, and the warehouse plunged back into darkness. The blaze was out. Fire retardant rained from the ceiling. Skirata squatted over Darman, edging Niner and Ordo out of the way. His armor was still radiating heat. Son! Are you okay? Sarge Dash. Are you hurt? Not really. Made me blink a bit, though. That liquid's nasty stuff. Darman's plates were hissing audibly as they cooled. His voice was shaky. Thanks. Is this your handiwork, Bard Ika? Skirata helped Darman to his feet. His plates were hot to the touch. Did you activate the fire system? I'm not just good for blowing stuff up. Juzik picked his way through the rubble and shattered Durasteel, boots crunching, then stopped dead. That's it, he said quietly. Definitely nobody left alive. The kid seemed remarkably calm about it, or at least his voice was under control. Darman dusted himself down, and Ordo handed him his dice. 8 helmet spot lamps flared into life and swept the interior, highlighting a scene of smoking wallboard and things Skirata had seen far too much of on too many battlefields. One beam jerked up toward the roof. We blew the Shabla roof half off, Boss said. Last time I rely on infrared. Kandosii Bard Ika. He's better than a scope any day. Is this it? That was Fixer's voice. All that, and still we don't get to see them? At least you can see droids. They come at you. These scum dash. You want to look, Niviodi? They're just so ordinary. And now they're so dead, said Sev. Ordo cut in. We're done here, Vode. Time to go. He put his gloved hand on Scarata's shoulder. 9 minutes, Calbear. Could have been faster, but it's done. Let's go. Scarata caught Darman's arm and followed Juzik. I can still fight. I'm still pretty good. But he wasn't as good as young men at the peak of their abilities, and he needed to do something about that if he wasn't going to be a liability to them one day. He'd worry about that later, like his ankle. Now they had to wait on Veitai and Atane, who were still out hunting. Quadrant F76, somewhere north of the Corafresh Depot, 2,305 hours, 385 days after Geonosis. The Strill was a little bright light of pure joy as it raced along the walkway ahead of Atane and Vav. There were still a few pedestrians around, leaving factories and workshops for the night, and Vav had taken off his helmet. A dull black armored chest plate didn't attract attention, it seemed, but this wasn't a neighborhood where a distinctive Mandalorian visor would pass unnoticed. The Strill had the man's scent. He had a head start on them, but Murd was not to be shaken off, and Atane could follow the trail of panic and fear almost as well as the animal could. She could locate the area. Murd could track by scent once she had narrowed down a search zone for it. This is a strange thing for a pregnant woman to be doing. Can my son sense what's happening around him yet? I hope not. Vav kept close behind her, jogging at a steady pace. I'm very impressed, he panted. You and the Strill work very well together. I do wish Cal could see this. Atane imagined this was how Vav hunted with Murd, silent and persistent, covering the ground hour after hour until they had cornered their prey or run it down. The man who had managed to flee the attack on the landing strip had led them into a maze of rundown apartment towers on the edge of the industrial zone. After a while, Atane caught up with Murd and found it crouched impatiently by a set of doors leading into a shabby residential building. A couple of unpleasant-looking youths lounging on the corner of the walkway began ambling toward her, leering, but then Murd opened its huge maw and let out a warning rumble. Vav appeared around the corner, the Verpine rifle raised in one hand. The youths fled. And they say young people today have no intelligence, Vav said. He took a hand disruptor out of his belt and thrust it into the door panel. The doors parted. In you go. Murd raced ahead and skidded to a halt at the turbolift, turning its head to gaze pleadingly at its master. Vav put a finger to his lips and pointed up. They got in the turbolift, and the Strill pressed its nose to the small gap between the doors as the car ascended. As they passed the 134th and 135th floors, it grew frantic and its tail thrashed the floor, but it didn't make a sound. Vav stopped the lift at the 136th floor and they got out. There was an emergency staircase between floors. Atane broke the seal with a force-assisted push and started down the stairs. Oya, Murd! Hunt! Murd shot past her. She could feel the disturbance in the force, and their respective instincts took them both to the 134th floor. Murd snuffled along the passage and came to a halt outside an apartment door, settled on its haunches, and stared intently at the door panel. Vav put a restraining hand on her arm. I know a Mandalorian regards a female warrior as his equal, my dear, but I feel I should offer to do this job myself. I'll do it, she said. She had to. Vav disrupted the lock. The Strill ran into a hallway, almost flat to the floor, and Atane followed it, drawing both lightsabers. It occurred to her that she might have stumbled upon a family here, and then been presented with a dilemma: a Jedi with 2 drawn lightsabers, a room full of witnesses, and a cowering terrorist. What would I do? What will I do? But she sensed that would not be the case. It was just another fear of how far she might be prepared to go. She burst open each door with the force, moving at a slight crouch, looking inside. A stream of blaster fire spat out of one door and caught the Strill on its quarters. Attain heard Vav gasp. Murd shrieked and spun around, one leg dragging, and then made to go in after its assailant, but she held out one arm and it stopped dead. "Leave, Murd!" she whispered. Attain took a breath, then stepped into the room to meet another hail of blaster fire. She crossed the blue blades of energy and batted the bolts aside with a parting motion of her arms. "I didn't know I could do that." It was pure instinct, drawn from deep within her and many years in the past. She lunged forward for the kill. As always, she saw little and felt nothing tangible, no shock up her arms, no resistance as she swept the blades, but she felt the force change. A brief light blazed and died. She thumbed off Master Fuller's lightsaber and slid it into her tunic one-handed, while keeping her own drawn just in case. She sensed nobody else. Murd limped into the room after her, and she knew it was looking up into her face even though there was only the scattered light through the window from a city that was never completely dark. "Oya," she whispered, not knowing quite what the command might mean in this case. But Murd rumbled quietly and sprang onto the body of the man she had killed. She shut down her lightsaber and walked out of the apartment, and Murd limped out a few moments later, crunching happily. She didn't look too closely at what it had in its jaws. It swallowed noisily. "Poor Murd," Vav sighed. "Here, baby, come here." He scooped the Strill up in both arms and carried it to the turbo lift. One of its legs had been seared raw by the blaster. Attain opened her comlink. "Cal, everyone is accounted for." "Good work," Car's voice said. He sounded tired. "See you at the RV. Point." Murd let Attain place her hands on its leg to heal it as the lift made its way down to the ground floor. Vav carried it all the way back to the speeder. It was a big, heavy animal, but he refused to let it walk. Attain took it on her lap and eased its pain as Vav started the speeder, and they headed for the RV point. There seemed to be nothing Vav wouldn't do for Murd. He loved that animal. RV point, 2 kilometers from Corafresh Depot, 2,320 hours, 385 days after Geonosis. The strike team rendezvoused at a droid-operated construction site to the north of the depot. The droids needed no light to work by, and the presence of a few strangely dressed humanoids in the near darkness would draw no attention. Skirata counted the 6 speeders back in, gut churning until the last of the speeders arrived with Mariel and CORR astride. CORR was clutching the rotary blaster like a long-lost friend. "Good lad. I'll shift Coruscant and all its rotten moons to hang on to him, say. We can always train more troopers as commandos. Just watch me." "All thermoplastoid accounted for?" "Yes, Sarge." Boss leaned against the bodywork of a speeder. "Want to check?" "I trust you to count. Ordo can slip that back into stores tomorrow after it's been neutralized." "What's the final score?" Phi said. Niner eased off his helmet. Even with the environment control inside his sealed suit, he looked as if he'd sweated out an ocean. He rubbed his face slowly with the palm of his glove. "Air. I think we took out 26 bad guys." 24 at the site," Mariel said. "We swept the site and did a tally. It was a bit hard to tell in some places, but we logged the blasters that had been fired by their YEM traces. So I say 24. Plus Pariv and our friend in the apartment block," Attain said. "Definitely 26. Juzik was subdued. I felt them." "Okay, shiny boys 26, hut you nil." Cor said. He was picking up Mando fast. I call that a home win. Juzik stood staring into the inside of his helmet as he held it in his hands. No witnesses left standing. Just a nasty argument between crime gangs. You'll never get any public praise for this, Scarata said. But let me tell you now that every last one of you made me a proud man. He looked down at the Strill, limping on one of its 6 legs as it circled Vav, grumbling deep in its throat. Even you, Murd, you stinking heap of drool. The Strill looked up at Atane and made a musical warbling sound. She'd wrapped one arm around Darman's waist, head resting on his chest plate with her eyes closed, but she opened them and watched Murd. Murd likes you, Vav said. You took care of it and let it have its kill. Fi gave Darman a weary slap on the back. She has a way with dumb animals, Neviodi. An exhausted silence settled on the team. The droids labored around them, carrying girders, stacking Duraplast sheets, oblivious. If anyone thought wild celebrations followed operations like this, they were wrong. The instant elation of seeing a vessel go up in flames or an enemy drop from a well-placed shot was very short-lived. The hyper-alertness of adrenaline lingered for a while, and then was swallowed up quickly by fatigue and a sense of void, of odd purposelessness, of looking for the next task. The adrenaline had to drain away. They'd be back to normal after some rest. Scarata was determined they'd get some. Let's get back to base, he said. We can clear out of Kiddas in the morning. He got no response. Anyone hungry? Maybe an ale or two. Freshers, Niner said. Shower. Who's on watch roster tonight? Me, Vav said before Scarata could open his mouth. Go on, Bardan. You head back with Atane and Murd. I'll take Cal. Scarata hauled himself onto Vav's speeder. The painkiller was wearing off, and the ache had started gnawing his ankle again. He opened his comm link and called Jailer Obrim. Cal here. How's it going? Obrim sounded as if he was in the middle of a riot. There was a lot of shouting in the background and then a loud muffled whump. Commandos weren't the only ones who laid charges for a spot of rapid entry then. Busy, said the CSF captain. We've pulled in around 60 suspects so far. Pretty low on the food chain, but they lead to all kinds of other people CSF has an interest in, and they're off the streets for a while. He paused as another loud whump interrupted. I don't know where we're going to put them all, though. The lockup is filling fast. Never had that problem. Our targets don't get out on parole either. I'll bet. You all okay? No serious injury. Everyone's walking. Quite a mess for you to clear up, though. My pleasure. CSF staff and social club, all of you. End of the week. I will not take no for an answer, and neither will CSF. Be there. Count on it. Scarata closed the link and let his head drop so that his chin rested on his chest plate. Vav squeezed into the seat in front of him and powered up the speeder. He reached behind him and passed Scarata a datapad. Parives pad. Enjoy its contents at your leisure, net. VOD. So, a drink or a fight? What's it to be? Wallen, you're very lucky I'm too tired. Scarata pocketed the datapad, another little treasure trove for his null boys to play with. I'd just slap you. I need to make my peace with Aten. He'll still kill you after he's had a good night's sleep. The brief unity of triumph, and then back to the fray. Crushing, isn't it? The victory seems so insignificant compared with the size of the war. Doesn't mean we shouldn't try, Scarata said. It's only what individuals do that adds up to history. We've written ours then. It was one of the few times that Scarata found himself staring at Vav's back without feeling the urge to reach for his knife. Tell you what, he said. He took out the disabled remote det from his pocket. Why don't we swing by the diplomatic quarter and pick up that nice green speeder? Pariv's not going to need it now. Can you still hotwire a speeder? You bet, said Vav. 23. When you can no longer know what your nation or your government stands for, or even where it is, you need a set of beliefs you can carry with you and cling to. You need a core in your heart that will never change. I think that's why I feel more at home in the barracks than I do in the Jedi Temple. General Barden Juzik, Jedi Knight. Operational House, Kibu's Hut, 0015 hours, 386 days after Geonosis. The suite of rooms on the top floor of Kibu's hotel looked like inventory day in the GR equipment stores. Vi stepped over stacked piles of armor and packs of 500-grade plastoid explosive and flopped into the first chair he found. You going to sleep in that bucket? Mariel said. Vi took the hint and popped his helmet seal, inhaling warm air scented with sweat, stale carpet, CAF, and strill. There were times when the Bicey was a comfort and a quiet haven, insulating him from the world, and he felt in need of that now for reasons he didn't understand or want to think about. Mariel sat at the scratched, battered table unwrapping packs of thermoplastoid and working a colorless liquid into them. Vi wanted to get up and look, but he was simply too tired. He could see Mariel pressing a hollow into the cakes of brown plastoid with his thumb, pouring in a few drops of the liquid from a small bottle, and then kneading it in with a steady folding motion. Ah, Vi said, remembering. Got to add the stabilizer compound before we put it back into stores, or else this is going to kill a lot more Vode than the bad guys ever could. Want a hand? No. Get some sleep. Where's Sergeant Cal? Vi had quite enjoyed calling him Calbear. But he donned old habits along with his armor. I hope he has a knife, Vav. They're liberating a speeder on behalf of the Scarata Retirement Fund. Come on, he'll never retire. He still wants the speeder. Merc habits die hard. Vi found it hard to think of his sergeant as having any interest in a life beyond the army. He spent a while wondering what the man might really want, and apart from a wife to look after him, Vi had problems imagining what that might be. It was the same problem he had with his own dreams. They were intrusive and insistent, but they were limited. He only knew there was something missing, and when he looked at Darman and Etain, he knew what it was. He also wondered how it could work out even if he got it. He wasn't stupid. He could count and calculate odds of survival. Good night, Nevioti. He left Mariel to his task and wandered around, unclipping his armor plates as he went and stacking them in a pile by the bedroom door. Black bodysuits and briefs hung drying on every peg and rail. However exhausted they were, the squad still washed their kit conscientiously. Vi glanced into some of the rooms to check who might be awake and willing to chat, but the Delta boys were all out cold, not even snoring. Niner and COR slumped in chairs in one of the alcoves with a plate of half-eaten cookies sitting on the small table between them. Darman was stretched out on his bed in the room he shared with Vi, apparently none the worse for his ordeal, and Ordo was curled up in the next room with a blanket pulled over his head. Odd, he always seemed to do that, as if he wanted total darkness. There was no sign of Juzik or Etain. Farther along the passage, Vi struck lucky. Auden was sitting in the chair in his room, cleaning his armor. I'm on watch until Scarata gets back, he said, without waiting for Phi's question. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm sure Lasima will wait for you. It's not about Lasima. So it's something. You never give up, do you? Aten had always been the private type, even though he'd settled into a very different squad culture from the one he'd been raised in. There was always something new to learn about a brother who'd been trained in another batch. Okay, now that the job's done, I've got matters to address with Sergeant Vav. He's not a sergeant any longer. I'm still going to kill him. It was just talk. Men said things like that. Phi closed the doors and sat down on the bed opposite. I'm supposed to be on watch, Aten said. I made Sev tell me how you got the wound to your face. So now you know. Vav gave me a good hiding for being whiny about surviving Geonosis when my brothers didn't. It's even more than that. You know it. You wouldn't be the first commando to get in a fistfight with his sergeant. You know, I like you better when you're being mindless and funny. We need to know. Using ye. It was the crudest way to tell someone to go away in Mando A. It's none of your business. It is if you pick a fight with Vav, and he kills you and we have to get a replacement. Aten laid the back plate he was cleaning on the floor and rubbed his eyes. You want to know? Really? Look. He hooked his fingers inside the neck of his bodysuit and jerked down the front panel. The gription seams yielded. It was nothing Phi hadn't seen before in the refreshers. Aten's shoulders and arms were laced with long white streaks of scar tissue. It was common in the GR. Men got injured in training and in the field, armor or not. But Aten seemed to have acquired more spectacular ones than average. Scars happened, especially if you didn't get back to on a wound fast enough. Vav gave you those too, didn't he? Vav nearly killed me, so when I finally got out of the back to tank, I said I'd kill him one day. Fair enough, yes? No wonder CORR said he found commandos a little relaxed. They must have seemed dangerously chaotic to a clone trooper raised and trained by sober Kaminoan flash instruction and simulation. Kill is a bit strong, Phi said. Break his nose, maybe. Skirata did that already. Look, if Vav felt you lacked the killer edge, he'd crank it up a little. He'd make you fight your brother. We had a choice. We could fight each other until one was too badly hurt to stand up, or we could fight him. Phi thought of Cal Skirata, as hard and ruthless as anyone he had ever known, making sure his squads were fed and well rested, finding illicit treats for them, teaching them, encouraging them, telling them how proud they made him. It seemed to work pretty well. And, said Phi, I opted to take on Vav. He had a real Mando iron saber, and I was unarmed. I just went at him. I never wanted to kill so badly in my life, and he just cut me up. And Skirata beat the Osik out of Vav when he found out. They never did get on, those two. So, the thing with Sev. You told Skirata. No, Skirata just found out. I didn't even know he knew me until we met at the spaceport siege. Aten picked up his plate and started cleaning it again. So now you know. Phi thought that a quick swing at Vav might purge Aten's hatred. Then it occurred to him that his brother was absolutely literal. At IKA, ever thought what's going to happen to you if you do kill him? I've killed people outside my legitimate rules of engagement tonight. One more won't make a difference. And I'll die soon enough anyway. Yeah, but there's Lasima. Aten paused, cloth gripped in one hand. Yes, there is. And how are you going to kill Vav anyway? With a blade. He picked up his right gauntlet, and ejected the blade with a loud shunk. The Mando way. This isn't bravado. Fi struggled for a moment, wondering what the right thing to do might be. He's really going to do it. Fi decided he'd wait near the doors to the landing platform, ready for the moment that Valve walked through them. Attain found sleep impossible. She sat out on the landing platform with Juzik, meditating. For all the violence of the day she had put behind her, she found a serene core within her that had never been there before, the inner calm she had sought so many years through study and struggle. All I had to do was have a life beside my own to care for. That is the true detachment we ought to seek, putting another person above ourselves, not denying our emotions. The attachment to self is the path to the dark side. The intricate silver threads of her child in the Force were more complex now, more interconnected. She sensed purpose and clarity and passion. He would be an extraordinary person. She could hardly wait to get to know him. And when it was the right time, she would explain what she sensed to Darman. She imagined the joy on his face. She brought herself out of the trance, and Juzik was standing a few meters away, looking out over the ravine of towers in the direction of the Senate. Bardan, I have a question I can only ask of you. He turned and smiled. I'll answer if I can. How do I tell Darman in Mandalorian that I love him? She waited for Juzik to express some shock or disapproval. He blinked a few times, focusing on a non-existent spot a few meters ahead. I don't think he's completely fluent in Mando, eh? The nulls are, though. I don't want to declare my love for Ordo, thanks. Okay. Try. And I carteli garderajuum. She repeated it under her breath a few times. Got it. It's the same word as to know, to hold in the heart. Cartaler. But you add derajuum, forever, and it becomes something rather different. That tells me a great deal about the Mandalorian view of relationships. They believe that complete knowledge of someone is the key to loving them. They don't like surprises and hidden facets. Warriors tend not to. Pragmatic people. A pity we Jedi weren't better friends with them then. We could enjoy being pragmatic together. You haven't lectured me on attachment. Thank you. Juzik turned to her with a broad smile that could only have come from being at complete peace with himself. He indicated his body with a flourish of his hands, dull green Mandalorian armor in the form of body plates and greaves. The matching helmet with its sinister T-shaped slit in the visor stood on the floor beside him. You think, he said, that I'll be walking back into the Jedi Temple wearing this? You think this isn't attachment? He really did find it funny. He laughed. The two of them were everything the Jedi Order wouldn't approve of. Zay would throw a fit. Kenobi wears trooper armor. General Kenobi does not speak Mandalorian. She found Juzik's laughter infectious, and tinged with the exhaustion and frightened relief that was often so evident in Fi. And his soldiers don't address him as little Obi-Wan. Juzik became sober again. Our code was written when we were peacekeepers. We've never fought a war, not like this, not using others. And that changes everything. So I shall remain attached, because my heart tells me it's right. If remaining a Jedi means that is incompatible, then I know the choice I'll make. You've made it, Attain said. And so have you. He made a vague gesture in the direction of her belly. I can sense as much. I know you too well now. Don't. This is going to be very difficult for both of you, Attain. Darman doesn't know yet. You're not to mention it to anyone. Promise me. Of course I won't. I owe Darman a great deal. All of the men, in fact. You're going to kill yourself trying to live up to them. Then that's fine by me, said Juzik. Juzik didn't want to be a peacemaker. If the Force hadn't manifested itself in him, he could have been a scientist, an engineer, a builder of astonishing things. But he wanted to be a soldier. And Attain had to be one too, whether she wanted to or not, because her troops needed her to be one. But as soon as the war was over, she would leave the Jedi Order and follow a harder but sweeter destiny. Skirata set the green speeder down on the landing platform with a certain amount of satisfaction. He'd get Anaka to change the color and make it disappear from the licensing system, but that was routine work for her. She was furious at having to pick up so many of the team's speeders, sometimes abandoned when they had no choice, but a few extra credits would soothe her. Vav eased out of the hatch on the passenger's side and Murd loped up to him, rumbling and whining happily. I'm going to treat myself to a glass of Tahar, Skirata said. If the Strill wants to sleep inside tonight, it's welcome. I might join you in that drink. Vav scooped Murd up in his arms again. Not a textbook operation by any means, but the men put a decent dent in the opposition in a very short time. It almost felt like a civilized relationship. It felt that way right up to the moment the doors opened, and they almost stumbled over Phi. He held out both arms as a barrier. Sarge, Otten's in a foul mood. He turned to Vav, who set Murd down on the carpet and removed his helmet. I don't think you should go near him, Sergeant Vav. Vav just lowered his chin slightly and looked resigned. Let's get it over with. No. Phi, this is between me and him. Skirata's immediate instinct was to intervene, but this time he suspected Vav would come off worse, and that had a certain sense of justice to it. While he respected the man's skill and integrity, he loathed him at a gut level for his brutality. And for him, that erased all the virtues in Vav. He said he did it for their own good. It was to reinforce their Mando identity, to save their lives, to save their souls. His lads even believed it. Skirata never would. I've been waiting, Sarge, said Otten's voice. Skirata pulled Phi back. Ordo and Muriel, still working on neutralizing the booby-trapped thermoplastoid, looked up, wary, waiting for his signal to get involved. He gave them a discreet shake of the head. Not yet. Leave it. Auden wore his right gauntlet and his bodysuit. He extended the vibroblade from the knuckle plate and held his fist up at his shoulder, then sheathed the blade. If that still starts on me, I'll take it out too. It was a side of Auden that Skirata had never seen before, but one that Vav had built. It was the little bit of Django, the gene that said stand and fight, don't run, another genetic tendency that could be nurtured and developed and trained into something much bigger than itself. Vav held his arms at his sides and looked genuinely frustrated. Auden never understood why he'd done it. And neither did I, Skirata thought. You save a man from being Darmanda by teaching him his heritage, not by making him into a wild animal. Vav's voice had softened. You had to be Mando, Aten. If I didn't make you Mando, you might as well have been dead, because you wouldn't exist as a Mando ad, not without your spirit and your guts. He was almost apologetic. You had to be able to cross that threshold and be ready to do absolutely anything to win. Fearfek, if stupid Jedi hadn't used you as infantry on Geonosis, every single one of my commando batch would be alive today. I made you hard men because I cared. Skirata was glad Vav didn't use the word love. He'd have put his own knife in the man's guts if he had. He stood clear, hauling Phi away by his arm, and Aten surged forward to seize Vav by his shoulder plates and headbutt him. Vav staggered back a few steps, blood pouring from his nose, but didn't go down. Murd squealed frantically and went to defend its master, but Vav sent it back with a hand command. UDCI, Murd. I can handle this. Okay, handle this, Auden said, and swung a punch. It was hard to fight a man in Mandalorian armor, but Auden, true to his name, was going to do it. His blow caught Vav just below the eye, and he followed up with a ferocious lunge to slam him against the wall and press his arm across his throat. Vav reverted to animal instinct and brought his knee up in Auden's gut, driving him far enough back to smash his elbow into his face. Do I stop this? Can I? Skirata stood ready. The blow stopped Auden for a few seconds. Then he just came straight back at Vav and charged into him, knocking him flat and pinning him to the floor, pounding away at him with his fists, hitting armor as often as flesh. By this time the noise of bodies and the still squeals of protest had woken people, and Juzik came running just as Auden ejected his vibroblade with a sickening shunk and had it raised, elbow held high, to punch it into Vav's exposed neck. The two men flew apart as if in a silent explosion. Auden canonied into the table, and Vav was rolled back against the wall. There was a stunned moment of silence. This stops now, Juzik yelled at the top of his voice. That is an order. I am your general, and I will not tolerate brawling, do you hear? Not for any reason. Get up, the two of you. Vav obeyed as meekly as any new recruit. The two men struggled to their feet, and Auden stood to attention out of long habit. Little Juzik, hair sleep-tousled, wearing just a crumpled tunic and rough pants, stood glaring at the two much bigger men. Skirata had never seen the force used to break up a fight before. It was as impressive as ripping open that door. I want this feud to stop now, Juzik continued, voice barely a whisper. We have to have discipline. And I can't let you harm each other. We have to be united. Do you understand? Yes, sir, Auden said impassively, blood streaked across his face. Am I on a charge now, General? No. I'm just asking you to put an end to this for all our sakes. Auden was calm reason once again. He didn't even seem out of breath. Very good, sir. Vav looked shaken, or at least as shaken as a man like him could be. I'm a civilian, General, so I can do as I please, but I apologize to my former trainee for any pain I caused him. Skirata winced. It was enough to start the fight again. But it was as good a concession as anyone would ever get out of a man who believed he had done Auden a favor. My fault, sir, Skirata said, doing what a good sergeant should. I ought to maintain better discipline. Juzik gave him a look that said he didn't believe that, but it was fond rather than censorious. Skirata hoped he never had to show the lad that he wouldn't obey him, but he suspected Juzik would never want to test that. The Jedi glanced over his shoulder at the silent audience that had gathered. We can all get back to bed now. The commandos shrugged and disappeared back to their rooms. CORR's expression of total shock was fascinating. There was no sign of Darman. And you, Phi. It's been a heavy day. Juzik grabbed a Bacta spray with an expression of weary exasperation and sat Auden down in a chair to clean up his face. He made no attempt to tend to Vav, who walked off to the refreshers, Murd whining at his heels. Ordo and Mariel vanished to the landing platform with bundles of wrapped explosives. Skirata waited for Juzik to finish and for Auden to return to his room. So, no lightsaber and no armor. Juzik was even shorter than he was. He prodded the kid in the chest. I told you that it's what's under the armor that makes a man. A few thousand Jedi like you and the Republic wouldn't be in the Osik it is now. You're a soldier, sir, and a good officer. And I don't think I've ever said that to anyone in my life. Scarata meant it at that moment. It didn't make him love Jedi as a kind any the better, but he was very fond of Bardike, and would look after him. Juzik lowered his eyes, a strange blend of embarrassment and delight, and clasped Scarata's arm. I want what's best for my men, that's all. Scarata waited for him to shut his bedroom doors and went in search of the bottle of tihar, and that rarest of things in Kibba's hut, a clean glass. He wrenched the stopper out of the bottle and slopped a little into a chipped goblet. He couldn't identify which fruit it had been distilled from this time, and it didn't taste that good. It never had, but more often than not it got him to sleep. He let it burn the inside of his mouth before swallowing and sat in the chair, nursing the glass in his cupped hands, eyes closed. I hope Auden's found some kind of peace from this. He thought he detected a faint hint of jewel fruit in the tihar. 4,000,000 credits. That was satisfying, far more than any bounty or fee he had invested over the years on Argyle. Nobody had mentioned it. Ordo and Muriel certainly had to be thinking about it. They knew his plans. Valve was a mercenary but would not interfere, because he had been paid. Attain might ask questions too. But the Commando squads had little interest in the realities of economics. Clones didn't get paid. They never coveted possessions because they had been raised with nothing to call their own. Even Phi's desire for Gez Hoken's fine Mando armor, and his lad's general lust for Verpine rifles was a blend of pragmatism and the Mandalorian cultural values that he had taught them himself, not basic civilian greed. And a copy of a restricted treasury datapad to play with. And Pariv's pad to pick over. I'll have Muriel copy it before I give it to Zay. Or give most of it to him, anyway. He opened his eyes, aware of someone standing over him. Ordo and Muriel stood impatient and excited, looking much more like normal young men having a lark than efficient, disciplined, deadly soldiers. Mario grinned, unable to contain his glee. Want to hear about Kosai Calbear? She's turned up again. Scarata drained the glass. This was what he wanted most. I'm all ears, Adiika. 24. A major terrorist network lies in tatters this morning following the end of a massive overnight operation by Coruscant security forces. A total of 97 suspects were detained or killed, and what's described as a significant amount of explosives seized. Senator Ihu Nyapua described it as a magnificent piece of police work and praised officers. HNE Evening News, 387 days after Geonosis. Coruscant Security Force Staff and Social Club, 2,000 hours, 388. Days after Geonosis, ATU and OCU reception for men and guests of ARCA Company, Special Operations Brigade. CSF didn't know how brave they'd been until they heard it on the HNE bulletin. Phi decided to treat the coverage as funny rather than as another case of his brother's efforts going unrecognized. Scarata had warned him that all Special Forces personnel had to deal with that, clone or not, so it was nothing personal. Anyway, it didn't matter. He was leaning on a clean bar, one that didn't leave your elbows soaking wet, surrounded by people who weren't criminals. Unless you counted Sergeant Cal, of course, and he was a special case, because extreme bounty hunting wasn't really a crime. And police officers were buying him drinks and shaking his hand, telling him that their buddies would all have been ground nerf if he hadn't thrown himself on that grenade during the spaceport siege. It was amazing how they still remembered that. Phi didn't have the heart to tell them that he simply did what years of training had made his body do involuntarily, and that he didn't know how to do anything else. He simply grinned and enjoyed the adulation. He liked the comradeship. Some of them were female officers, too. They were fascinated by his armor. He enjoyed explaining the parts and functions to them, and wondered why they giggled when he told them how easy it was to take off. Ordo wandered in with Obrim and joined Phi at the bar. Obrim handed them both a glass of a light-colored ale, instantly another brother in uniform with a tacit understanding of how things were. "I see they've upgraded your armor again," he said, tapping Phi's breastplate with the knuckle of his forefinger. "Different finish. Classy. Well, they have to try the new kit out on someone, and we're just so stylish. I suppose they can afford to, now that there's fewer of you left to kit out," Obrim said, falling into the grim cynicism of men used to being at the mercy of accountants. "Because body bags are a lot cheaper." "What body bags?" Phi said. "Really? Not the Mando way. Or the Republic's. Criffing tightwads." Obrim sighed irritably. Then he indicated Mariel, who was surrounded by a small knot of officers plus Delta Squad, laughing noisily. "I see your brother is teaching our boys some bad Mando. A words. Is it true you don't have a word for a hero?" "Yes, but we've got a dozen for stab." Obrim almost laughed. "And how many for frying someone with a blaster?" "Loads," said Phi. "We don't know much about art, but we know what we like." Ordo was scanning the crowded bar with a faint frown. Phi followed his gaze. He wondered if he was checking where Atane and Juzik were, because Jedi didn't fit easily into the raucous atmosphere of a police social club. But there was Juzik, all smiles, engaged in an intense conversation with two Celestin forensics officers. Darman was deep in discussion with CORR and a couple of men Phi recognized as CSF bomb disposal experts from the spaceport siege. Niner and Boss seemed to have been drawn into a strange game with some other officers that involved throwing a knife at the fine wooden carvings above the bar, much to the annoyance of the service droid. And Auden had Lasema on his arm, gazing at him adoringly, even if he did still have a striking black eye from his fight with Vav. But no Atane, and no Vav. Vav had gone off on another job unspecified, of course. Darman was still here though, and that meant Atane was, too, for the time being. Ordo seemed to be concentrating on the doorway. "What's your problem, Niviodi?" "Agent went and said she would come," Ordo said. He looked uncharacteristically awkward, seeming for once as if he didn't know what to do next. "I'll have a look around." "It's a big bar." Obrim watched him go. "Phi," he said, "do you mind me asking you something personal?" "I always try to help police with their inquiries, Captain." "Seriously, son. Cal talks to me about you all. I never knew how you were. Bred for all this. Sorry. I can't find another word for it. You don't seem to resent it at all." "I'd be furious." "Aren't you angry?" "Not just a little?" Phi wished Obrim didn't make him think. In a way it was much, much simpler on Commando. It was also easier being alone with only your squad for company on some Asakla planet blowing up droids. There was a clean focus in that. Coruscant had indeed been the hardest battlefield of all, as Sergeant Cal had warned him. But that wasn't because it was rife with the dangers of not knowing if the enemy was standing right next to you. It was because it showed him what he could never have. "I've done a lot of thinking in the past year," Phi said. "Yes, there's plenty wrong. I know I deserve more than this. I want a nice girl and a life, and I don't want to die. And I know I'm being used, thanks. But I'm a soldier, and I'm also Mandalorian, and my strength is always going to be what I carry around inside me, my sense of who and what I am. Even if the rest of the galaxy sinks in its own filth, I'll die without compromising my honor." He drained his glass and started on the next one that was lined up on the bar. He wasn't that fond of the taste, but he believed in being polite. That's what keeps me going. That, and my brothers. And that ale you promised me. I had to ask. Obram frowned quickly and looked away for a moment. Did that drink really keep you going? He thought of the insertion into Fest months before. Yeah, Captain. Sometimes it did. Phi dreaded where the conversation might take him, but he was interrupted by a loud cheer from farther down the bar. Scarata had arrived and was demonstrating his skill in the knife-throwing game. He let fly with his vicious three-sided knife, knocking the other knives out of the woodwork time after time. The bar droid protested. He's way too good at that, Obram said, and turned to Phi again to resume the conversation. Now about this dash. Phi didn't want to discuss it anymore. He straightened up and called across the bar to Scarata. Sarge? Sarge. Want to show em the DHA worda? There was a whoop of, Kendo CI! From the squads. Yeah, come on, Sarge! Let's show them how it's done. I'm too old, Scarata said, retrieving his knife. Nah, Phi said, and seized the chance to drag Scarata away from the game. You taught us this, remember? Scarata took the invitation and limped over to join the two squads, who quickly cleared a space in the bar. Ordo, Mariel, and Juzik joined them. CORR stood back, uncertain. Troopers rarely got the chance to see the ritual chant, let alone learn it. I haven't had enough to drink yet, Scarata said, but I'll give it a go. Without his armor, he looked even smaller among his commandos than usual. The chant started up. Tong se rang broka. Jetsi karta. Dhawr verde den tratu. He fell into the rhythm instantly, keeping perfect time, taking rhythmic blows on his leather jacket that normally fell on hard armor. He was a battle-hardened warrior like his lads, just older. Phi winked at him, careful to allow for their difference in height. Cor uskenta kendosi iadu. Du memo tir cietra nautrasinia. Scarata kept up the relentless pace for verse after verse. Phi caught sight of white armor in his peripheral vision, and ARC Trooper Captain Mays appeared from the crowd of CSF officers who were watching open-mouthed with glasses of ale in their hands. Mind if I join in? Mays said. Phi had no intention of trying to stop an ARC Trooper. Mays slipped into the line next to Ordo and smiled at his brother Captain in a way Phi didn't quite like. As Scarata always told outsiders, the DHA Warda took stamina, timing, and total trust in your comrades. Complex rhythms sharpened your brain and taught you to think as one. Turn too fast or too late, and you'd get a nasty smack in the face. It was performed without bicease. Ordo wasn't quite as focused as he should have been. Maybe his mind was still on where lovely Bethany Wenin might be. Whatever the reason, as Phi turned right, fists clenched, arms at shoulder height, ready to beat the rhythm on Niner's back plate, he saw and heard Maze's fist connect with Ordo's chin. Ordo carried on, blood weeping from his lip, refusing to break the rhythm. You didn't stop if you got hit. You carried on. Gra tukun het sudralshia. Kamar kate sadra tentira ken wayan yerzaden. The line of commandos turned 90 degrees left, hammering the rhythm, and then right again, and Maze hit Ordo neatly and Phi had to admit it elegantly in the mouth again without losing the beat. Blood splashed on Ordo's pristine white chest plate. Phi waited for the encounter to erupt in a fight, but the chant finished without incident, and Ordo simply wiped his mouth on the palm of his glove. Sorry, Neviodi, Maze said, smiling with genuine amusement. You know how clumsy we ordinary ARC troopers are. We make lousy dancers. Phi held his breath. He was ready to back Ordo up against Maze. Ordo was his friend. And Phi also knew that he was utterly unpredictable and totally unafraid of violence. Ordo merely shrugged, held out his arm, and the two ARC captains shook hands and went to the bar. Scarata watched them carefully and smiled. All ARCs were crazy. Sometimes Phi was grateful that he'd had the most volatile bits of Django removed from his genes. Scarata sat down on a bar stool and wiped sweat from his lined forehead with the palm of his hand. "I'm not getting any younger," he said, catching his breath, and laughed. "I'll be black and blue in the morning." "Shouldn't try that without body armor." "You could have dipped out after a few minutes," Phi said. He handed him a cloth. "We wouldn't have minded." "But I would have. I can't ask a man to do what I can't or won't do myself." "You never have." Phi noted that a small silence had formed around the doorway, and its cause was Bethany Wenin. She walked in, looking around, then spotted Ordo and went over to him. "I'm going out on the balcony to get some air," Scarata said. The last thing Phi saw before Obram led him away to meet some officers who were very keen to buy him more drinks was Bethany Wenin dabbing at Ordo's split lip with a handkerchief and berating a visibly surprised Captain Maze. "Hello?" Scarata said. "I didn't realize you were out here, Adik." Atane looked up. She had been peering over the balcony at the lane upon lane of airspeeder traffic below. Nightscapes on Coruscant were as entertaining as a Hollywood. "It's too noisy for me in there." "You look like you've been having fun." Scarata joined her and rested folded arms on the safety rail. "Been showing CSF the DHA Worda." "I bet that was painful." He seemed a fundamentally good man. She adored him, even if he scared her sometimes. "It's good to see everyone relaxing." "It's been tough, hasn't it?" "We did it, though." "All of us." "You too, Adik." "Well done." She was blissfully certain of life now. She felt good. She was also certain that Scarata was a man who understood love and the risks people would take to make those they loved happy. He defied generals and anyone who stood in his way to make sure his soldiers, his sons, for that was what they were, got what was rightfully theirs. There was no reason not to tell him her wonderful news. She should have told Darman first, but she wasn't quite sure how. And anyway, Scarata was Calber. He was everyone's father. "Thank you for being so understanding about me and Dar," she said. Scarata rubbed his forehead. "I'm sorry for lecturing you. I'm very protective of them all. But you're both happy, and I'm glad to see that." "I hope you'll be glad that I'm having a baby then." There was a moment's silence. "What?" said Scarata. "I'm pregnant." She watched his face harden. "Pregnant?" She hadn't expected that. An unpleasant coldness spread up from her stomach into her chest. "Whose is it?" Scarata asked. His voice was level, controlled, distant. It was a mercenary's voice. That hurt. "Darman's, of course." "He doesn't know, then." "He'd have told me if he did." "No, I haven't told him." "Why?" "How could he cope with that?" "It's hard enough for a normal Dash." "He's not abnormal. He's what you people made him." "I meant..." Atane struggled. "I meant that he has no experience to enable him to cope with being a father at a time like this. Nobody ever has. I wanted him to have some kind of future." Scarata's face didn't change. "You planned this?" "How can he have a future if he doesn't know he has a son?" "Genes don't count for everything." If anyone finds out that I'm expecting a child, I'll be thrown out of the Jedi Order, and I won't be able to serve. I have to carry on. I can't let the men down. Scarada was furious. She felt it. She could see it too. And if she thought that was bad, it would be nothing compared with how the Jedi Council would react. She'd be kicked out of the Order. She'd no longer be a general, no longer able to play her part in the war. But you knew that. You should have thought that through. The reality felt very different. And yet she didn't regret it one bit, and that was why she hadn't thought about the Jedi Council's reaction. It was right. The Force had guided her to this point. And how are you planning to disguise this fact? Scarada asked, still cold calm. It's going to be pretty visible. I can go into a healing trance and accelerate the pregnancy. I can bear this child in 5 months. She put her hand on her belly. It's a boy. That was probably the worst thing she could have told Scarada. Etain should have known Mandalorians better by now. The father-son bond was paramount. Every scrap of warmth that he had ever shown her had evaporated, and it devastated her. She had grown to love him as a father too. And a good Mando father put his son first. In this great plan of yours, then, this plan to give my lad a future, what did you think his son might become? A Jedi? No. Just a man. A man with a normal life. No, Adik. Scarada's hands were thrust in his pockets now. She could see the rise and fall of his chest as his breathing labored with suppressed rage. A little black vortex in the Force opened up around him. No, Darman's son will be Mandalorian, or he has no son at all. Don't you understand? Unless the kid has his culture, and what makes him Mandalorian, he has no soul. That's why I had to teach them all my boys, what it was to be Mando. Without it they're dead men. I know how important it is. No, I don't think you do. We're nomadic. We have no country. All we have to hold us together is what we are, what we do, and without that we're Darmanda. I don't know how to explain it. We have no soul, no afterlife, no identity. We're eternally dead. Etain repeated Darmanda to herself. That's how he got his name, isn't it? Yes. It began to dawn on her why Scarada and Valve were both so obsessed with teaching their trainees about their heritage. They weren't just giving them a cultural identity. They were literally saving their lives, their very souls. He'll be a Force user. That will make him dash. Are you insane? Do you know what that makes him worth to creatures like the Kaminoans? Do you know how very interested people will be in his genetic material? He's in danger, you decut. The value of her son's unique genetic heritage had never crossed Etain's mind. She was appalled. She struggled to cope with the hazards that sprang up around her as if from nowhere. But how can Dar raise him? You didn't ask that question when you started all this? Do you really love him? Yes. Yes, you know I do. Cal, if I don't have his child and he dies dash. When he dies, he's designed to die young. I'll outlive him. And you're built to live a long time. You said it yourself, just one broad generation of men. Then there's nothing of the clones left eventually, nothing to show they ever lived and served and died. They all deserve better than that. But again, Darman isn't given any choice, Cal said. No choice about fighting. No choice about being a father. He lapsed into silence, walking to the far side of the balcony and leaning on it, just as he had when she'd seen him agonize over whether he had been a monster, a man who turned small boys into soldiers and sent them to fight the Aridides' war. Attain waited. There was no point arguing with him. He was right. She took choice out of Darman's hands just as every Jedi general did. Cal, she said. He didn't turn. She put a cautious hand on his back. She felt him tense. Cal, what do you want me to do to make this right? Don't you want at least one of your men to leave something behind him, someone who'll remember him? You can only remember what you know. I'll keep the child safe, Dash. You've got a name for him, haven't you? I know it. You know you're expecting a boy, so you'll have thought of a name. Mothers do that. Yes. I dash. Then I don't want to hear it. If you want my help, I have conditions. She knew that. She should have known. Skirata took his paternal role obsessively, and he was a hard man, a mercenary, a man whose whole instinct had been honed to fight and survive since he was a small boy. I need your help, Calbear. Don't call me that. I'm sorry. You want my help? Then here are my terms. Darman is told he has a son when it's safe for him to know, not when it suits you. And if that isn't when the kid's born, then I named the boy as Amando ad. Fathers name their sons, so if Dar can do that, then I'll make sure that he does. So I don't have any choice. You could skip town to any one of 1,000 planets if you wanted to. And you'd find me. Oh yes. I find people. It's my job. And you'd tell the Jedi Order. You hate me. No, I actually like you, Ad-IKA. I just despise Jedi. You Force users never question your right to shape the galaxy. And ordinary people never realize they have the chance to. I think it would be very fitting for Darman's son to know his heritage. He'll do more than that. If Darman can't raise him as a Mando, then I will. I've had plenty of practice. Plenty. Attain was helpless. Her only choice was to run, and she knew that wasn't fair to anyone, least of all to the baby. It would have confirmed to her that all she wanted was a child, something to cling to and love and be loved by in return, regardless of how she got it. This had to be for Darman. His son could not grow up an ordinary man. And Attain had no idea how to raise a Mando son. Skirata did. If she refused, she knew exactly how far he would go to get his way. How will you cope with a Force-using child? She asked. The same way I raised 6 lads who were so disturbed and damaged by being placed in live-fire battle simulations as toddlers that they never stood a chance of being normal. With a lot of love and patience. You actually want to do this, don't you? Yes, I do. More than anything. It's my absolute duty as a Mando. So that was his price. I can disguise the pregnancy dash. No, you're going to have a nice quiet few months under deep cover on Kalura, with one of Jannart's people to keep an eye on you. And just watch me make that happen. Then you return with the child, and I raise it here. A grandson. Given my family history, nobody will turn a hair. What will you call him? If Darman is in a position to know when the child's born, it'll be his choice. Until then, I'll keep my ideas to myself. So you agree Darman shouldn't know yet? If I tell him, or you do, then how is he going to go off to war again and keep his mind on his own safety? He ships out again in a few days. So will you. This isn't like telling a regular lad that he's made a girl pregnant, and that can be bad enough. He's a clone with no rights and no real idea of the real world, and he's made his Jedi general pregnant. Do I have to draw you a picture? Attain had never truly enraged anyone. The Jedi who had raised her and trained her all her life had been far beyond that emotion. They allowed themselves a little impatience or irritation, but never anger. And on Kalura, when she had the responsibility for 4 commandos thrust upon her for the first time in a desperate, dangerous mission, Jynarth's anger at her inexperience had been well short of rage. But Skirata was now drowning in it. She could feel his blind anger, and how he was holding it in check. She could see the ashen tone of his face, drained of blood. She could hear the strain in his voice. Cal, you of all people should know how much it matters. Your own sons disowned you for putting your clone soldiers before them. You must know what it feels like to risk hatred and contempt to do the right thing for those you love. And why you do the same again. If you had been Lasima telling me she was carrying Avan's child, things would have been very different, he hissed. There was a movement behind them. Calbir? Ordo stood in the doorway. She hadn't felt him approaching. Compared with the disturbance Cal was generating in the Force, he was invisible. It's okay, son. Skirata looked embarrassed and beckoned him across. He managed to feign a smile. So Captain May's got his own back then? Ordo, attuned to Skirata's reactions, looked at Attain suspiciously. He felt like the strut in the Force right then, except there was no joyful sense of a wild infant at play, just ferocity. Honor has been satisfied, as they say. I wondered if you wanted to join us for a drink. Bethany is anxious to see you again. Sounds as if you two are getting on very well. Skirata smiled, and it was real. Bethany Wenin was not, of course, a Jedi. She was acceptable. I'd love to, Ordai K. Attain and I were just finishing our chat anyway. Skirata left as if nothing had happened. Attain leaned on the rail, forehead on her crossed arms, and felt almost completely crushed. But Skirata was right in everything he had said, and he would honor his promise to help her. The price was inevitable. She would pay it. She focused on the joy that surrounded her son in the Force. However hard things became, that was one thing nobody could take from her, not even Calbir. 25. Of course I've planned a way out. I've been a mercenary since I was 7 years old. You always plan for what happens when the current war is over. It's called an exit strategy, and mine's been in the planning a long, long time. Cal Skirata to Jailer Obrim, discussing the future in an uncertain galaxy. Coruscant Security Force Staff and Social Club, 0015 hours, 389 days after Geonosis. Well, that was fun, Jailer Obrim said, heaving himself onto a bar stool. The club was almost deserted now. They don't drink much, your boys, do they? They make up for it with eating. Skirata was working out how he would deal with the current crisis. Jynarth the Gerlinin had disappeared in that way that only shape-shifting Gerlinins could. She didn't have a comm link, and he wouldn't run into her eating a fried breakfast at the Cragget. He had to find another way of summoning her. Enormous appetites. It's the accelerated aging that boosts their metabolisms. Obrim scratched his cheek, looking embarrassed. I know, friend. I've not been through what you've been through with them, but anyone in our game will understand just how you feel. Yeah. But Darman has a son now. I'm angry that Attain let that happen without even asking him, but he has a son. Even IFL never get hold of that Kaminoan Iwabate Ko's Sai. He does have some kind of future now. I'm sorry if I take it out on you sometimes. Don't you ever worry about that. Thanks. What would you do if you could run the galaxy now, Cal? I mean anything. Skirata didn't even pause to think. I'd stop the war right now, he said. Then I'd go back to Kamino and grab those gray freaks by their rotten skinny necks and make them engineer a normal lifespan for every single last one of our boys. Then I'd take the whole army home to Mandalore and spend the rest of my life making sure they had wives and families, and a purpose that was theirs, not some erotized private feud. I thought you might say that, Obram said. I ought to be getting home now. Last few days have been a bit rough on my wife. You know, never at home. Why don't you come around for dinner sometime? I'd like that. Can I drop you off? I'm waiting for Ordo. He's talking to Bethany. I noticed. Obram just smiled. He's a smart boy. Skirata was left contemplating a future that had seemed no more tangled than it ever had just a few hours ago, but was now totally upended. He stood up and threw his knife into the carvings around the bar a few times and thought about his bank account on Argyle, and the fact that Mario was very close to finding Ko's Sai. Skirata felt he was now in striking distance of making a better life for a handful of cloned soldiers, a tiny number out of so many. But that was all he could do. That had to be enough. And he had an even sharper focus now. Darman had a son, and he would see that Darman was around to watch the boy grow up. Sorry I kept you, Carbet. Ordo strode into the bar and attempted a smile, but winced at his split lip. We can go now. Everything working out with Bethany? Yes. Just yes? I think it is. Good. He resisted the urge to interfere. I have a question for you. I need to get hold of Jean Art. How would I do that? Easy. She's a spy. She monitors the GR troop movements to and from Kalura. I can put a message in the logistics system that will get her attention. Something subtle. Give me a time and place, and leave the rest to me. Skirata had to smile. Almost everything was easy for Ordo. Back to the barracks then. I have a question for you too, Calbert. Okay. Is it true what Attain said? Did your sons disown you because you stayed on Kamino with us? Ordo wasn't stupid and he wasn't deaf. Skirata's family shame was the one thing he never wanted any of them to know about, and not only because it might make them feel guilty. He didn't want them to fear he might abandon them with equal ease. It's true, Ordike. Why would you even think of paying such a terrible price for us? Because you needed me. And I never regretted it for a second. My relationship with my former family was as good as dead before you were even thought of. Don't you ever give it a second thought, because I'd do it again in a heartbeat. No question. But I wish we had known. Do I have the right to keep another secret then? I'm sorry. So apart from Darman's unborn son, is there anything else you keep from us? He'd heard him arguing with Attain then. Skirata felt the most agonizing shame he had ever experienced in his life. His whole existence now rested on the absolute trust between him and his clone family. He couldn't bear to lose that. So you know what I'm going to ask of Jean Art then? I heard the news when you did, Ordike. And no, there is nothing else. I swore I would never lie to you, and I never have. Skirata pointed to Ordo's matched blasters. If I ever do, I'd rather you use those on me. Because being there for you was the only decent thing I ever did in my life. Understand? Ordo just stared at him. Scarata put both hands up on his shoulders and stood there in silence. Okay, son, tell me what I should do about Darman, and I'll do it. Ordo still had that look of blank appraisal, the expression he adopted when dismantling a new and fascinating puzzle. I don't think the time is right. We have to do what's best for our brothers. It was the pragmatic thing to do. Scarata fastened his jacket and checked that his knife was in place, his ritual for leaving any building and walking out into the unknown night. Agreed, Ordike. Now all I need to do is have a little chat with General Z. Arca Company Barracks, Special Forces HQ, Coruscant, 395 days after Geonosis. It was an op order, an operational order like many others they had been given. Niner glanced at the datapad and shrugged. Well, that'll be interesting, he said. Never worked with the Galactic Marines before. Scarata sat on the table in the briefing room, swinging his legs. Delta Squad had left that morning to prepare the battlefield, a nice military understatement for going ahead of the main assault and sabotaging strategic targets on Skooma. Omega had drawn the slightly longer straw and had a similar task to carry out for the Marines. Everyone okay? The question was directed at Darman as much as anybody. Any questions? No, Sarge. Phi sounded a little subdued. Auden actually seemed more cheerful than Phi did, which was an interesting reversal of attitudes. It'll be nice to see Commander Get again. Get wants you embarked in Fearless by 0700 tomorrow. So if there's anything you want to do it today. Scarata reached in his jacket pocket, took out 4 high-denomination credit chips, and passed them around. Go on. You know your way around the interesting bits of Coruscant now. It'll be a few months before you're back here. Thanks, Sarge. Auden stood up to leave. You'll still be here when we get back today? I always see you off, don't I? Yeah, Sarge. You do. Phi took his chip and pressed it back into Scarata's hand. Thanks. I've got to do some calibration on my HUD. I'll stick around the barracks today. He's gone all sober, Niner said. Don't know what's come over him. I'm an unsung hero, said Phi. I've got my public image to protect. The Omega boys, like all squads, were well attuned to one Enter's sensitivities. They knew Scarata was hanging around to talk to Darman on his own. Niner shoved Auden and Phi toward the doors. See you later, Sarge. There was no question of Darman joining them for a last day out in town. They knew where he'd want to spend his time. Scarata waited for the briefing room doors to close and slid off the table to stand in front of Darman's seat. Now, son, anything troubling you? No, Sarge. Attain's off to Kalura for a few months, to start the rundown of the garrison. Darman actually smiled. That's a safe deployment compared with the jobs she's pulled recently. I'm glad. She's hanging around the barracks waiting for you. Darman seemed relieved. He took a deep breath and grinned, but it was that smile Scarata had seen on many mercenaries' faces before they left for a new battlefield. Fearfeck, should I tell this boy now? Should I tell him he has a kid on the way? What if something happens to him before he gets a chance to find out? Scarata took a sudden and impulsive risk. He could square it with Zay later, like the bill for the anti-terror operation. Always better to beg forgiveness than ask permission. You can go to Kalura with her if you want. Darman shut his eyes. The pain showed on his face. I've had that choice before, Sarge. You love her, though? Yes. I can make this happen. Maybe it wouldn't be right for you, son. But it's your choice. All you have to do is say the word, and CORR will take your place in the squad. He's still around. Say's letting me train him. Darman let out a long breath and pinched the bridge of his nose, eyes still shut. When he opened them, they were brimming with tears. Kalura's safe. My squad deploys in the front line. How can I not be there with them? You could have walked away from Commando with a fortune and never given us another thought, but you couldn't do it either. That was different. I was washed up, a decutlet dash. No. You were loyal. You sure about this? Of course you're sure. Your loyalty is overwhelming too. That's how the stinking Republic uses you. I won't think any less of you if you go. But I'll think less of me. Okay, no need to tell her then. It was my idea, not hers. And Ordo will make sure you two can stay in touch whenever you want. Darman brushed the tip of his nose and sniffed hard. You always put us first. I always will. We know. Yes. He always would. There's two ways you can think of females in wartime, son. One is to get obsessed and let them take your mind off your work, and that gets you killed. The other is to focus on them as what you're really fighting for, and draw strength from knowing they're going to be there for you when you get home. He tapped Darman's cheek a few times with the flat of his hand, firm but paternal. You know what you're going to choose, don't you, Dar? Yes, Sarge. Good lad. Skirata knew that Darman might never arrive home, throw his kit bag on the hall floor, and sob on his wife's shoulder, relieved and grateful and swearing it would be his last tour of duty. But he'd make sure he brought him as close to that sweet normality as a clone soldier could ever come. At least Attain understood what a soldier went through. All Skirata had to do was make sure the kid was safe when he was born, and educate him properly. Jeanart had held up her end of the bargain, and would see that Attain was taken care of on Kalura. The shapeshifter understood Skirata's obsession with looking after his tribe. She was doing the same thing herself. They were both beleaguered fighters with no love for the Republic, just an uneasy tolerance. Go on then, son. Skirata nodded toward the doors. Go and find Attain. Have a day out. Be a regular couple for a few hours and forget your soldiers. Just be discreet, that's all. Darman smiled and seemed to brighten. He was a resilient lad. Sarge, he said. How can I forget I'm a soldier? I don't know how to be anything else. Skirata watched him go and wondered when the desire to tell him would overwhelm him and it would slip out. Maybe Attain would find the strain too great, too. It was a pity that something that was a source of joy to ordinary people was so dangerous for Darman and Attain. It was a rotten war. You should have grown used to all that by now, you fool. But he doubted he ever would. Skirata had plenty to occupy him while Omega was away to datapads. Worth and then some. He took a deep breath and opened his comlink. Ordo? Mario? Let's go hunt some Commando and Iowa bait. We have plans to make. Oya. He was a skilled bounty hunter. They were the best intelligence troops in the galaxy. There was nowhere in the galaxy that Kosai could hide from them. Omega Squad, targets. Karen Travis. Headquarters, Special Operations, Coruscant, Arca Company Barracks. Go on, said Phi. Shoot me. Do your worst. He held his arms away from his sides, presenting a clear shot to his comrade. Auden raised the Verpine shatter gun and aimed two-handed, left hand steadying the grip. "You're all mouth, Phi," he said. Aten squeezed the trigger. Phi's armored breastplate puffed a cloud of coating with a loud crack, and he fell back against the wall of their quarters. Verps were silent except for the impact and the screaming that sometimes followed the blasts. Phi wasn't screaming. But behind his visor, he had his mouth open in a silent O of pain. Aten stood over Phi and checked both the breastplate and the Verp's chamber before hauling him back to his feet. They took off their helmets and looked around for the spent projectile. Phi picked up a flattened disc of metal whose edges were split and curled back like a flower, and tossed it in the air for Aten to catch. "Okay, the upgrade worked," said Aten. "But you can't blame me for checking. I spent a month in the back-to-tank thanks to one of these." Phi didn't trust procurement any more than Aten did, not when there were more than 10,000 sets of costly equipment to upgrade. They'd griped about the expense, but now everything from their armor systems to their DC-17 rifles was hardened against EMP and Verps, the two weaknesses that had almost got them killed on Kalura. Phi slipped his helmet back on and wrapped his knuckle plate on it. "Well, nothing short of sustained laser cannon is going to give us a headache now." The door whispered open. Niner, all grim responsibility, stood in the doorway in his black bodysuit. Darman was behind him, armored up, helmet tucked under one arm. "What was that noise?" Niner said. "Testing the new armor, Sarge." "Testing my patience, more like." He made an irritated click with his teeth, just like Cal Skirata used to. Phi could see more of their old training sergeant's habits in Niner with every passing day. He glanced around the room. "You fired a weapon in here?" "It's okay, Sarge, we were wearing helmets." Aten stood his ground. Sensible precautions often placated Niner. "You can't trust procurement." "Well, game over. We've got trade. Armed siege at the GC. Spaceport. Don't they have civil police for that sort of stuff?" Phi asked. "We'll be directing traffic next." "Not when there are hostages and one is a senator." Niner held out his hand to Aten for the Verpine, studied it, and then handed it back. "They've never dealt with anything like this before, and they heard we were the boys for the job." Phi lifted his backpack from its locker. "I didn't have anything special planned for this evening anyway." Aten was right. He was all mouth. He became two men again, as he always did when it was time to roll the commando who was eager to put his hard-won skills to the test, and the scared kid who wasn't sure he'd be alive tomorrow. He found himself worrying whether he'd signed out the Verpine from the armory. How much trouble could an armed siege be anyway? He had his Katarn armor, and he and his mates could take on a small army. They all knew what the final score would be, more or less. Aten gave him a shove and tucked the Verpine in his belt. "After you?" Maybe Aten was thinking exactly the same thing. Holonews update, 1530. Senator Mina Tills is believed to be among 6 hostages seized by an armed gang at Galactic City Spaceport. Police have sealed off the area and all city traffic and interplanetary flights are being diverted. Expect long delays. More later. Galactic City, Coruscant, was amazing. Phi leaned out of the police assault ship's bay with his DC-17. Clunking against his breastplate at every swerve and lurch of the vessel. Wind whipped into the hold, flattening his hair and peppering grit against his armor and his face. He'd never seen so many brilliantly colored lights. The walkways and skylanes stretched as far above him as they did below. No wonder they called this place the Abyss. "Get your head back in," yelled the pilot. "What are you, a tourist or something?" Phi leaned a little further out, trusting the safety harness. "But don't you think it's amazing?" Yeah, every rotten stinking shift, said the pilot wearily. Get him back in board, will you? Niner jerked on the line. Fi, don't frighten the civvies, he said. It's not nice. And put your helmet on. Cloud cars filled the airspace. The Coruscant Security Force pilot was trying to edge the custom VAT/E between crammed civilian traffic packed solid in three directions, cursing under his breath. The pulsing wail of the emergency klaxon and flashing lights were enough to make the dead clear a path. But nothing moved in the gridlock. Speeders almost scraping the bodywork tried to escape into gaps that weren't there. 25 meters of assault ship didn't fit well into the tight skylanes. All that Fi had ever seen of Coruscant was barracks and a compound bounded by security walls. None of the commandos had ever been on a run ashore, a social adventure that Skirata had said they should experience at least once in their lives. From the crew bay he could see crowds of every species pressed up against barriers, brightly lit shops and bars and apartments, exotic and unimaginable places that beckoned. Yes, he'd have that run ashore someday. Omega's squad chatted on the privacy of their helmet comm link, audible only to each other. Fi dragged his gaze from the outside world and settled into the bittersweet cocoon of his helmet, at once both reassuring and confining. Receive schematics, people, said Niner. And real-time view. A display of lines and fly-through images filled Fi's HUD. The image that Niner had transmitted from his datapad was the plan of the spaceport building. Long walkways led off vaulted halls and service areas, cubes of offices lined corridors, and power conduits wove through the image in green light. Superimposed on top of the overview, a real-time image of the main spaceport arrivals area showed knots of blue-armored Senate guards and CSF squads in yellow vests crouched behind security barricades, some engaged in animated conversation. A blue hologram figure of a thick-set man in uniform shimmered into life in the hold, a little paunchy but still looking like he could give as good as he got. Commander Obrim here, Senate Guard. Can you see this, Omega? Niner spoke for them. Got it. They're holed up in a customs clearance corridor, and they've threatened to detonate explosives. 2 sets of doors, and we've left them control of one to stop them panicking and doing something stupid. How many confirmed? 6 passengers, and we're trying to get pictures of them. Obrim might not have played this game before, but he had some common sense. Witnesses report 4 perpetrators armed with blasters and carrying something in backpacks, which we have to assume are explosives. No ID on them yet, but they were all on the same flight. Any contact with the targets? A pause. If you mean the gang, they've issued demands and we have a secure comm link established with them. And you have primacy? Are you running the show? Fi could hear the doubt in Niner's voice. I thought the city came under CSF jurisdiction. Not as long as I have a senator and his aide in danger, said Obrim. The hologram began to waver again. Obrim out. The CSF pilot brought the assault ship to a sudden halt. The understated black and white marble facade of the spaceport terminal shimmered with ruby under flashing police lights. The front of the building was a crush of speeders and other emergency craft, none of them making a good job of keeping an access corridor open. Can't get in any closer, said the pilot. You'll have to rope it down the rest of the way. Don't wait for a tip, said Fi and wondered where he'd picked up the phrase. We are citizens of Harwin Cal. The Republic has fueled the civil war on our world and now brings a fresh war to us. Remove your presence from our planet now or your senator, and the passengers die. Now you know we can reach into the heart of the Republic. Message sent to RHN. Newsroom by Nurian AR, leader of the group claiming responsibility for the hostage incident. Phi braced his legs, placing both boots on the outside rail of the ship's troop hold. He gave the rappel line one last tug to check it was secure before dropping 15 meters to the walkway, DC-17 ready in one hand, a sea of open-mouthed faces staring up at him from behind the police cordon. A sudden movement in his peripheral vision made him raise the rifle. A hovercam with an RITN logo was sitting motionless 5 meters to his right, too far inside the cordon, outlined against the clean, white facade of the port. There was no point being covert ops if you were on the news and your target might be watching. The rest of the squad could see Phi's field of vision via an icon in their helmet links. "I don't think that cam's seen a Dees before," said Darman's voice. Phi's boots hit the walkway and he aimed. The hovercam darted left then right in his scope, fast but not fast enough. "It has now." A shout of, "Hey!" followed the thwack of exploding hovercam. The rest of Omega's squad hit the ground and jogged toward the terminal entrance. "You shot my cam!" yelled a woman from the watching crowd. She was wearing a bright yellow tabard emblazoned with the word media in large letters. "You shot it!" Phi touched his glove to his helmet in apology, just as he'd been taught, but he still thought it was a pretty good shot. "Oops. Beg your pardon, ma'am." He jogged after the others, conscious of the staring crowd. Phi saw his armor as safe and welcoming. But the expressions on a couple of faces made him realize that ordinary people were scared by it. And it wasn't just the civilians who found Omega's squad a riveting spectacle. The CSF and Senate Guard officers at the forward control point stared, too. Obrim stopped a head-to-head discussion with the CSF lieutenant and stepped back from the defensive barricade of baggage repulsors and portable blast shields erected 10 meters around the customs hall. "I see you're tooled up," Obrim said, eyeing the DC-17s with a distinct air of alarm. He almost slid his modest police-issued blaster behind his back. "They're not driving Trade Federation tanks, you know." Phi decided that the police had a lot to learn about sieges. You could do anything with a Dees, a turn of the wrist, and it was a sniper rifle, grenade launcher, or a regular blaster. You could even club someone with it if you had to, although Phi hadn't tried that yet. He checked the vibroblade in his gauntlet out of habit, and the shunk-shunk sound as it extended and retracted made Obrim flinch. Niner made that annoyed click. Phi took the hint. "Let's get a cam in there first so we can see what's going on," said Niner. He beckoned Darman and Aten forward. "Pictures, Commander? We need to know who to shoot. You're a bit keen. If you're not a hostage, you're a hostage taker, and that means you're dead a few seconds after we go in. We hate to make mistakes." "What do you mean by go in exactly?" The CSF lieutenant stepped between them. A name tab on his vest said Devil. "I'm Incident Commander. I say how and when anyone goes in. We've got a Jedi coming down to negotiate with the leader." Darman took his pack off his back and began pulling out coils of high-yield charges and detonators. He was staring at the security doors as if calculating. "We'll still get the charges in place, just in case." "No, that's not how we do it," said Devil. "We don't want the hostages char-grilled. No storming, no heroics." "Not yet," Obrim interrupted. "Senate Security Committee wants this ended fast to show Haru and Cal we're in control. They can't just walk in here, grab a senator, and hold the Republic's finest at bay." "Maybe the Republic's finest, or you to be exact, should have concentrated on ensuring secure transportation for the senators," said Devil. "What about those other hostages? You want to tell their families that they got fried because you called in the heavy mob to save a politician?" Niner waited, all mild, deceptive patience. Phi had decided on first meeting him that he was a misery guts, but now he found him solid and reassuring, just the way a sergeant ought to be. Let's be clear what we're trained to do, gentlemen. We go in and extract hostages by any means necessary. We don't ask for ID. We don't take targets alive. We don't avoid damaging the furniture. When you send us in, there is no happy ending. He paused as if waiting to see if the reality of the request had sunk in. So we'll just wander around and rig the interrupts to the power and light, and you call us when you're ready to roll. Auden took a couple of strip cams from his backpack, each no bulkier than a sheet of flimsy. Phi switched to the internal helmet comm link. You think they're real terrorists or heroin cow government agents upping the ante? Auden shrugged. I don't care as long as they fall over when we shoot them. A commando's life was all clarity. Phi was glad he wasn't Obrim or Devil. Holonews update 1700. The family of an elderly couple held hostage with Senator Tills have made an emotional plea for their safe release. Jaz and Sarah LaRutter from Garki were on their way to see their first grandchild when they were seized. Other hostages have been named as Customs Officer Birind Nayan and Senatorial Aide Van Meret Jai, but the identity of the sixth hostage remains unknown. Obrim was talking on the comm link to Nurinayar in carefully restrained tones while Omega listened in. Phi was concentrating on the sounds in the background with the intensity learned from growing up where everyone looked and sounded the same, distinguished only by minute variations in tone and expression. He could hear the old woman's voice saying, "Oh Jaz! Oh Jaz!" over and over very quietly. From time to time, he heard an equally quiet reply from the old man. "Don't you worry." It made him uncomfortable. He wasn't sure why. Obrim let out a breath. The Jedi's here. Phi's stomach churned when he saw the distinctive red-trimmed visor of an ARC trooper captain through the grimy, white helmets of the CSF. Line. The line melted away for the ARC. Behind him trailed a human male in a very well-cut business suit, a young Twi'lek Jedi, and a scruffy, wiry little man who looked old enough to be everyone's father, a man with a face as wrinkled as his clothes, buzz-cut gray hair, and a limp that didn't stop him covering the ground like a racing Ajapiendo. "Sarge!" said Phi. Niner's head jerked up. "It is!" Cal Skirata reached them a stride ahead of the ARC captain. He grinned up at Phi as if he recognized him, but that was impossible. He'd had 100 identical young commandos in his batch. He couldn't possibly remember. He couldn't possibly see past the visor, either. "Who let that vagrant in?" demanded Obrim. "That," said Phi, "is the man who taught us all we know." Obrim sighed. "We're screwed then." Phi touched his fingers to his helmet anyway, even if Skirata was out of uniform. "Sarge, what are you doing here?" "Where there's trouble, Phi, there's always a job for me." Special security advisor now. "Oh, he knew how?" "How?" "Nice new armor." "Going on a date?" "And who's he?" Phi followed Skirata's gaze. "That's Aten." "Hang on, how do you dash?" "Lads, this is Master Kame and the Senate Head of Public Affairs, Mar Rigian." Phi heard Obrim sigh again. "And Arcan 11. We all want the same outcome: hostages out, scumbags dead, traffic flowing again. Let's get to it." Kame looked like a youngster aged early by responsibility. He stared at the door behind the barricades and closed his eyes for a moment, Lekka moving ever so slightly, hands clasped in front of him. "I'm going to ask them to let me in to talk," Kame said. "When I have their attention, I will help them decide to release the hostages and to talk to me, which will not be easy with Coronai. He took his lightsaber from his cloak and handed it to the Ark. I have to show goodwill and enter unarmed. You're nuts, sir, said Obrim. You're giving them another hostage. One with a choice, said Kame. Captain, if I get inside, you have command here. The captain just nodded once. Auden took the strip cams and held one out to Kame. If you get a chance, sir, try to leave this inside. Anywhere. Even if we can't get an image, we can pick up audio. Kame examined the strip and tucked it in his sleeve, then took out his comlink. Nuri Nayar, can you hear me? Will you let me in so we can speak? The simultaneous chunk and urear of 20 service-issue blasters powering up made Phi turn and aim in time to see the doors of the customs hall begin to part. For a moment, the commandos were a single wall of rifles with the two police forces. Slowly, the blade-thin gap opened wide enough for Phi to see a few huddled shapes inside. Kane went in. GC Spaceport Terminal Building, 1745. Phi could see what Auden could see and hear what he heard. The squad had switched to the cam output within their helmets, and they were all focused on an unsteady image of folds of fabric and the muffled but audible conversation. Let these people leave, said Kame. You don't want to harm them. And no doubt you don't want to harm ordinary Coronai, yet your interference does just that. The view from the cam shifted and Phi could see figures distorted by the wide-angle lens, 3 men, one in gray, one in dark green, one in light tan, and one in a loose dark brown coat. All had their faces obscured by black scarves. There were figures behind them, 2 groups of 3, also with their heads covered in the same scarves. But they were the hostages, judging by their huddled positions and their clothing, out-of-date fashions from Garki, a business suit, a customs uniform, a Mon Calamari senator's formal robe and a cheaper imitation of it. Fine, thought Phi. His helmet was recording. I don't need to see your faces. I know what you were, how you move, how you sound, and that's how I'll know who you are when I blow your brains out. Kame's voice was soothing and reasonable. These people need food and water. That's the least of their worries. The one in gray, Phi noted his voice. The one in light tan turned to look at the senator and told him to shut up. Green Man was holding his blaster left-handed. Detail. Take a look at their baggage. 10-man Phi now saw the targets as color-coded grabbed the old Garchian man by his shoulder and dragged him across the polished tiles a little way from the wall on his backside. The old woman's voice whimpered, terrified. Phi could see now what Gray had meant by baggage. The hostages had small packs strapped to them. 6 lives are a price worth paying, Jedi, said Gray. We will detonate the charges. This wins you no sympathy. Mercy will. We don't require sympathy. Just your compliance. Let the old couple go, at least. There was a pause. Phi wasn't sure where Kame had managed to place the strip cam, but Gray's shrouded face came closer and Phi saw 2 pale eyes as if he was looking into them personally. Lying Jedi filth! Spy! Gray hissed, and the sound and image crashed to static and black. Fearfeck, said Aten. They heard the screams. They weren't only from an old woman. Then there was a thud, and shouting dash. Shut up! Shut up, or you die now! Then silence. Phi looked to the Ark, rifle aimed at the doors. Darman raised the remote detonators in his glove, a mute request for permission to blow the doors. Hold fire, said the Ark. The twin doors began to part and Phi, Aten and Niner had their Deces trained on the widening gap. He could see the different views through their scopes in his HUD. I said hold! Something tipped and rolled onto the polished marble, and the doors sighed shut again. It was Kame. Phi and Niner edged forward first, and the police closed up behind them. Phi wondered how much the hovercams and broadcast droids could see. Could the gang see them? Kame wasn't moving. Niner put out a cautious hand to pull back the Jedi's robe, and Phi saw a flicker of light and heard Niner catch his breath. Booby trap counting down! Phi didn't think. The police officers were right on top of him, unprotected. He flung himself flat on Kame's body, eyes tight shut so he wouldn't see the shattered face, waiting long fractions within fractions of seconds before a shock wave lifted him like a body blow, and raw noise filled his helmet. He felt as if he'd been shaken hard in a metal box. For an instant, red light flooded his eyes behind his closed lids. How long the next moments took he didn't know. But he could hear the Ark shouting, "Droid those cams! Do it! Now!" He could hear yelling, so he wasn't dead. That was something. Holoflash, 1758. A Huron Cal group holding Senator Tills has killed a Jedi negotiator. All location cams have been disabled in a news blackout, but we've just witnessed horrific scenes as the Jedi's booby-trapped remains exploded in the terminal. It's thought a member of the elite Republic Commando shielded the blast with his body. Viewers might find the following images distressing. What do you use for brains, Phi? Skirata hissed, supporting Phi's shoulders. You're a D-cut. Phi could feel bruises forming everywhere he had places. He sat upright with some difficulty. Thanks for the sympathy, Sarge. I'm fine. You trust that pretty armor a lot more than I would. Skirata suddenly shook him fiercely by the shoulder. Don't you ever scare me like that again, son. You hear? Let the cops look after themselves. It hadn't been a big device, just enough to kill or maim a couple of people, but not enough to breach Katarn armor. He'd smothered the blast and the shrapnel that went with it. Phi hadn't been 100% sure at the time that the armor would absorb the energy from the blast, and now that the adrenaline had finished coursing through his veins, he felt shaky. The Ark stared down at him, fists on hips. Skirata kept calling him Ordo. Skirata insisted men had names, not numbers, whatever the rules said. Nice move, said Ordo. Nice skirt. Phi indicated Ordo's battle-scarred belt spat, shredded at the hem like a flag that had been left too long on its mast. Phi wiped his armor, trying to forget what was smeared on the plastid alloy, but the smell kept reminding him. Really suits you. Hand-washable? Ordo's expression was hidden behind his visor, but his tone wasn't. It's a comma, he said, all eyes. Someday, Phi, someone's going to belt you one, Aten muttered. And it's probably going to be Ordo. He was right. But Phi didn't know any other way to keep his gut from shaking at times like this. It was how he coped. He was relieved and he was shocked, and now he had to get on with the job. He leaned on his D's to get to his feet and saw the cams and droids had gone. The illuminated displays in the terminal were black screens, and the amber emergency lighting was on. So Ordo had deployed an EMP device to knock out the holocams, and taken out all the unshielded equipment around them too. Droiding. A crazy but necessary move, Phi thought, seeing as it might have triggered whatever explosives the gang had rigged. He linked into Niner's helmet, and saw that he was running and rerunning the images of the gang that Kame had paid for with his life, memorizing the identifying details. Rugian was looking around the terminal hall, chatting on his comm link, the embodiment of pure calculation. Okay, so we'll have to take the news conferences at the chamber. Any more bodies, and they go out via the back. I know, it's not good seeing Jedi body parts. The grunt was great, right? Ordo and Skirata looked at each other, as if some common bond had sprung up from nowhere. Fi wondered if they had some common link of their own. Skirata occasionally slipped something into his ear and removed it again. Ordo cocked his head, but Skirata smiled tightly and without humor. He turned to Rugian and put a scarred hand on the sleeve of his nice, sharp tunic. Son, he said, I couldn't help noticing that you called my boys grunts. Don't do that again, will you? Rugian looked down at Skirata as if he noticed him for the first time and lowered the comlink. We want the senator out now. Nothing else matters. I'm glad you pointed that out to me. Fi couldn't see what Skirata did next, but his arm dropped down, and suddenly Rugian seemed to be taking a lot of notice of him. His eyes bulged visibly, and a small noise forced its way past his lips. Now that I have your attention, may I suggest that you remove yourself from the incident scene and let Captain Ordo and my boys do their jobs? Fi was mesmerized. Darman jogged up to the tableau of frozen pain. Charges laid, Sarge. Ready to go. Skirata's arm fell back to his side again, and Rugian inhaled sharply before brushing down his tunic and striding away with somewhat splayed legs. I'll remember that move, said Aten approvingly. Vav never taught us anything like that. But Vav had certainly taught Aten the exacting procedures for storming a building, Fi knew. He just wondered about Ordo. Arcs weren't team players. Fancy a bit of action for a change, Captain? Asked Fi. Give your Disa day out? Don't worry, if your luck holds I'll be right in front of you, said Ordo, toneless. If it doesn't, I'll be behind you. Fi thought about that for a few moments. Then he started wondering again why Nurianayar and his cronies hadn't seized hostages on the transport before it landed. It was an easier location to withstand an assault. The fools were facing certain death. They wouldn't shift the Senate's position. And they had to be stupid if they didn't realize that. In the end, though, their intelligence levels wouldn't matter. He checked his Ds, rehearsing rapid changes between modes and aware that Ordo kept looking his way. Helena's Update, 1830. The Haruan Cow government has denied knowledge of Nurianayar, leader of the group that's holding 6 hostages at Galactic City Spaceport. But in an unusually robust statement, the Koronai ambassador says she fully understands the group's frustrations and has urged the Republic to cease interfering in her planet's affairs. One of the CSF officers brought a tray of CAF and flimsite cups and handed Fi one first. A camaraderie had sprung up. Fi rather liked it. The cops actually seemed in awe of what he'd done, and he began to realize that it felt good to be held in that kind of regard. No cookies? Said Skirata and took a cup. The squad took their helmets off to drink. The officers seemed distracted for a moment, staring at their faces. I'll see what I can do, he said. Don't wait for a tip, said Skirata. Fi smiled to himself. Obrim and Devil were observing a few paces away, and the group stared at the hologram of the terminal layout that Ordo projected into the space between them. It's an oblong room, said Skirata, and slurped his CAF. No scope for anything clever. It's just going to be a matter of speed, force, and knowing who you're going to drop as soon as you're in there. But how are you going to stop them setting off the devices? Asked Davil. By slotting them before they can move, said Niner. We've done this more than 100 times, and we know how each other thinks. This is probably their first time. And their last. Ordo dipped the finger of his glove through the shimmering virtual roof space of the customs hall. I'll take the roof and keep the hostages still until we get bomb disposal in there to deal with the devices. All the hostages? Said Obrim. I realize the senator is a priority. Delville chewed his lip thoughtfully, clearly a man who no longer wanted primacy in this incident. Phi thought that was a smart change of heart. If anything went wrong, he knew who would get the blame now. Ordo got up and tidied his rappel line before fastening it to his belt. I'll get in position, he said. And I'm switching to the general comlink channel. We go in at 1915. Darman counts us down, and Obrim's men kill all the lights. Okay. Davos' communicator chirped. He answered it, and adopted that middle-distance stare that people have when they are trying to concentrate on something that they aren't expecting to hear. It's Nurian AR, he said. He's asking for buckets, food, and water. Ah, the power of the need for a fresher, said Obrim. Looks like our hard men are softening. Even people who plan to kill engage in displacement activity, said Scarata. I'll take the stuff in for you. I think I should be doing that, Sergeant, said Ordo. Yeah, like they'd succumb to your natural charm. Scarata began checking the pockets in his rumpled jacket. He extracted something that looked like a hearing enhancer. No, it was a hearing enhancer. Phi had always doubted Scarata's hearing was perfect, and now he knew. Auden, can you pick up my enhancer's signal? I hate this thing. But it does come in handy. It'll do, said Auden, stabbing his finger into a small receiver in his palm. Are you really deaf? A bit deaf. Just like you'd be if you hung around live fire ranges without a helmet for too long. With respect, you'll just add another complication, said Ordo. Scarata sipped his CAF without looking up. If you mean that my boys will have to worry about shooting me by accident, then it's simple. They won't worry about it. Acceptable losses. There was a complete silence in all their helmet comlinks for a telling and brief moment. No breath, no swallowing, no lick of the lips. Phi had a sudden mental image so awful that he didn't want to deal with it, not then. Now it was all down to a well-rehearsed procedure. The charges would detonate, and they would lob in a few flashbangs so close together that it would feel like the same split second and plunge into reactions so automatic that they wouldn't pause to think what to do next, or even know how much time had elapsed. It was drilled deep, unthinking second nature. Phi longed for the moment instinct, and training took him over again. I'll give you as many clues as I can, so listen hard, said Scarata. He fidgeted with the enhancer, making the same irritated clicks that Niner had. And if I'm in the way when you come in, it's too bad, okay? You drop 'em all, straight through me if need be. Will do, Sarge, said Phi, and knew he would never do anything of the kind. Galactic City Terminal, 1855. The doors parted. Phi, standing well back, stared down the scope of the Dees, not planning to take a shot, but ready anyway. Scarata walked forward a few steps. Grilled food board, he said, arms held away from his sides, a picture of subservience. And facilities. Phi could see past him into the enclosed corridor. The hostages were still split into two groups. One of the targets stepped up to Scarata and placed the muzzle of his blaster against his forehead. Green man, Phi thought, and made a mental note of the target's gait. It was a clean shot he couldn't take right then. The sound signal was fuzzy but audible enough. Put the buckets down and back off. Scarata, short, wiry, forgettable, dragging his left leg, looked like a janitor. Fi knew Green wouldn't see what was really there. What about the old couple? Said Scarata. Don't you think they've had enough? Why not let him go? Take me instead. Go on. Go on, let him in. Green paused and then gestured Scarata inside with the blaster. You can keep them company, he said. You're too altruistic for a delivery boy. We better search you. The doors closed. Stand by, said Niner. They took up positions either side of the doors, Fi and Niner to the left, Aten and Darman to the right. They could hear Scarata's breathing remarkably controlled under the circumstances and the occasional rustle of fabric. They were searching him. The enhancer didn't seem to get their attention. The device was too obvious. You okay, missus? Said Scarata's voice. There was a mumbled reply, probably from the elderly Garki woman. Lie down. You'll feel better. Shut up, said a voice, a new one. Tan Man, thought Fi. He'd know that voice the next time he heard it. You'll get yours. Nothing personal, just business. They heard Scarata and the targets again. Fi paused. Every word counted. Scarata was probably risking death, or at least a smack in the mouth with a blaster, but to speak at all. Here, son, let me have a look at that chrono. Wow, that must have cost you something. What kind of business you in, then? Where you from? Mero, eh? What's your name? Quiet. Mero. Never been there. You're in Zaydenair, eh? Shut up. Tan Man again. Okay, keep your hair on. I'll just sit here with Jaws and Sarah. You okay, sweetheart? Don't worry. Shut up. Thwack. There were indistinct sounds of fabric rumpling and occasional breathy sobs in different voices. Fi tried not to think what the thwack was. But at least they had a name for the last hostage. It might matter. He closed his eyes for a second and visualized the layout. Scarata probably had 3 hostages right next to him, then. That left Senator Till's position unaccounted for as well as his aide. But it was better than nothing. Why was he repeating Mero? Asked Darman. Where's Mero? Niner's voice filled his skull. It's corporate sector. Ordo, you ready? Fi took a deep breath. He activated his helmet spot lamp and checked the chrono on his forearm plate. When the doors blew and Niner lobbed in the flashbang bright and loud enough to stun most species for several vital seconds, he would swing 270 degrees to his left, step in, and aim, ready to take down the first recognizable target he saw. He'd done it time after time. Roof team ready, said Ordo. Darman? Ready. Darman raised his gloved fist. In 3, 2, go. Boom. Light exploded out of the shattered doors and Fi ran into it, dice raised. Time slowed into a sequence of freeze frames. A man in a green tunic stunned, squinting against the helmet spot lamp, shouting, No! In a voice Fi had memorized as target, struggled to raise his blaster, and Fi put a single bolt through his chest. Spot lamp beams crisscrossed the room. Debris rained down from the ceiling as Ordo crashed down a couple of meters from Fi. Aten dropped gray with 2 shots. A second of utter silence. Then someone in dark brown got up from the floor and Darman and Niner both fired at once. Everyone down! Down! Ordo had his rifle trained on a group of hostages. Stay still! Republic forces. And Darman was shouting. Where's Tan? Where's Tan? Phi's lamp swept the wall to his left, and he saw a light tan shape and Scarata half across it, transfixed by the beam, yelling, "No, Phi! No!" Phi felt his finger compress the trigger without any intervention from his conscious mind, and time slowed down 100-fold. "Phi, no!" Scarata had flung himself across the tan-coated figure. "Hostage, Phi! Hold fire!" Phi's finger eased back. The silence was sudden and total again, punctuated only by the patter of ceiling panels still falling in chunks on the tiled floor. "I nearly killed him. I nearly killed Scarata." Ordo, standing over the hostages, suddenly fired his dice into one of them and yelled at them to stay still. The emergency lighting came on again. 6 civilians were frozen in terror. "Fearfeck," said Aten. "I thought he'd shot a hostage for a second. Get ordnance disposal in here before these people start going hysterical," said Ordo. "And get the senator clear first." There was a man in an expensive suit crumpled on the floor between the other hostages with a blaster beside him. "He had a weapon," said Ordo. "It's something of a giveaway. Must have swapped coats with our businessman." Now that all the targets were down, Phi could think only of Scarata's horrified expression in his spot lamp beam. He fought down an impulse to tell him he was sorry. The old warrior was kneeling in front of the stunned hostages, now making reassuringly cheery comments that everything was going to be fine as long as they kept very still just a little longer. They were rigged to explosives and a dead terrorist was still smoking gently in their midst. And yet they kept still, and they kept quiet. People generally did what Scarata told them. He glanced up at Phi. "Well, not exactly textbook. But dead's dead." Explosives disposal officers moved in to check the backpacks and the squad moved out. Phi looked at his chrono. The assault had taken less than 30 seconds. He could feel the adrenaline ebbing while his body, which didn't care how trained he was, tackled the aftermath of the massive surge of hormone. His breath rasped hard in his ears as he sat down on a baggage repulsor. "All clear." The explosives officer came out of the wrecked hallway with an open backpack that rattled as he walked. "And I mean really clear. These packs are just full of used comlink parts." "Nasty bluff?" Scarata wandered over to Phi and sat down beside him. "We don't like practical jokes like that, do we, lads?" he said. He motioned him to take his helmet off. "Serves the stupid bunch of DQ'd right." Obram stood at the blast-shattered doors, looking bewildered. "Is that it?" he said. "We prat around for more than 3 hours, and you clear the room in 60 seconds? 20, said Phi automatically. It all looked easy from the outside. It probably would have looked great to the holocams. Phi could see only that he had come within an ace of doing what he never believed he could. If Scarata hadn't identified the man as a hostage, Phi would have killed both of them with a single round. Sergeant Cal's nearly a father to this squad. How could I? He took off his helmet and wiped his palm across his forehead, still unable to shake Scarata's image from his mind. You really would have slaughtered me, wouldn't you? Said the old sergeant hoarsely. Sarge, I'm sorry, I dash. No, you're a good lad. He still seemed able to read Phi's every thought, just as he had in training. You only did what I taught you to do. What did I say? Phi swallowed. Priority is to drop the bad guys, Sarge. Good. I'm proud of you. Sentimentality gets you killed. He tapped Phi's cheek a few times with the flat of his hand. And matey over there is luckier than he'll ever know, as are we all. They made him change clothes with them for a good reason, I reckon. He's CORCC. The businessman, Zaidnir, was still standing by the wall, examining the scruffy tan jacket and pants as if appalled to find himself in such tatty clothing. He should have been medevaced for a routine checkup by now, but whatever he had said had ensured he was still there, and waiting. He walked up to Obrim. "I need to leave right now." "You really should have that checkup, sir." "But I have an important meeting. I'm a member of CORSCC's directs, and it's imperative that I attend." "Just as well you're in one piece then," said Scarata. "I don't think your government colleagues would have found it amusing if we'd crashed in and shot you by mistake. Especially when the explosives were dummies." Nir seemed to have forgotten his terror of a few minutes earlier. "No, they would not. We hope to stay out of your disputes with the separatists. Can I have my suit back now? And who's paying for the damage?" Phi thought a thank you might have been a nice touch, but he realized he had missed something in the exchange that had made Obrim and Scarata just stare at each other. Niner walked over to them, followed by Ordo. Neither looked as if anything left them trembling. "What have I missed?" "It wasn't the senator," said Obrim. "He wasn't the key hostage. He was a lure to get us to storm in and kill the real trump card they were holding." "You want to explain all that, Sarge?" Scarata raked stubby fingers through his hair. "The corporate sector authority is neutral and the Directs Board is its governing body. They've got serious money in armaments, so you don't want to upset them. So if Phi had shot a Directs member, the political fallout would have been enormous. CORCC might have decided to take sides and throw their money and guns behind the separatists." "Want me to go on?" "Fearfect," said Phi. But it still didn't feel as close a call as nearly killing Scarata. "That's a new one for the training manual." "You said it." Heavy-handed Republic overreacts, storms in and kills top CORCC man. "Nice stunt, whoever they are." Obrim shrugged. "Well, you can sleep soundly tonight in the knowledge that you've given Rujian a timely public relations coup. Just a shame it wasn't live on RHN." He trailed off. Ordo had taken off his helmet. For some reason Phi wasn't expecting the Ark to look like them, but of course he did. He looked Phi straight in the eye, but it wasn't like looking in a mirror at all, although it was a striking enough resemblance to reduce Obrim to silence. "We're not supposed to be in the public eye," said Ordo. "But it doesn't do the Republic's citizens any harm to know what we do." He was staring intently at Phi. "And you, brother, are very mouthy, very annoying, and stupidly brave. I forgive you for the crack about the comma. This time, anyway." Phi didn't feel brave, not right then. He also wondered if smothering the bomb had been any more courageous than Master Kame's actions. It was pure training, a split-second's decision exactly like Darman's or Auden's or Ordo's. And it was another thing Cal Scarata had taught him to do. He remembered that now. Holonews Update, 1930. The siege at Galactic City Spaceport has ended with the rescue of Senator Mina Tills and all the remaining hostages. Commando forces stormed a hall in the terminal building and shot dead 4 terrorists from a group opposed to Republic influence on Heroin Cal. We now have our droid cams back online, and we're going live to the scene. Rigian was as smug as Obrim had predicted. He came back into the terminal hall trailed by journalists and a cloud of fresh hovercams, oozing satisfaction. Obrim stopped them and took him aside, walking him to the knot of commandos and police that was waiting beside the shattered doors. "Before you strike up the band, you ought to know the explosives were a hoax," said the commander. Phi watched absolutely nothing cross Rigian's face. "So? Looks like a stunt to get us to go in mob-handed and shoot a member of the CORCC Directs Board, and that has nothing to do with the senator. We can't be sure who's behind it, so let's think about this before we start crowing. Ridgian maintained his blank expression in silence for a few seconds. Then a practiced smile snapped instantly into place. Commander, those thugs held innocent people and murdered a Jedi Master whose sole concern was the welfare of the hostages. The Senate does not tolerate terrorism. We deal with it robustly, and we have shown billions of viewers tonight just what awaits anyone who wants to test our resolve. His smile disappeared like a light going out. The rest is detail, and that needn't trouble our vigilant media. He gathered up his smile again and walked back to where the media were waiting. Will he remember all that for the cams? Asked Phi. He probably talks like that in his sleep, said Obrim. Anyway, I just want to get home. Unless you boys would like a drink. Skirata smiled uncomfortably. We're always on duty, Commander, so we don't get to have a drink. But thanks. You go on home. Phi couldn't find a joke that would help him right then. He was grateful for the privacy of his helmet. I really would have fired. Darman elbowed him in the back, more a playful gesture than one of annoyance. We missed dinner, he said. Maybe you can talk the cooks into fixing us something when we get back. Ordo was listening to his private link, head down. It was a giveaway gesture with Ox, Phi thought. CSF transport's here to take us back to barracks, he said, straightening up. You're shipping out on a new deployment at 0600 tomorrow, Omega. Skirata jerked his head around for a second, dismay unguarded, and then gave them a smile that didn't quite conceal his anxiety. You make sure you get them a decent meal first, Captain. He jabbed a finger in their direction, then appeared to yield to some private thought, and gave them all a slap on the back. No damaging government property, okay? And we'll have that drink one day soon, I promise you. He winked and pulled up his collar, limping into the crowds outside in the riot of neon and vehicle lights that was Galactic City, and changing before their eyes from time-served commando to anonymous old man as surely as any Gerlanin could shift shape. I've never had a proper alcoholic drink, said Aten. Or a free bowl of Wara nuts. Well, if they're free, that's worth staying alive for, said Phi, and they snapped their helmets back into place to become the Republic's ultimate, faceless deterrent once again. End of Star Wars Republic Commando 000 by Karen Travis.